Okay, not audible. Now? Okay, audible. Yes, audible? Yes, yes. Now it's clear. Yes, okay, hello. Good morning. Now, today we'll be discussing about our current affairs. Now, with respect to the current affairs part, we will be majorly discussing about our 15 months current affairs. The 15 months current affairs, starting from, we call it as, starting from January the 2024 we'll be studying till April 2025. Majorly from our core important topics. For sure questions I'll be discussing here. Okay, Alvam. It is the 15 months, majorly our core important topics we'll be discussing. Now, sir, core important topics we discuss madbeku antandre. Now we need to organize our content. Now we'll be majorly discussing with respect to this current affairs, majorly from the subject wise current affairs. Majorly we'll be discussing about our polity. Now polity na discuss madbekadre, again I'll be discussing about based on the themes. Major I'll be discussing about the 5th and 6th schedule. Okay, I'll already got it, but I won't be discussing about 5th and 6th, but majorly I'll be discussing about 125th Amendment Bill. And the second major important one, I'll be discussing about a theme called as criminal laws. BNS or IPC rename madidare. But majorly we'll be discussing about the recent, we call it as the Supreme Court judgment related to divorce. Related to, we call it as bail provisions. Again, I'll be discussing majorly based on the themes. One subject, within that, I'll be discussing majorly with respect to the themes part. Majorly, we'll be discussing about the themes part of the Kariti. Ade riti, the second one, we call it as, we'll be discussing majorly, we call it as the economy. Now, economy discuss madbekadre, I won't be discussing about the basic or the non-core areas. Majorly, we'll be focusing upon the themes. Majorly, we'll be discussing about the themes. Sir, ಇಲ್ಲಿ major core theme ಏನು sir ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ major ಆಗಿ core theme we call it as budget related updates. The budget related updates. Again, I'll be discussing here the budget related, the schemes, the initiatives. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ we'll be majorly focusing upon the agriculture. Majorly we'll be focusing upon agriculture part. And the third major important one, we'll be discussing about the environment and ecology. Environment and ecology section. Now under this environment and ecology, again we'll be discussing about majorly the three themes called as UNFCCC, UNCBD, UNCBD, and the last one we call it as UNCCD related updates. The different reports also I'll be covering both with respect to your economy as well as with respect to environmental. Minimum there'll be, it is 2 questions from reports in a kuda irutte. Okay, alva. Idi nodana. Adadmele the fourth section will be majorly we call it as IR related one. Now IR andre I won't be discussing about the mapping part, but I'll be majorly discussing about organizations. Major organizations which includes, I'll be discussing about UNSC ಬಗ್ಗೆ, United Nations Security Council and updates. Adadmele ICJ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ICC. Yes or no? It is the SARC, the BIMSTEC, all these organizations I'll be discussing as a part of your IR. And the last one we call it as the science and technology. ನಾವು ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ದ ಸ್ಪೇಸ್ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಅಪ್ಡೇಟ್ಸ್, ಡಿಫೆನ್ಸ್ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಅಪ್ಡೇಟ್ಸ್ ದಿಸ್ ಇಯರ್ ಇಸ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್, ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡೋಣ. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಬಯೋಟೆಕ್, biotechnology, all these things will be discussing based on the themes patterns, based on the themes, not only subject, I'll also be discussing based on the themes. Adrinda pakka for sure there must be a questions, there must be questions, okay alva. Now sir idella okay antandre, now you are going for an exam next week. Now if that is the case, for sure questions bande barabeku sir antandre, can you give some 25 topics sir, idan bande barabeku, adanna ನೀವು ಇನ್ನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಟೀಚ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ. ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡಿ, ನಾನು ಟೀಚ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ, ನೀವು ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್. ಫಾರ್ ಶ್ಯೂರ್ ಟಾಪಿಕ್ಸ್ ಬೇಗನೆ, ಫಾರ್ ಶ್ಯೂರ್ ದ ಟಾಪಿಕ್ಸ್ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್. ಎಸ್ ನೋಡೋಣ, ಮಣಿಪುರ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ 356 ಆಲ್ಸೋ ವಿಲ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್, ಗವರ್ನರ್ ಪಕ್ಕಾ ವಿಲ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್. ಓಕೆ, ನಾನು ಬರೀತೀನಿ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ. ಇಟ್ ದ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಆಫ್ ಗವರ್ನರ್, ಮೇಜರ್ಲಿ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಆಫ್ ಏನಿಲ್ಲಿ ದ ರೀಸೆಂಟ್ ತಮಿಳ್ನಾಡು ಕೇಸ್. ಮೇಜರ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ಆರ್ಟಿಕಲ್? ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಆರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ 200. But article 200 ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಲ್ವಾ? Will there be a question? No. But will there be a question on article 361? Now what is 361? ಇದು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತು ಗುರು. It is judgment. It is majorly you should know about article 361. It is immunity which has been given to the, it is governor or the president. Majorly governor. It is majorly we call it as immunity which has been given to the governor, which has been given to the governor, majorly related to which all, I can say which all violations, criminal violations. Immunity related to the criminal laws. Idra ಬಗ್ಗೆ mandatory question idde irati varsha. The second one, first online, it is fundamental rights in the already questions kele keltane, adu that too will be basics. It is citizenship in the keltare, ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ the recent one we call it as the section 6A has been upheld by the Supreme Court, and major agi it is you should know about the citizenship of USA kuda news ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ, because the USA is amending the citizenship rules. No, what is naturalization, what is based on birth, what is the son of the soil concept, adr ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡೋಣ. Second and third major important one, ನಮ್ಮ ಫಂಡಮೆಂಟಲ್ ರೈಟ್ಸ್ ಇಂದ ಈ ವರ್ಷ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎರಡು ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಇದೆ. ಒನ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಸಬ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಟಿವ್ ಈಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ಬಟ್ ಕೇಳಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮಾಡಿಫೈ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಕೇಳಿರ್ತೀರಾ. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆನ್ಸಸ್. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಸಬ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಟಿವ್ ಈಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಇಸ್ ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಈಕ್ವಿಟಿ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್. Now the concept of substantive equity or equality has been derived from which judgment? ಜರ್ನಲ್ ಸಿಂಗ್. ನೋ, ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಜವಾನದು 2019 ಈ ವರ್ಷದ ಹೇಳಿ ಅಥವಾ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ವರ್ಷದ ಹೇಳಿ. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದಾವೇಂದ್ರ ಸಿಂಗ್, ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ದಾವೇಂದ್ರ ಸಿಂಗ್ ವರ್ಸಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಪಂಜಾಬ್ 2024 ಅಲ್ಲಿ ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಗಿವನ್ ಅ ಗೋ ಹೆಡ್ ಫಾರ್ ಸಬ್ ಕ್ಯಾಟಗರೈಸೇಷನ್ ಆಫ್ SC. ಈ ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲೇಬೇಕು ಬಾಸ್. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಮ್ಯಾಂಡೇಟರಿ, ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್. ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಫಂಡಮೆಂಟಲ್ ರೈಟ್ಸ್ ಇಂದ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ ದೇರ್ ಮಸ್ಟ್ ಬಿ ಅ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್, ಟೂ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ಸ್. ಒನ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಟು, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ 1516. ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಮೇಜರ್ಲಿ ವಿತ್ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಟು ರಿಸರ್ವೇಷನ್. ವಾಟ್ ರಿಸರ್ವೇಷನ್? ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ SC or ST ರಿಸರ್ವೇಷನ್, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ಸಬ್ ಕ್ಯಾಟಗರೈಸೇಷನ್. ನಾವು ಸಬ್ ಕ್ಯಾಟಗರೈಸೇಷನ್ OBC ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕೂಡ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸಬ್ ಕ್ಯಾಟಗರೈಸೇಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ SC. ಡು ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಸಬ್ ಕ್ಯಾಟಗರೈಸೇಷನ್ ST? ನೋ. ಎಸ್ ಆರ್ ನೋ? ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ನೋಡೋಣ. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಸಬ್ ಕ್ಯಾಟಗರೈಸೇಷನ್ ಆಫ್ OBC ಆಸ್ ವೆಲ್ ಆಸ್ ಸಬ್ ಕ್ಯಾಟಗರೈಸೇಷನ್ ಆಫ್ SC ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕು ಇಲ್ಲಿ. Nothing but which is the first commission which has been established in India to study about sub categorization of SCs. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋದು ಒಂದೇ, ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ್ದು. ಓಕೆನಾ? ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಆಂಧ್ರ ಪ್ರದೇಶ್ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್, ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ರಾಮರಾಜು ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಇನ್ 1996 ಜವಾನ್ದಲ್ಲೇ. ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡೋಣ. 15 and 16. And a second major important question this year is important, we call it as Article 30. Why Article 30 is important? It is WAF ಒಂದು, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು we call it as Aligarh Muslim University has been given a status called as minority status with a close competition. It is 4:3 judgment ಅಲ್ಲಿ. The 4:3 judgment. ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡೋಣ. It is a 4 is favor and 3 is against giving minority status. ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮ್ಯಾಂಡೇಟರಿ ನೋಡಬೇಕು ಅಂಡ್ AMU ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕೂಡ ನೋಡಬೇಕು. ವಿಲ್ ಸಿ ಆಲ್ ದ ಬೇಸಿಕ್ಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ಯಸ್, ಮ್ಯಾಂಡೇಟರಿ ದಿಸ್ 3. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ It is exactly, it is UCC Jamanaddu. Okay, one nation, one election. Paka. One nation, one election. One nation, one election. Now, which is the commission which recommended one nation, one election? It is high panel committee on, we call it as, it is the former president of India, we call it as Ramnath Kovind. Otherwise, amendment in Beko, which all article will be amended, all these things we'll see with respect to one nation, one election also. Adadmele we call it as the WAF board, or we call it as WAF Act and the Karitivi. Which year? It is the 2025. 2024 ಅಂದ್ರೆ wrong. 2024 ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಬಿಲ್ ನೇ ಅಮೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಎವ್ರಿಥಿಂಗ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ಡ್ ಎಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ವಾಫ್ ಅಂತ ಬಿಟ್ಟು. ಹೋಪ್ ಯು ಗೆಟಿಂಗ್ ಇಟ್. ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಸತಿ ನೀವು 24 ಓದಿರ್ತೀರಾ. ನೋಡೋಣ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಚೇಂಜಸ್ ಏನೇನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ. ದ ಸಿಕ್ಸ್ತ್ ಮೇಜರ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಒನ್, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಕ್ರಿಮಿನಲ್ ಲಾಸ್. ಅಗೇನ್ ಹಳೇದು, ಬಟ್ ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ ವಿ ಶುಡ್ ನೋ ಅಬೌಟ್ ವಾಟ್ ದ ರೀಸೆಂಟ್ ಅಪ್ಡೇಟ್ಸ್ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಟು ಕ್ರಿಮಿನಲ್. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಪ್ಲೀ ಬಾರ್ಗೇನಿಂಗ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ದ ಪ್ಲೀ ಬಾರ್ಗೇನಿಂಗ್, ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಬೇಲ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, the concept of the bail, the concept of article 22, the concept of, we call it as the plea bargaining, the concept of the plea bargaining. Exactly, yes, adno replace madidare. Yes, the seventh one, perfect online, it is the classical language. 2024 ಅಲ್ಲಿ classical language criteria ne change ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ. It has criteria has been changed and they have given classical language to the 5 and KPSC question also already ivaga 11 idave. It is initially we had it is a 6, now it is plus 5 11 agidave already KPSC question also. Okay alva, idu classical language idadmele ಇನ್ನೊಂದು 3 at least. It is special category state ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಬಟ್ ಅದರ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. Okay, it is Bihar ಬೇಕಿದ್ರೆ you can. It is ED, perfect. Money laundering as well as enforcement directorate bodies andre law commission of India ide, because recently it has been, or the law commission has been established for 3 more years, nothing but 2024 in the 2027 orgu. Okay alva, all these things we'll study one by one along with the basics also. Yadon state bandaga we'll study about a complete state. In case if we get any basics, it is nothing at least gotagilla andre sir idon ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ teach ಮಾಡಿ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ I will teach you all the things. Okay alva, but adre one topic we'll be at least studying some 5 sub topics we'll be studying. Okay alva, ನೋಡೋಣ first topic ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. Okay, now the first one we call it as, it is first you should know about, it is the marks. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುತ್ತೆ. I don't want to again brief it up. The major important ನೆನ್ನೆ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ we have discussed about our mapping. ನೋಡಿ mapping ಇಂದ it is we are getting huge number of questions in the recent times ಅಲ್ಲಿ, ಅದೊಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕು. and a core important one it is the environment, now it is the polity, economics ಇಂದ we are getting highest number of questions also. ಇದು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. Okay, now coming to the first important, the topic we call it as, now sir my question here is bill mel question kelala alva. If that is the case, why you have taken bill at the first slide? Okay, ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಿರ್ತಾರೆ bill mel question ಕೇಳಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. bill mel question ಕೇಳಲ್ಲ, but ಅದರ bill surrounding ಕೇಳ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ. Yes or no? Now it's okay, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಬೇಡ ಅಂದ್ರೂ ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, but now major question here is the 125th constitutional amendment bill. Constitutional amendment bill sir ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಸರ್ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ರೀಸೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ ನೋಡಿ, that to January 30th 2025 ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ. that to this year was in news. ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ highly is in news. ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ ರೀಸನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನು. now this Assam government, Assam, the chief minister, we call it as, it is Himant Biswa Sharma has clarified saying that, it is clarified the saying that Assam CM gotirli, Assam CM has clarified saying that we will be passing this bill no matter what, and will be providing more power to the 6th schedule status. First news gotirli, it is decentralized governance of the 6th schedule. And the second news ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ರೀಸೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ in the month of April and May ನಲ್ಲಿ the local government elections of Assam ಅಲ್ಲಿ they have got sweeping majority. ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆಯಾ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ? Yes or no? Yes, it is Assam only, they have got a sweeping majority. The sweeping majority, what does it shows? It shows major agi nodadadre, major agi, it is till now, it is 6th schedule. That till now, the 6th schedule had only and only regional council as well as district council. Regional council at the regional level, at the district level we have district council with respect to 6th schedule status only. But what about at the local level? What about the government at the local level? Was it effective? See, local panchayats irlilla, adhe riti municipalities kuda irlilla. Now for the first time, they have brought in a bill called as 125th Constitutional Amendment Bill tanidare. Now to give power to yarge? Now to give power to it is the decentralized governance under the 6th schedule status. Sir, ಏನೇನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ sir decentralized ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, it is at the village level panchayats, at the city level or at the urban level. ಏನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ? It is, we call it as municipalities. Now, don't you think there will be a question on this? ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು I can logically say that decentralization ಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದು question ಇರಲೇಬೇಕು, 6th schedule ಮೇಲೆ ಇದ್ದೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. Okay, alva? It is for the first time they are bringing in it's a law to provide, we call it as decentralized governance at the 6th schedule status by adding or by establishing panchayats as well as municipalities via the bill called as 125th Amendment Bill anta. Okay, now first one. The second one, sir, now who is being given the authority to establish this panchayats and municipalities? Who is being given authority? It is not the state government, it is the governor of the state is being given the authority. Why will we give authority to state government? Yes or no? It is normal agi, who has been given the authority anta kelidre, it is governor of the state is being given the authority to establish this panchayats as well as municipalities at the 6th schedule status level, or we call it as at the decentralized level. Exactly, yes. It is governor is being given the more power, first thing. And the second major important one we call it as, now ಈ panchayats ಗೆ ಮತ್ತೆ municipalities ಗೆ ಏನು power ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, they are being given the power of all the authorities. They are being given the executive rights, legislative rights as well as even the judicial rights also within their jurisdiction. Be cautious here. I am using a term called as what powers has been given to this, the decentralized anta kelidre, they are being given the executive power, legislative power as well as judicial power also. Implementation kuda ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, law na kuda ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. At the same time they will also be going for it is judicial powers also within their jurisdiction. Within their jurisdiction related to 6th schedule status ಅಷ್ಟೇ. 4 states ಗೆ I'll discuss all those things, but ಈ bill ನ discuss ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. The third major important one, sir, ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಓಕೆ ಸರ್, ಪವರ್ಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಬಟ್ ದುಡ್ಡು ಯಾರಪ್ಪನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ? ದುಡ್ಡು ಯಾರು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ? ನಾವು ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಎಸ್ಟಾಬ್ಲಿಷ್ಡ್ ಫಿನಾನ್ಸ್ ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ನೋಡಿ, ಫಾರ್ ದ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಆಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಫಿನಾನ್ಸ್ ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಫಾರ್ ಕಂಡಕ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಆಫ್ ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಬೀನ್ ಎಸ್ಟಾಬ್ಲಿಷ್ಡ್ ಆಸ್ ಅ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿಸ್ ಬಿಲ್. ಎಸ್ ಆರ್ ನೋ? ಓದಿದ್ರೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ ಬಿಲ್ನ? ಓದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ಎಕ್ಸಾಮಲ್ಲಿ ದೇರ್ ಬಿ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ಸ್. It is the third one, we call it as for the conducting of, we call it as, or for providing of taxation or the income. They have established the state finance commission has also been established, or finance commission at the 6th schedule level, and we call it as election commission at what level? Election commission at the, we call it as 6th schedule status level has also been established. Idu 4 provision antu mandatorily ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲೇಬೇಕು. Okay alva? Yes, it is with respect to 125th Amendment Bill which has been brought in the year 2019 and majorly which talks about 4 important things. One, we call it as the governor of the state has been given the authority for the establishment of panchayats as well as municipalities. Okay, now first thing. The second one, we call it as they are being given the power with respect to legislative, executive as well as judicial power also, and even financial power also. See, executive and financial also. The third one we call it as, with respect to Finance Commission has also been established with respect to devolution of funds related to the panchayats as well as municipalities. Adhe riti conducting of elections goskara we have established Election Commission also. Okay na? Yes. Now sir idella okay, ella okay, but illi enen study ಮಾಡಬೇಕು sir ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, first we need to study about subparters. We need to study about, we call it as Assam ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ information. And the second major important one we need to study about, we call it as, it is the 6th schedule status ಬಗ್ಗೆ. And the third one we call it as, in case if you are interested we can go for governor also. Yes, okay alva. But fourth one we can go for decentralized governance, that is 73rd and 74th Constitutional Amendment Act also. Okay alva. Fast within 2 minutes we'll discuss all those things. First Assam ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ ನಂಗೆ ಬೇಬಿ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ಈಗ. Assam, it is first and foremost one we call it as, Assam Accord. It is section 6A has been upheld. Okay alva. It is Assam Accord. Yav yearappa? It is 1985. It is between 3 important parties. One we call it as yaryar madhya. It is Government of India, the Government of Assam, and we call it as ASU anta. It is All Assam, the Students Union. Now based on this demand only, ಇವರ ಒಂದು ಡಿಮ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಮೇರೆಗೆನೆ we have implemented, ಯಾವ್ದು ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ? Section 6A. The 6A into the Citizenship Act of 1955. It is, we call it as the Citizenship Act of 1955. Sir, ಏನು sir ಈ section 6A ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? It is only or exclusively given only to the Assam. Exclusively given only to Assam. ಇಲ್ಲಿ 2 cut off date ಇದಾವೆ. ಯಾವ್ದಪ್ಪ 2 cut off date? One we call it as 1st January 1966. 1st January 1960. The 6th, and the second one we call it as March 24, 1971. 1971, the migrants one who have migrated before to 1966. Our gain status kodtivi. It is, we will be providing the citizenship, the complete citizenship status kodtivi. The complete Indian citizenship has been provided. Are they one who have migrated between 1966 to 1971? It is default agi citizenship ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಾ? It is no, but they need to stay for at least 10 years in Assam al stay ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ we'll be providing ಏನು ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ? We'll be providing, it is citizenship. At least they need to stay at least for 10 years in India. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ citizenship. What about the March 24, 1971 ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಬಂದವ್ರಿಗೆ? It is, we will be declaring them as illegal migrants and we will be deporting back to majorly to, it is Bangladesh. We will be deporting majorly. It is, they are being declared as, we call it as illegal migrant. But recent agi it is the Supreme Court al file ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. Why section 6A only to Assam? Assam ಮಾತ್ರ ಯಾಕೆ ಒಂಥರ ಡಿಸ್ಕ್ರಿಮಿನೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀರಾ, ನಮಗೂ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ. But the Supreme Court had said that nothing doing, section 6A is valid and justifiable and they upheld also. Yes or no? ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ನೀವು ಸಲಿದೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕು. ಸರ್ ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಸರ್ ಅಪೀಲ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, because this is the power of government of India under ಯಾವ ಆರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ? Under article 11 of Indian Constitution. Under article 11 of Indian Constitution. Sir, what does article 11 talks about? Article 11 majorly talks about, it is the right of the parliament to make laws related to citizenship. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ Supreme Court said that we can't do anything. It is section 6A is valid because it's the duty and it's the right of the, it is government of India related to citizenship related amendments. Okay alva? Done. Highly important one. ಇದೊಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ. And the second one we call it as, the second one, ಬೇಗನೆ Assam Accord ಆಯ್ತು. It is the classical language. Assam ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದಾರ. It is Assam Accord. The second major important one we call it as 43rd UNESCO's World Heritage Site. It is the 43rd Moidum, yes. And the third one we call it as, the riverine island, the world's largest riverine island yavdu? It is Majuli, world's riverine island called as Majuli. Adadmele, it is Lachit Borpukhan, the Borpukhan, the military commander of which dynasty? Ahom dynasty. Again it's an Assam statue kuda establish madidare. Adadmele, the Olangpar, the Gibbon sanctuary. This is the only sanctuary which has been named after Gibbon. Illidiyappa. It is Olangpar, the Gibbon, the sanctuary or wildlife sanctuary ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. Olangpar, the Gibbon, the sanctuary. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಏನಪ್ಪ? It is okay. It is one on. Okay. It is one on. It is the Kaziranga has the highest population. What would highest density ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ? It is Phobiotra. Gatirli Kaziranga as well as Pobiotra. Population wise ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ Kaziranga, density wise ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ Pobiotra. But both are in Assam. But Kaziranga has become the first, I can say, it is a national park to inculcate the satellite phones for surveying. The first one to inculcate the satellite phones, first one to inculcate the satellite for surveying as well as to control poaching also. Adadmele, which is the first state to go for geotagging of, we call it as it is Gangetic River dolphin. Which is the first state to go for, we call it as geotagging. Gottida geotagging andre? The geotagging of Gangetic dolphin. The dolphin. ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಸರ್ ಗ್ಯಾಂಜೆಟಿಕ್ ಡಾಲ್ಫಿನ್ ಇವ್ರು ಮಾಡಿದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅಸ್ಸಾಂಸ್ ಅಕ್ವಾಟಿಕ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಅನಿಮಲ್ ಯಾವುದು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಗ್ಯಾಂಜೆಟಿಕ್ ಡಾಲ್ಫಿನ್. Now they have become the first state to go for. We call it as it is geotagging of Gangetic dolphin also. The geotagging of the Gangetic dolphin also. Exactly, yes. Okay alva? Gotirli. Adadmele Assam the Nemo. Kelidira. The first lemon. It is neem has been given the first GI tag. Second one nam Karnataka. It is Indi Nemo anta. Okay alva from Vijaypuras. Gotirli. Vijaypura or Bijapura, yadaದ್ರು okay alva. This is with respect to our first one, Assam. Okay na? Assam at least on some 5 points. Okay. The next one we call it as the 5th and 6th schedule. See, nanandu time waste madalla, but on ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಬೇಬೆ ನೀವು know. It is the 5th schedule majorly talks about. Now this 5th and 6th schedule concept has been given on the recommendation of yardo. On the recommendation of the Gopinath Bardoli committee. Kelidira. It is, we call it as Gopinath Bardoli. It is based on the Gopinath Bardoli committee. The 5th and the 6th schedule status has been given. Now 5th schedule status has been given to how many states? It is 10 states. What about Delhi? It is 4, which includes ಯಾವ್ದಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲ ಒಂಥರ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. It is Meghalaya, Assam, Tripura and Mizoram. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಅಟ್ಲಾಸ್ ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ಮ್ಯಾಪ್ ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ಸ್ ತರ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. It is, we call it as Meghalaya, Assam, Tripura followed by Mizoram. It is not at all about Manipur ilve illa. Manipur alla, it is Mizoram ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ. And the second major important one, the 5th schedule status, it has been given to. The 5th schedule status, it has been given to yargappa kodthe 5th schedule. It is for the scheduled areas. 5th schedule majorly talks about the scheduled areas ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. What about 6th schedule talks about? It is the tribal areas. Majorly talks about the tribal areas. Now 5th and 6th schedule nodadre, which is more autonomous, which is more powerful? It is 6th. Now 6th more autonomy idre, will the PESA Act apply here? It is no. It is 6th schedule. PESA Act does not. It is PESA andre gottirli, Panchayat Extension to Scheduled Areas Act of which year? 1996. The Panchayat Extension to Scheduled Areas Act of 1996. Now illi they are being given only advisory role ashte. They are being given only advisory role. What about 6th schedule alli? It has been, they are being given all the rights alva. Executive, judicial, legislative rights. All the rights are being given within those 4 important states alli, which includes legislative, executive as well as judicial rights are being provided to the 6th schedule, the status. Gothirli. Now 6th schedule status are demanded by majority of the states, which also includes major universal nodadre. Majorly Ladakh, majorly West Bengal. Okay alva? Majorly Ladakh as well as majorly West Bengal, they are demanding. It is, we call it as 6th schedule status anta. Okay na? Yes. Adadmele one ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ it is 73rd and 74th ಬಗ್ಗೆ. 73rd as well as 74th. Okay na? ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆಯಾ? Yes. Okay. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಯಾವ್ದೋ ಟಾಪಿಕ್ ಬೇಡ ಅನ್ಸಿದ್ರೆ ನನಗೆ ಹೇಳಿ, ಅಟ್ ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ನಾನು ಸ್ಕಿಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ರೆ 73rd ಓಕೆ ನಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ. ಓಕೆ ಪಟ್ಪಟ್ ಅಂತ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ. Now first one we call it as, this has been brought in under which amendment? It is amendment of 73rd and 74th in the year 1992. Same 1992 nalle. Majorly which deals with respect to panchayats, whereas idu deals with respect to municipalities. Exactly, yes. Deals with respect to municipalities. And the next one, which schedule, which part has been added with respect to 73rd and 74th? It is part 9. Okay alva? It is part, we call it as 9. Illi part 9A has been added. Part 9 schedule nodadadre, it is 11th schedule, whereas illi which talks about the 12th schedule. 12th schedule gothirli. How many subjects has been devolved with respect to panchayats ge? It is 29 subjects. Okay alva? That 29 subjects, whereas illi it is 18. Article gothirli, article 243 the 3 anta. Okay alva? Yes, ishtantu gothirbeku saku. This with respect majorly we call it as, it is the 125th amendment. Adar ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡಿದ್ವಿ. 5th and 6th schedule ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡಿದ್ವಿ. And the third one we also discussed about 73rd and 74th also. But last ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ, observe this map. Now map ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ autonomous district councils. Now how many autonomous district councils which are present in this 4 states alli? It is total 10 idave. Total 10, that is 3 states alli, excluding Tripura bitu. Tripuradalli we have only one ashte. Tripuradalli we have only one. We call it as Tripura Autonomous District Council. In ಮಿಕ್ಕಿದು 3 ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ we have 3 autonomous district councils each. Now Meghalaya ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ we have Garo, Khasi and Jaintia. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, based on hills. Okay ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಇಲ್ಲಿ 3 ಆಯ್ತು. ಅದೇ ಅಸ್ಸಾಂ ಬಂದಾಗ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅಸ್ಸಾಮಲ್ಲಿ 3 ಇದಾವೆ. One we call it as Bodoland, and second one we call it as Karbi Anglong, and the third one we call it as Chachar Hills. Now all these are being named after the tribal groups which are present in a particular state. In ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. Okay ಅಲ್ವಾ? These are the Assam one, Tripura aitu, and last one we call it as, it is Mizoram nodadadre. Again we have 3 important autonomous district councils. One we call it as Chakma, Lai, and we call it as Mara anta. Okay alva? It is, we have how many autonomous district councils in India? It is 10. It is 3 from Meghalaya, the 3 from Assam, the 3 from we call it as Mizoram, 1 from we call it as Tripura. Okay alva? Total the 10. Never get confused. 5th schedule I have talked about the 10 states ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. Now ಇಲ್ಲಿ we are talking about, out of this the 4 important states ಅಲ್ಲಿ we are establishing autonomous district councils as well as regional councils. Now how many district councils are present ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ we have 10. That is 3 plus 1. Okay alva? 3 each with respect to Meghalaya, Mizoram as well as we got Assam also. Majorly it has been, I can say, named after the different tribal groups. Example direct questions ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. It is Lai, Mara, recently seen in news is related to anta. States ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. Close, I can say, options. It is Manipur, Mizoram, Meghalaya and Tripura. What's the answer for this? It is Mizoram. Okay alva? Done. Highly important one. This is about our first important topic. And the second important, the theme we call it as the laws. Now second theme nodadadre, it is the different laws anta matartivi. Now laws ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ there are two important laws. One we call it as civil laws and the second one we call it as criminal laws anta ಕರೀತೀವಿ. Okay alva? Now what is this civil? What is this criminal? It is laws are being divided it into we call it as the civil laws and the second one we call it as the criminal laws. ನಂಗೆ ಪಟ್ಟಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಈಗ ಸಿವಿಲ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು, ಕ್ರಿಮಿನಲ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? ಓಕೆ, ಸಿವಿಲ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? I'm not asking any examples. What is civil is nothing but the general public related causes. Okay alva? General, the public related one. It is we call it as the general, the public related issues idre ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಮೇ ಬಿ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಗಂಡ ಜಗಳ ಆಡಿದ್ರೆ, property related issues, yes or no, all this. It does not include some criminal offense, rather we call it as day to day or general related cases comes under the civil laws. Okay na? Yes, example kodi. Example which includes marriage, example which includes ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಜನರಲ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ದಿನ ಮ್ಯಾರೇಜ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ, nothing but day to day affair anta. It is marriage related one, divorce related cases or property related one, yes or no? Yes, all this comes under we call it as civil or the civil related cases. Ade criminal antandre, is it general? No, it is nothing but the criminal antandre it's an offense. It is offense for the violation of a law. It's an offense based on we call it as the violation of law ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. Violation of we call it as law. Now sir, violation of law ಅಂದ್ರೆ example ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಾ? Example it can be the murder, example it can be rape also, or example it can be it is the dowry. Now dowry comes under civil or criminal? It is criminal, yes or no? All this comes under we call it example. Example ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ some offenses against maybe with respect to women also, or it can be children, or it can be divyangs, or it can be human beings. All this comes under we call it as the criminal laws. Now sir, ಇದನ್ನ ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಸರ್ ಇವಾಗ ಓದಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಮೇಜರ್ಲಿ both this are in use. The first one, the civil one is in use. ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ there has been a different rules which has been brought in by the Supreme Court related to the civil rules. Now my question here is, can Supreme Court bring in a civil rules? Does Supreme Court has an authority to deal with respect to civil related cases? Yes. Now civil ಈಗ for example ಈಗ ಏನಾದರೂ ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇದ್ದಾಗ can I go to Supreme Court? If that is the case, do Supreme Court has authority or not? It is no. In reality, Supreme Court does not have the right with respect to civil related cases. Now civil related cases should be handled at the lower level. But Supreme Court ಹೋಗಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಲ್ವಾ ಸರ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು. When you are not satisfied with the lower courts, you can move via appeal, not directly by using Article 32 or by Article 226. Hope you are getting my point. ಈಗ ನಾನು it is property problem ಆದರೆ I can't directly jump to Supreme Court. But first I need to go to ತಾಲೂಕಾ, ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಯಾಟಿಸ್ಫೈ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಸ್ಯಾಟಿಸ್ಫೈ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ I can go to Supreme Court. But ಅದು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನನ್ನ ದುಡ್ಡಿದೆ ಅಂತ I can't go to Supreme Court. In reality, the Supreme Court does not have the direct the civil related jurisdiction. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಇಲ್ವೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. But can I go under Article 32 or 226 direct ಆಗಿ for the violation of fundamental rights? ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, but civil rules ಅಲ್ಲಿ they have clarified saying that we can't use Article 32 or 226 also. ಇವಾಗ ಎರಡು ಆಪ್ಷನ್ ಹೋಯ್ತು. But what is the third option where I can go to Supreme Court? It is, we call it as by using Article 142. What is this Article 142? It is the special power which has been given to the Supreme Court related to dealing with respect to ಏನು cases na? The civil related cases. ನೋಡಿ ಮೂರನ್ನ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತಾನೆ, you will be getting to know about the civil cases. Yes, ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡೋಣ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ. And next one we call it as, next one example ಕೊಡಿ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ ಸರ್. ಸಿವಿಲ್ ರೂಲ್ಸ್ ನ ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಟೇಕಪ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ. Take an example of Sabarimala case. Take an example of Tribal Talaq case. Take an example of Navtej Singh Johar case. Take an example of Haldia case. Take an example of, we call it as triple talaq, adultery case, homosexuality case. By using an exceptional article called as Article 142. 143 Allah, it is 142. Okay, alva. That's with respect to, we call it as, it is a civic. And the second one we call it as, the civil admile, second one we call it as criminal. Now criminal ge, do Supreme Court have an authority? Direct authority or by appeal? It is majorly by appeal again. Again, Supreme Court kuda, the criminal kuda does not have a direct jurisdiction, it is by appeal. Again, by using, I can say Article 142, they have made different rules related to bail provisions. Article 22 nalli, see, ಮೊದಲೆಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ it is there was no mandatory thing called as return agreement of the warrant. But from last year 2024 ಇಂದ ವಾರೆಂಟ್ ಬರ್ದಿರಬೇಕು and ಯಾವ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ದಿರಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಿನಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗೋ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ದಿರಬೇಕು. If not, it has been considered as illegal detention anta. Yes, we'll see all those things one by one. Okay, now done. Now coming to our first one, we call it as the divorce related the provisions. Now what is divorce? ಮಾಡಬಹುದು, ತಗೋಬಹುದು, ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ತಗೋಬಹುದು, ಬಟ್ ಆದರೆ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ಲಿ ವಿ ಕಾಂಟ್ ಗೋ, ನಾವು ಹೋಗಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬಹುದು. ಅದು ಅಗೈನ್ 142. Again, by using a special provisions called as Article 142. Yes, yes. Okay, alva. Now the next one we call it as the divorce ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ, the first and the foremost one we call it as ಏನಕ್ಕಪ್ಪ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ, it is the first news we call it as the prolonged separation. It's called as the divorce. The prolonged separation can lead to what? The cruelty. Now cruelty can be the grounds for divorce ante. Hope you're getting it. Nothing but, for example, think that I've married, now ನಾನು marry ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ in case if I'm being apart for longer period of time, okay alva, that can be the cruelty. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಖುಷಿ ಅಲ್ಲ? It is the cruelty and that can be the grounds for divorce ಅಂತ. Now sir, ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಸರ್ ಈ ಟಾಪಿಕ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ it is Hindu Marriage Act of 1955 or Christian marriage or Islam marriage act ಅಲ್ಲಿ there was mandatory of 6 months cooling period. ಡಿವೋರ್ಸ್ ಅಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ 6 months ಮ್ಯಾಂಡೇಟರಿ ಆಗಿ ಕೂಲಿಂಗ್ ಪೀರಿಯಡ್ ಇರಲೇಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಬಟ್ ನಾವ್ ಇಫ್ ದರ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ಆಸ್ ಪ್ರೊಲಾಂಗ್ ಸಪರೇಷನ್, ಪ್ರೊಲಾಂಗ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಬಟ್ ಇಫ್ ದರ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಲಾಂಗ್ ಪೀರಿಯಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಸಪರೇಷನ್ ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ ದಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬಿ ದ ಗುಡ್ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ಗಿವಿಂಗ್ ಯುವರ್ ಡಿವೋರ್ಸ್ ವಿತ್ ಇನ್ ಅ ಸಿಂಗಲ್ ಡೇ ನಲ್ಲಿ. ನಾಟ್ ಇವನ್ 6 months ರೂಲ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಬೀನ್ ವೈಲೇಟ್ ಆರ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಸೇ ರೂಲ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಬೀನ್ ಕೆಪ್ಟ್ ಅಸೈಡ್ ಬೈ ಯೂಸಿಂಗ್ ಯಾವ್ದಪ್ಪ ಆರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಬೈ ಯೂಸಿಂಗ್ ಆರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ 142. Okay, now yes, majorly we are talking about, it is the first one recently, it is the divorce. The divorce ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲ, ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ, the Supreme Court had made a rules, the Supreme Court had made a rules related to divorce by using ಯಾವ ಆರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ನ, by using Article 142. ಏನಪ್ಪ, what is Article 142 talks about? By using Article 142, Article 142 called as the special powers which has been given to the Supreme Court for providing complete justice. The power, the special power which has been given to the Supreme Court for providing of the complete, we call it as the special power for providing of the complete justice. For providing complete justice, by using this article they have made a rules. ಏನ್ ರೂಲ್ಸ್ ಅಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಡಿವೋರ್ಸ್ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ರೂಲ್ಸ್. ನಾವು ಡಿವೋರ್ಸ್ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ರೂಲ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೇನ್ ರೂಲ್ಸ್ ತಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ದ ಡಿವೋರ್ಸ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬಿ ಗಿವನ್ ಇಮಿಡಿಯೇಟ್ಲಿ ಅಂತೆ. ಬಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಕೇಸಲ್ಲಿ ಇಮಿಡಿಯೇಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನೋ, ಮೇಜರ್ಲಿ ವಿತ್ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಟು ವಿಚ್ ಕೇಸಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ, ದ ಪ್ರೊಲಾಂಗ್ಡ್ ಸಪರೇಷನ್ ಕೇಸಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ, ಪ್ರೊಲಾಂಗ್ ಸಪರೇಷನ್ ಕೇಸಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್. ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಒನ್, ನಾವು ಡಿವೋರ್ಸ್ ಹೋದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಐ ನೀಡ್ ಟು ಗಿವ್ ದೆಮ್ ಎನಿ ಕಾಂಪೆನ್ಸೇಷನ್? ಇಸ್ ದ ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಮೇಡ್ ಎನಿ ರೂಲ್ಸ್ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಟು ಇಟ್? ಮಾಡಿದಾರಾ? ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಎಸ್, ಅಂಡ್ ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಯೂಸ್ಡ್ ಅ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ಆಸ್ ದ ಸಬ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಟಿವ್, ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಕಾಂಪೆನ್ಸೇಷನ್ ಅಂತ. ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಸಬ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಟಿವ್ ಕಾಂಪೆನ್ಸೇಷನ್? ಡಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಮೀನ್ ಎವ್ರಿ ಮಂತ್ ಗಿವಿಂಗ್ 6 lakh rupees? ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ? No, it is substantive is nothing but the reasonable compensation should be provided. The reasonable compensation should be the provided. Adra jotege, they have also upheld. They have also, we call it as, they have also upheld, we call it as adultery. What is this adultery, Andra? It is unethical relations. Unethical relations has been made as what? Unconstitutional. They have made us unconstitutional, unethical relationship. It is not a violation. It is our own right. It is our own right, and Article 19 as well as our own, we call it as Article 21 only. It is not a criminal violence or it is not a criminal offense. Rather it is, we call it as, it has made as a, we call it as unconstitutional matter. And the fourth major important one, what about homosexual marriages? Homosexuality has also been, we call it as, upheld by using your section. It is by, I can say majorly by a case called as Navtej Singh Johar case ali. Homosexuality has been made it as, we call it as the non-criminal offense. Non-criminal offense. What about triple talaq? It is triple talaq as unconstitutional in a case called as the Shayara Bano case. The Bano case of 2017. Gotirli 2017. Navtej Singh Johar Gotirli, it is homosexuality. And the next one we call it as, the next one, adultery has been made as unconstitutional, or it is, we call it as the non-criminal offense. The non-criminal offense also. Okay, alva. E rules na tandidare by, we call it as Supreme Court by using Article 142, majorly related to, we call it as divorce immediately for a prolonged separation, substantive compensation kodlebeku. Adultery has been made as unconstitutional, or we call it as the criminal offense. Forby we call it as homosexuality has been upheld. Forby we call it as triple talaq has been nullified also. Okay, alva. All these rules has been brought in by Supreme Court related to, we call it as, by using a special powers under Article 142 anta, by using Article 140 the 2. Now sir, idella okay sir. Now criminal offenses ali, does Article 32 and Article 226, does it apply? Article 32 and Article 226. Our rules madidare. Can I use Article 32 and can I use Article 226 and can I reach Supreme Court? Reach agboda? Or can I go to Supreme Court as well as High Court by using writ jurisdiction? No, the Supreme Court has clarified saying that it is no jurisdiction by using Article 32 and Article 226 related to we call it as the civil related cases. Related to civil, the cases anta. Highly important, gotirli. Now what is this Article 32 and Article 226? It is Article 32 as well as Article 226 majorly talks about the writ jurisdiction of Supreme Court as well as High Court anta. Now the Supreme Court writ jurisdiction and Article 32, and we call it as the 226 ali, we call it as High Court's writ jurisdiction. Okay now, yes. Now idರಲ್ಲಿ we have 5 important things already ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ದಾವೆ. It is yadappaili. One we call it as habeas corpus, the mandamus. It is prohibition, certiorari, quo warranto. Okay now. Certiorari as well as quo warranto. Habeas corpus, it is majorly used for yarge illegal detention. It is majorly used for illegal detention aste. Legal detain madidre, can this habeas corpus applies? No, it is only for illegal detention. Ade ritu mandamus antandre, it is mandating the public servant to do some work. It is mandating the public servant to do a particular work. Whereas prohibition and certiorari is being given to yarge. It is, we call it as the judiciary as well as the quasi-judicial bodies. Judiciary as well as the quasi-judicial bodies. And quo warranto antandre, what authority do you have anta? What authority do you have to hold up, I can say to hold a particular office? to hold a particular office. This we call it as Article 32 as well as Article 226. Now, which is more broader? Is Supreme Court power is more broader, High Court power is more broader? It is High Court power is more broader under Article 226. Under Article 226. Okay, now done. And the next one we call it as the next one, criminal related cases. The criminal related the cases major agi nenpitkolli. It is Prabir case versus state of NCT. It is the Prabir case versus the state of NCT, National Capital Territory of Delhi, case of 2024. The case of 2024. Now we case nenpitkondirri, but on ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ concept ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಣ. Now with respect to Article 22. Now we are moving towards ಯಾವುದು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ it is criminal offences. Now during criminal offense ಇದ್ದಾಗ automatically there will be an arresting of a person. Now person arrest ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ what are the different rights which are being given to the arrested person? Now what does Article 22 talks about? It is arrest as well as detention. Correct alva? Exactly on and exactly yes. The High Court power is more broader than Supreme Court's. Yes. And the second one we call it as the co-warranto what authority? How the correct? Okay alva? Now with respect to Article 22 nodadadre, Article 22 majorly it talks about two important things. One we call it as the punitive. One we call it as the punitive, and the second one we call it as ನೋಡಿ ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮೀಕಾಂತ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ Article 22. It is the punitive as well as we call it as the preventive. Now sir, my question here is what is punitive and what is preventive? Now punitive ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ after occurrence of a crime, yes or no? After occurrence of the crime we call it as the punitive. The preventive is as simple as that, before occurrence of a crime. Now sir, after occurrence of a crime admele, now what all different I can see the procedures which we have mentioned in the constitution. ಏನೇನು ಪ್ರಾವಿಷನ್ಸ್ ಇದಾವೆ? ಈಗ ಒಂದು ಪರ್ಸನ್ ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ವಾಟ್ ಪ್ರಾವಿಷನ್ ಡು ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್? ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಫಾರ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್. ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ವಿ ನೀಡ್ ಟು ಶೋ ಅ ವಾರಂಟ್. ಡಸ್ ವಾರಂಟ್ ನ ತೋರಿಸ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಡು ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಮೆನ್ಷನ್ಡ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ರಿಟರ್ನ್ ವಾರಂಟ್? Yes or no? Highly important. I'm showing you, or I can say I'm saying you the most important fact here. It is ನೀವೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ. It is ಒಂದು ಪರ್ಸನ್ ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ವಾರಂಟ್ ಇರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. Okay, in majority of the cases, this warrant will not be carried by the police one who is arresting. But in this Prabir case versus the state of Delhi, the NCT of Delhi, the Supreme Court has clarified saying that no matter what boss, if you are going for an arresting of a person, it is mandatory that you need to carry a return warrant. You need to carry a return warrant. You need to carry a return warrant. It is, we call it as the Prabir case versus it is the NCT Delhi. NCT Delhi of that 2024. NCT Delhi of that 2024. They have clarified saying that return warrant is mandatory. Return document is mandatory. Now return document carry madila andra what does it amounts to? It amounts to illegal arrest. Adanu kuda clarify madidare. If you are not carrying it's a return document, it is considered to be what? It is illegal arrest. ಮತ್ತೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಓಕೆ ಸರ್, ಬಟ್ ನನಗೆ ಓದಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ವಾಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಐ ಡೂ ನಾವು? ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾರೆ ನೋಡಪ್ಪ ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ, ವಾರೆಂಟ್ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ. Now the Supreme Court has also clarified saying that the written document should be, it is known to a person. It is ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಓದಕ್ಕೆ ಬರೆಯಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಓಕೆ ಆ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಈಗ ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಕನ್ನಡ ಆರ್ ತುಳು ಇದ್ರೆ that warrant should be in Tulu, that language or the warrant should be in what? ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರಬೇಕು, not in English. ಸರ್ ಓದಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ at least it will be in local language, someone will read for it. Someone will read for them. That has been clearly mentioned in a case called as the Prabir versus NCT Delhi. Article 22 ಈ ವರ್ಷ ಸಖತ್ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ, ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಕೇಳೇ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಬಿ ಕಾಷಸ್. ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ. ಆರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ 22 ಹಂಗೆ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೋದ್ರೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಕೇಸಸ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಅಂತ. ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಮೇಜರ್ಲಿ ವಿತ್ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಟು ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ದ ರಿಟರ್ನ್ ಒನ್. ನಾವು ಸರ್ ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಸರ್ ಇಷ್ಟು ಕೇಸಸ್ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾವೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಮೇಜರ್ಲಿ ದ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗಲ್ ಡಿಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಪಾಸ್ಟ್ 10 years ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ ನೀವು ನೋಡಿ. ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ. ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ವಾರಂಟ್ and the second one warrant, okay sir, and the second one after warrant I will be arresting a person and arrest madadmele ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅವ್ರನ್ನ within 24 days hours. It is hours. Within 24 hours we need to, I can say it is nearest magistrate hatra ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಕರೆದು ಹೋಗಬೇಕು. It is to the nearest magistrate, ಹೌದಾ ಇಲ್ವೋ? It is within 24 hours to the nearest magistrate. ಎಲ್ಲೋ ದೂರ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗೋದಲ್ಲ, nearest magistrate. Does it include the travelling time or excludes the travelling time? It is excluding travelling time. Be cautious. It excludes the travelling, the time ಅಂತ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. Exclude the travelling, the time. Okay, ಇದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಏನಾಗತ್ತೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ? Now based on the magistrate decision, should they be given to police station or should they be given to the prison? It decides. Okay ಅಲ್ವಾ. ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಮೇರೆಗೆನೆ ಇದರ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಕಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕಾ, ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಒಳ್ಳೇದು? Now based on the magistrate, he will decide where to send him. The police station ga ಅಥವಾ prison ga ಅಂತ. Now sir, ಇವೆರಡಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ಡಿಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಸರ್? Police station is police station. It is police station is controlled by executives. Police station is controlled by executives, whereas prisons are being controlled by yaru? Judiciary. It is controlled by judiciary. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ನಾವು ಯಾವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಒಳ್ಳೇದು, ಯಾವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗದೇ ಇರೋದು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ತಾನೆ? ಓಕೆ, ಬಟ್ ಎರಡು ರಾಂಗ್. ನಾವು ವಿತ್ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಟು ಮೇಜರ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಇಯರ್ ಇಸ್ ಸರ್, ಈಗ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ಗೆ ಓಕೆ, ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಪ್ರಿಸನ್ಗೆ ಓಕೆ, ದಿಸ್ ಬೀನ್ ಅಂಡರ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಎಕ್ಸಿಕ್ಯೂಟಿವ್ ಅಂಡ್ ದ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಒನ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಪ್ರಿಸನ್. ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ದೇರ್ ಆರ್ ಟೂ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್ ಇನ್ ಇಟ್ ಟು ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಇಯರ್. ಒನ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಪ್ಲೀ ಬಾರ್ಗೇನಿಂಗ್, and the second one we call it as bail provisions anta kelidira hogli. First one we call it as the plea bargaining, and the second one we call it as it is bail is a rule anta. It is the Supreme Court in the year 2024 has clarified saying that bail is a rule and jail is an exception anta helidare. Bail should be a rule and jail should be an exception anta. Now sir, you take an example of any case. Now take an example of Darshan case ತಗೋಣ. Okay, ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಯಾರು ಫ್ಯಾನ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ತಾನೆ, ನಾನೇನು ಹರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ. Take an example of it is the Darshan has been arrested. Now 24 hours ali we have I can say proceeded nearest to the magistrate, and the third one here is we have kept it for some period of time in the police station. ಸರ್ ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಸರ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ಗೆ ಅವ್ರ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಟು ಗ್ಯಾದರ್ ಸಮ್ ಎವಿಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ. ನಾವು ಟು ಗ್ಯಾದರ್ ದಾಟ್ ಎವಿಡೆನ್ಸ್, ನಾವು ಈ ಗ್ಯಾದರ್ ಎವಿಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಟೈಮ್ ತೊಗೊಳುತ್ತೆ. ಅದ್ರ ಬದಲು ದರ್ಶನ್ ನೋಡಪ್ಪ ನಾನೇ ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಒಪ್ಕೊಬಿಟ್ರೆ, hope you getting it? Don't you think the case will proceed in a faster manner? And that case proceeding in a faster manner we call it as plea bargaining. ಈಗ ಮೈ ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ ಹಿಯರ್ ಇಸ್, ಈಗ ನಾನೇ ಒಪ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ನನಗೇನು ಯೂಸು? ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಯೂಸ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಪೊಲೀಸವ್ರಿಗೆ ಯೂಸ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದಿಸ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಗೆಟ್ಸ್ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟೆಡ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಮೀ ಅಗ್ರೀಯಿಂಗ್ ಫಾರ್ ಇಟ್. ಬಟ್ ನನಗೂ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಹಿಯರ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಟರ್ಮ್ ಆಫ್ ಜೈಲ್ ವಿಲ್ ಆಟೋಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕಲಿ ಕಮ್ ಡೌನ್, ಅಂಡ್ ದಟ್ ಬಾರ್ಗೇನಿಂಗ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಪ್ಲೀ ಬಾರ್ಗೇನಿಂಗ್. ಈಗ ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಕಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಅನ್ ಆಫೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಆಫೆನ್ಸ್ನ ನಾನೇ ಒಪ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ that will be or lesser offense ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ನನಗೆ. ಈಗ ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಥಿಂಕ್ ದಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ನನ್ನ ಆಫೆನ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಸಮ್ 14 years ಇದ್ರೆ ದ ಜಡ್ಜ್ ವಿಲ್ ಸೇ ದಟ್ ಓಕೆ ನೀನು ತುಂಬಾ ನಿಷ್ಠಾವಂತ ಅಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು 10 ವರ್ಷ ಜೈಲ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ದಟ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ದ ಪ್ಲೀ ಬಾರ್ಗೇನಿಂಗ್. ಬಟ್ ಪ್ಲೀ ಬಾರ್ಗೇನಿಂಗ್ ಕಂಡೀಷನ್ಸ್ ಇದಾವೆ, ಅದನ್ನ ನೋಡೋಣ. ಬಟ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಐಡಿಯಾ ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿರಿ. ಅಂಡ್ ದ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಒನ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಒನ್, ಇಲ್ಲ ಗುರು ನಾನು ಒಪ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು ತಪ್ಪೇ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ, ಓಕೆನಾ, ಜೈಲಿಗೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಾರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ನಾವು ಜೈಲಿಗೆ ಕಳಿಸಿದಾಗ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, the 75% of the prisoners who are present in these jails are under trials. According to, we call it as, according to NCRB report ಪ್ರಕಾರ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ, according to the National Criminal, or I can say the Crime Record Bureau ಪ್ರಕಾರ, released by Home Affairs, nothing but every 3 out of 4 persons are under trials ante. Nothing but 75% of the, I can say, the people who are living in those prisons are under trials. Now adukoskara recent agi in our BNSS, Bharatiya, it is Nagarika, it is the Sanhita, idallu kuda it is BNSS or the criminal laws ali we have brought in an amendment to this BNSS also, BNSS also, but not ಏನಂತ 1/3 ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು, it is 1/2 ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು, we'll see all those things. At least basic ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ. This is our first one. Now ಈ first one ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಏನೇನು ಸರ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ it is Article 22, is it clear? Now the next one we call it as under trials concept. Under trials ನಾನು ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಹೇಳಿದೆ. ನಾವು ಅಂಡರ್ ಟ್ರಯಲ್ಸ್ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ ನಾವು the major important report we call it as ಯಾವ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ? It is NCRB report. What is this NCRB? National Crime Record Bureau, released by ಯಾರು? Released by Ministry of Home Affairs. ನಾನು ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, with respect to Ministry of Home Affairs ಪ್ರಕಾರ out of every it is the 3 out of 4, or we call it as 75% of the people, 75% of the people, they are facing what offenses? It is under trial offense na idu ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. It is they are facing under trial. Now what do you mean by under trial and what do you mean by offense? Under trial, accused, convicted. Okay, now under trial ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? It is accused ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? For the what is convicted? Online fast. Okay, exactly ಹೌದು. Accused ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬೇಗನೆ. Now major one we call it as, major one it is now under trial already ನಾವು ನೋಡಿದ್ವಿ. It is 75% of the people they are facing under trials. Now sir under trial ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, the case is ongoing ಅಂತ. We call it as the case is ಏನಾಗ್ತಿದೆ? It is ongoing. Case is ongoing. Accused ಅಂದ್ರೆ just a suspect, just a suspect, and convicted andre it is proven guilty, the proven guilty. But majority of the people, now majority of the people who are present in prison or in jail ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಯಾರಿದ್ದಾರೆ? ಯಾವ ಕ್ಯಾಟಗರಿ ಇವರು? ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ ಇವರು. It is accused, or we call it as under trial persons. They are, I can see it is, they are 75% in number, 75% in number, and that is leading to ಏನಾಗ್ತಿದೆ? It is overcrowding of jails, overcrowding of the jails ಅಂತ. Now sir ಈ overcrowding of jails ನ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಸರ್ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡೋದು? How to reduce this? Now to reduce this, the BNSS, it is Bharatiya Nagarika, we call it as the Sanhita. The act has been brought in major agi, we have brought in the 2 important updates related to the jail undercrowding. Now first one we call it as, in case ನೀವೇನಾದ್ರೂ first time offenders ಇದ್ರೆ, in case first time offenders ಇದ್ರೆ, in case first offenders ಇದ್ರೆ 1/3 of the jail term ನ ನೀವೇನಾದ್ರೂ under trial ಇದ್ರೆ, you will be getting what? You will be getting a bail. Be cautious here. 1/3. ಈಗ think that ನಾನು first time offender, I think that first time offender ಗೆ ನನಗೆ ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಕೇಸ್, think that I have done a murder. ನಾವು murder maximum 14 ವರ್ಷ. ನಾವು 14 ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ think that I have served a sentence of some 5 years. I have served a sentence of 5 years ಅಂದ್ರೆ 1/3 ಗಿಂತ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ. ಬಟ್ ನನಗೆ ಆಟೋಮೆಟಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ ಬೇಲ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಕೊಡಲ್ವೋ? Yes. Now does bail means I can say removing all the conviction against him? No, it is bail ಅಂದ್ರೆ it is ಆರಾಮಾಗಿ ಹೋಗಪ್ಪ, ಸುತ್ತಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಆರಾಮಾಗಿರು ಅಂತ. ಬಟ್ ಯಾವಾಗ ಕೇಸ್ ಬಂದಾಗ ಯು ಶುಡ್ ಕಮ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಅಗೇನ್. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆಯೋ ಇಲ್ವೋ? ಓಕೆ. This is a little bit complicated on ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. It is Article 22 is important. It is the first time offenders idre, in case if that first time offenders have served a sentence of at least 1/3 of the term, 1/3 of the term, they will be automatically getting what? It is bail. But ade for the, I can say, continuous offenders idre, for continuous second time, third time offenders. But second or third term offenders, they need to second, or I can say the maximum one, it is second time offenders, they need to serve at least the 50% of the term, 50% of the term, or we call it as 1/2. Yavdu kadme, yavdu jasti? 1/3 jastina, 1/2 jastina? It is 1/2 jasti, because they have done second and third offense alva. The second and third offense, or at least they need to spend at least 50%. Now you have 14 years adre, at least they need to, I can say, spend some the 7 years in jail. Adadmele ivrige ಏನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ? Will be providing the bail anta, will be getting bail. Okay na? Yes or no? ಓದಿದ್ರೆ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ? Yes? Okay. The last one we call it as, ಸರ್ ಇದು ನಾನು ಏನು ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಶಿಕ್ಷೆಗಳು, ಬಟ್ ನಾನು ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಬಟ್ ನಂಗೆ ಶಿಕ್ಷೆನೂ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು. And that we call it as plea bargaining. It is the plea bargaining. ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಕೋರ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ಕೋರ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಲಾಯರ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ನೀನು ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಒಪ್ಕೊಬಿಡು, ನಿಂಗೆ ಶಿಕ್ಷೆ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತೀನಿ, ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ. And that we call it as plea bargaining. ನಾವು ಸರ್ ಈ ಪ್ಲೀ ಬಾರ್ಗೇನಿಂಗ್ ಅನ್ನೋ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಸರ್ ನ್ಯೂಸಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ರೀಸೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಆಫ್ ಲಾ ಅಂಡ್ ಜಸ್ಟಿಸ್ has said that this plea bargaining has been underutilized in India. This plea bargaining is underutilized in India. Okay na? First one. And the second one, the concept of plea bargaining andre eno sir? What is this plea bargaining andre? Begne, what is this plea bargaining? It is plea bargaining andre the convicted person requests the advocate or a judge. They request the advocate or a judge to reduce the sentence anta. To reduce the sentence. ಏನಕ್ಕಪ್ಪ reduce ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ? Because he is accepting on his own. He is accepting on his own. But accepting on his own ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, do they have any criteria, or is it general ಆಗಿ ಯಾವಾಗ ಬೇಕೋ ಕನ್ವಿಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೋದಾ? Is there any criteria? Now we have a criteria, and that criteria we call it as the plea bargaining should take place within 30 days of, I can say, a charge file ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ within 30 days ಅಷ್ಟರಲ್ಲಿ you should go to the police station and you should say that ನಾನೇ ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಅಂತ. That should happen within 30 days ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, within 30 days, first rule. And the second rule, sir, ಈ plea bargaining ಯಾವ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಕೇಸಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, the cases which is having a sentence of less than 7 years, which is having a sentence of a time period of it is less than 7 years. And the third one we call it as it does not applies to women related cases as well as the child related cases ge plea bargaining agalla. Okay na? Now for example think that naniga for example ನಾನು ಮರ್ಡರ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ, ನಾವು ಮರ್ಡರ್ ಮಾಡಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನನ್ನ ಮೇಲೆ ಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಶೀಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ನಾವು ಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಶೀಟ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ವಿತಿನ್ 30 days ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಐ ಶುಡ್ ಗೋ ಟು ದ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಆರ್ ಅಡ್ವೊಕೇಟ್ ಆರ್ ಜಡ್ಜ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಐ ಶುಡ್ ಪ್ಲೀಡ್ ಸೇಯಿಂಗ್ ದಟ್ ನೋಡಿ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ನಾನೇ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ತಪ್ಪು, ನನಗೆ ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಏನು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸೆಂಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ. ಅಂಡ್ ದಟ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ as plea bargaining within 30 days. Be cautious. And the second one we call it as the sentence term should not exceed how many years? It is 7 years. And does it apply to women and children? ಈಗ ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾನು ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಹೊಡೆದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಐ ಗೋ ಟು ದ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಸೇಯಿಂಗ್ ದಟ್ ನಂಗೆ ಸೆಂಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡಿ ನಾನೇ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಅಂತ? ನೋ, that will never apply. It is the exception here is women as well as children related offenses, even if it is 1 or 2 years, it does not apply. Or the plea bargaining does not apply. Sir, ಇವೆಲ್ಲ okay sir. Is plea bargaining a legal provision or a judicial, I can say, innovation? Now, it is not a judicial innovation. It has been brought in the year 2005 by amending Criminal Act. By amending a criminal act. Be cautious here. It is a statutory provision. It is the statutory provision which has been brought in the year 2005. Which has been brought in the year 2005 by amending the Criminal Act of the 2005. Okay now. Yes. At least more related cases artha aita hogli. Now, artha agilla anta, just last one within some 3 or 4 minutes, just brief. Now, we have discussed about Article 22. Article 22. Now, Article 22 na discuss madbekadre, we have discussed about 3 important things. Enen study madidvappa. Now, first one we have discussed about Article 22, subclause 1 ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡಿದ್ವಿ. Nothing but the case called as ಯಾವ case ಇದು? The Prabir versus NCT Delhi, in which year 2024ರಲ್ಲಿ the Supreme Court mandated saying that return recommendation, or I can say the return warrant is mandatory anta. Okay na? Yes, idantu nimge ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕು. And the second one we call it as the bail related provisions, the Supreme Court judgment and pitkolli. Bail should be a rule and jail should be an exception. Be cautious here. Nothing but bail need to be provided in all the cases. Almost all cases ali. Now we have talked about, now to reduce the under we call it as untrial, or we call it as overcrowding of the jails. Overcrowding of the jails ta kadame madodakoskara BNSS has brought in a rules called as, it is first offenders gadre if they have served a sentence of 1/3 of the term, they need to be provided a default bail anta. Gothirli default the bail. Second one, bail and hogli. What different types of bail we have in India? First ಹೇಳಿ anticipatory ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬರೋದು. What the first bail? Regular bail. It is bail and is nothing but, now what do you mean bail? Does it mean removing all the conviction against a person? No. It is nothing but he can go out and he can spend some time. That we call it as regular bail. And the second one we call it as the anticipatory bail. Then arrest ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆನೇ bail ತಗೊಂಡು ಬಂದ್ರೆ we call it as anticipatory bail. And the third one we call it as default bail. ಏನಪ್ಪ default bail ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಈಗ for example ದರ್ಶನ್ ಕೇಸಲ್ಲಿ now 60 days ಆಯಿತು 90 days ಆಯಿತು, there was no exact evidence to prove that Darshan is a convict anta. Now if that's the case, automatically the default bail should be given by the judiciary. You can't convict a person for longer period of, it is more than 90 days ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ, unless if he is being prosecuted under the preventive detention ಬಿಟ್ರೆ. Okay na? That we call it as default. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ interim bail ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, partial bail ಅಂತ. Interim bail we call it as partial bail. Gothirli, bail is an, I can say we call it as, it should be a rule, whereas jail should be an exception. Illi it is first time offenders 1/3 time na spend madidre he should be given a default bail. I'm talking about default bail, automatic bail agata. And the second one we call it as the second time offenders, they need to spend at least it is 1/2 anta. Okay na? Yes, highly ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. And the third one we call it as, the third major important one we call it as the plea bargaining. ನಾನು ಇಷ್ಟು ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ವರ್ಷ ಪಕ್ಕಾ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಅಂತ. 22 ಮೇಲೆ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಕೇಳಿ ನಾನು. Okay, it is a plea bargaining. What is this plea bargaining? Now plea bargaining is nothing but the convicted person accepts the offense. He accepts the offense, and based on that we call it as judiciary provides a lesser sentence based on his honesty. But ಇಲ್ಲಿ major ಅವೆಲ್ಲ honesty ಅಲ್ಲ ಬಿಟ್ಟಾಕಿ, ಬಟ್ ನನ್ನ ರೂಲ್ ಏನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ this should happen within 30 days. ಸರ್ ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಸರ್ 30 days ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, see this plea bargaining is to reduce the time period ಅಲ್ವಾ. ಬಟ್ ಯಾವಾಗ ಒಂದು 10 ವರ್ಷ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಸರ್ ನಾನು ಒಪ್ಕೋತೀನಿ ಈಗ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ not required. Now that should happen within 30 days. That should happen within the 30 days of, I can say, charge sheet. And the second one we call it as the sentence should be less than the 7 years. And exception in antandre, it does not applies to women and children. It does not applies to women as well as the children. And this plea bargaining is not a judicial innovation, rather it is the statutory provisions which has been brought in the year. ಯಾವಾಗಪ್ಪ ತಂದಿರೋದು? The 2005. Yes, highly important one. This is majorly related to the criminal laws as well as the civic laws or the civil laws which were in use recently, or we call it as in the last 15 months ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇತ್ತು. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ, ನಾವು ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಪ್ರೊವೈಡೆಡ್ ಬೇಲ್ ಈವನ್ ಇನ್ ದ PMLA ಕೇಸಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ PMLA ಕೇಸಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ದೇರ್ ವಾಸ್ ನೋ ಬೇಲ್. ಹೋಪ್ ಯು ಗೆಟಿಂಗ್ ಇಟ್. ನಾವು ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅಡಿಷನ್ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ, ನಾವು ಈವನ್ ವಿತ್ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಟು ದ ತಮಿಳ್ನಾಡು ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್, ಒನ್ ಹೂ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಬೀನ್ ಕನ್ವಿಕ್ಟೆಡ್ ಅಂಡರ್ ದ PMLA ಆಕ್ಟ್, ವಿಚ್ ಇಯರ್? ಇಲ್ಲ, 2002. It is the PMLA. What is this PMLA? It is Prevention of Money Laundering Act of the 2002. Prevention of Money Laundering Act of 2002 alli kuda we have provided a bail. But is it a mandatory thing to provide a bail? No, it is nothing but it is on a discretion of the Supreme Court. It is on a discretion of, idnu kuda clarify madidare, it is my discretion boss. ನಾನು ನಿನ್ನ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟರು ಕೂಡ you should not be a threat to the society. And the second thing here is, you should not, we call it as, you should not destroy the ಏನನ್ನ, you should not destroy the evidence. ಆ ಒಂದು ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ I will be providing a bail even in PMLA cases ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ, even in PMLA cases also. ಓಕೆನಾ? ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ PMLA ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡೋಣ. Now PMLA is being handled by ಯಾರಪ್ಪ? It is ED, Enforcement Directorate. Now Enforcement Directorate has been established in which year? Wrong. It is 1956 as an enforcement unit again. It has been established as an enforcement unit, but Enforcement Directorate agade yavaga antandre 1957 alli. It is 1957 alli Enforcement Directorate agi rename agate, and it is functioning under which ministry? Yav department? It is Department of Revenue, Ministry of Finance. Department of Revenue, Ministry of the Finance. And the third one, what type of body is this? It is yav body antandre, it's an agency alva. Agency andre it's an executive body. It's an executive body. Law ಮೂಲಕ ಎಸ್ಟಾಬ್ಲಿಷ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಚ್ಯುಟರಿ. ಅದೇ ಸಂವಿಧಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ರೆ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನಲ್ ಬಾಡಿ. ಏನು ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಎಸ್ಟಾಬ್ಲಿಷ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಎಕ್ಸಿಕ್ಯೂಟಿವ್ ಬಾಡಿ. ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸಿಕ್ಯೂಟಿವ್ ಬಾಡಿ. ಅಂಡ್ ಫೋರ್ತ್ ಒನ್, ವೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ಹೆಡ್ಕ್ವಾರ್ಟರ್ಸ್? ಹೆಡ್ಕ್ವಾರ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿರುತ್ತೆ? ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನ್ಯೂ ಡೆಲ್ಲಿ. ಹೆಡ್ಕ್ವಾರ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಎ ನ್ಯೂ ಡೆಲ್ಲಿ. ಅಂಡ್ ಆಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಏನಪ್ಪ ಇವ್ರದು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಇಡಿ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಆಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಏನು? ದ ಮೇನ್ ಆಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಡಿ here is, we call it as reduction of money laundering, as well as we call it as tax evasion, as well as the tax evasion ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ಓಕೆನಾ? the tax evasion. yes, ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತು ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ, ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಇವೆರಡು ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತು ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ. ಡನ್. ಇವೆರಡು ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಮೋರ್ ದೆನ್ ಸಫಿಷಿಯಂಟ್. The next topic we call it as classical languages. Exactly online, exactly yes. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ? ಆನ್ಲೈನ್. Yes. The next one we call it as the classical language status. Now sir, why this classical language status was in use? It is classical languages. Now enikappa news alli it is recently news ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, the cabinet has approved 5 languages into a classical language ಆಗಿ. It is 5 languages. ಯಾವ್ದಪ್ಪ 5 languages? ಬೇಬೇನ್ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕೀಗ 5 ಯಾವುದು ಅಂತ? It is one we call it as Marathi, and the second one we call it as Bengali and Assamese, Pali and Prakrit. Pali and the Prakrit ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. Pali and Prakrit. Pali as well as the Prakrit, exactly, yes. Now along with these things, we already had how many languages? It is, we already had 6 languages. Now which is the first language which has been, I can say, given a status called as classical? Antandre it is Tamil Nadu. Adadmele we call it as Sanskrit. We call it as the Sanskrit. Adadmele it is Telugu, the Kannada, adadmele Malayalam as well as Odia. Total ಎಷ್ಟಾಯ್ತು ಇಲ್ಲಿ 6, whereas 5 ಇಲ್ಲಿ total how many? It is 11 classical languages status has been provided by the government. Sir, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ okay sir, but my question here is ಯಾವ ಒಂದು ಕ್ರೈಟೀರಿಯಾ ಮೇಲೆ the status has been provided? ಯಾವ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟೇಟಸ್ or ಕ್ರೈಟೀರಿಯಾ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ? Now this 6 has been provided on a criteria called as 3 important criteria. One we call it as the language should be having at least how many years? The 1500 to 2000 years of, I can say, the history irbeku. The language history must be there, first thing. And the second major important one, it is first one, okay. Second one, it should be a original language, not borrowed from any languages. It should be original, not borrowed from any other languages. And the third one we call it as, it should be respected by the community, or it should be respected by the people. It should be respected by the people anta. Idur jotege we also have, there must be, I can say, it is the inscriptions irbeku, or there must be, we call it as historical literature kuda irbeku anta kuda maatadತೀವಿ. But majorly first three. But ಈ ಒಂದು ರೂಲ್ ಅಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ can we provide we call it as classical language status 2, this 3? ಇವು ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದಾ? 1500 to 2000 years history ಇದೆಯಾ ಇವು ಮೂರಕ್ಕೆ? No. But Pali and Prakrit ಇದೆ. Pali and Prakrit is been practiced since Mahavira or since Buddha times in the. We have an history. But Pali and Prakrit, is it respected by the vast community? No. But in reality ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ the 5 will partially get removed from the classical language status. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಇದನ್ನೇ ಅಮೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ, ಕ್ರೈಟೀರಿಯಾ ಅಮೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ. ಎಸ್ ಆರ್ ನೋ? ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅಮೆಂಡೆಡ್ ಅ ಕ್ರೈಟೀರಿಯಾ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದಿಸ್. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಅದನ್ನ ಅಮೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಈಗ. ನಾವು ದಿಸ್ ಕ್ರೈಟೀರಿಯಾ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಅಟ್ ಆಲ್ ಯೂಸ್ ನಾವು. ಫ್ರಮ್ 2024 ಇಂದ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಕ್ರೈಟೀರಿಯಾಸ್. Now this has been, I can say, amended with ಏನೇನು ಆಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಫಾರ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಕ್ರೈಟೀರಿಯಾ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ನಾಲೆಜ್ ಟೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇರ್ಬೇಕಂತೆ. ಇಟ್ ಮಸ್ಟ್ ಬಿ ಹ್ಯಾವಿಂಗ್ ವಾಟ್ ಟೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್? ನಾಲೆಜ್ ಟೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್. ನಾಲೆಜ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲಾದ್ರೂ ನಾಲೆಜ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಈವನ್ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಆಸ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಎಸ್ ಆರ್ ನೋ? ಇಫ್ ದಟ್ ದ ಕೇಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಯಾಟಿಸ್ಫೈ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. And the second major important one, but ಏನ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಯಾಟಿಸ್ಫೈ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, it should have an inscription on its own. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ರಿಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಬಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ 5 ಬರುತ್ತೆ. It should have its inscription on its own. And the third one we call it as, it should have an epigraphy. ಏನಪ್ಪ ಇನ್ಸ್ಕ್ರಿಪ್ಷನ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ? ಇನ್ಸ್ಕ್ರಿಪ್ಷನ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? It is the literature which has been written down on it is some permanent structures. What about epigraphy andre? Nange begane helbekೀಗ. What is epigraphy? Yes, okay alva? Epigraphy is nothing but something should be valuable anta. for a particular language something it is valuable knowledge text as well as inscription. In Muru it is they have brought in the new things we call it as the new one we call it as knowledge text, including the textbooks, including the poetries. Followed by we call it as inscriptions. Followed by we call it as epigraphy must be there. Okay alva? Yes, highly important one. Gothili idra ಬಗ್ಗೆ. This is majorly we call it as the classical languages. Now ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ different states ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ ಯಾವ್ದು ನೋಡೋಣ ಫಸ್ಟ್. It is Maharashtra ಆಯ್ತು ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ. ಎನ್ನೇ ಆಯ್ತು ಮಹಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ. Bengali or Bengal? West Bengal? Okay, first Bengal. It is Padmaja Naidu Zoological Park. Exactly, yes. It is Padmaja Naidu Zoological Park. Elidiyappa idu. Darjeeling. It is famous for ಏನಕ್ಕೆ? It is red panda. It is famous for red panda. Yes, perfect. Red panda. Second one we call it as 41st UNESCO's World Heritage Site. It is Shantiniketan. Now this has been constructed by Debendranath Tagore. It is Rabindranath Tagore or Appa. It is Debendranath the Tagore. And the third one, big name. Now which state is the largest producer of paddy? It is West Bengal, the largest producer of the paddy. And we can talk about, perfect, it is the Sundarbans. It is the Sundarbans. Okay alva? Now Sundarbans is majorly known as it is for mangroves. A tree called as the Sundari tree anta karitivi. We call it as a Sundari tree. Adadmele it is the Bengal tigers, famous for the Bengal tigers. First, okay, G8 ಎಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕೂ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಅದೇನು ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. It is Bengal, the tigers, and majorly we call it as the ports. We have two important ports. One we call it as Kolkata port as well as Haldia port. Kolkata as well as Haldia, majorly for the exporting of exporting of coal, exporting of iron. Exporting of coal as well as exporting of iron. Okay now? Yes? ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ? Yes. The next one. The next theme we call it as data. Second question ಕೇಳಿಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳಿ ಡೇಟಾ ಮೇಲೆ. Now, sir, question ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ what all things I need to discuss here? Now, what is data? Data principle ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? Data fiduciary ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? What is data? At least ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಗೊತ್ತು ಗುರು ಹೇಳಿ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ. ಡೇಟಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್, ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಮಕ್ಳಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು, ಅದು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೇಳಿ. Exactly, Durga Puja has been given intangible heritage status. Exactly, yes. Kolkata Haldia integrated, yes. Darjeeling tea, adu jamanadadu use illa adu. Underwater construction of metro. This okay. Okay, now coming to data. Now first thing, ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿರೋ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ, now this data is considered to be ಏನಪ್ಪ, that 21st century ಏನಿದು, the new oil, the 21st century new oil ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. Now sir, now don't you think data is highly important? 21st century new oil ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ nothing but highly important ಅಂತ. Now highly important ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ how are we protecting this? How are we using this? How are we securing this? Yes or no? Now the data concept has been started from 2017 in the data concept has been started from 2017 ಇಂದ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ನಾವು ಮೇಜರ್ 2017 ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, a case called as KS Puttaswamy judgment. ರೀಸೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ KS Puttaswamy ಕೂಡ ತೀರ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ. Now this 2017 ಅಲ್ಲಿ we have got a judgment called as, it is High Court of Karnataka has given a judgment saying that it is right to privacy judgment. ಕೇಳಿದಿರ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ, right to privacy judgment. It is also called as ದ KS ದ ಪುಟ್ಟಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಂತ ಕೂಡ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ದ KS ದ ಪುಟ್ಟಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಂತ. Now what was the recommendation of this KS ಪುಟ್ಟಸ್ವಾಮಿ judgment? ಏನಪ್ಪ, what was the judgment ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, Article 21 or right to privacy is a part of ಯಾವ article? Article 21, right to privacy has been declared as, we call it as Article 21 or an intrinsic part of Article 21. First thing. And the second thing, sir, ಈ ಡೇಟಾ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಡೇಟಾ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ಯೂಸ್ಡ್ ಲೀಗಲಿ. ಇಫ್ ದರ್ ಇಸ್ ಅನ್ ಆಕ್ಟ್, ಅವಾಗ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬಹುದಾ ಒಂದು, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ದ ಡೇಟಾ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬಿ ಯೂಸ್ಡ್ ಲೀಗಲಿ and data should be used in a proportionate manner. It is data should be used in a proportionate. ಏನಪ್ಪ ಈ ಲಿಗ್ಯಾಲಿಟಿ ಅಂದ್ರೇನು, ಪ್ರಪೋರ್ಷನಾಲಿಟಿ ಅಂದ್ರೇನು, ಇಂಟ್ರೆನ್ಸಿಕ್ ಅಂದ್ರೇನು? ಇಂಟ್ರೆನ್ಸಿಕ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಆರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ 21, ರೈಟ್ ಟು ಲೈಫ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಲಿಬರ್ಟಿ. ಓಕೆನಾ, ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್ ಇಸ್ ಡನ್. ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಒನ್, ಲಿಗ್ಯಾಲಿಟಿ ಅಂದ್ರೇನು? ಲಿಗ್ಯಾಲಿಟಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ಎಸ್ಟಾಬ್ಲಿಷ್ಡ್ ಬೈ ಅನ್ ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಪಾರ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್. Act of Parliament. Sir, why are you saying it is Act of Parliament? Why not state? Because data is a residuary subject. It is neither mentioned in central, the state or concurrent. Now, yellow mention agilla anta residuary. The power has been given to yarge. It is central government. Now, adukoskara they need to bring in a law or they need to bring in a provisions to use the data. To use the data, ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ರೀಸೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ they have brought in Digital Data Protection Act has been brought in the year 2023 ನಲ್ಲಿ, 2023ರಲ್ಲಿ, based on the legality they have brought in an act called as Digital Data Protection Act has been brought in. Digital Protection Act has been brought in, ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ. And the third one we call it as, sir, ಡೇಟಾನ ಪ್ರಪೋರ್ಷನಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, that should be majorly benefiting the people at large, not threats to the people. Take an example of recent ಆಗಿ we are going for caste census. Now caste census ಹೋಗ್ತಿದೀವಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, don't you think it is legality also? ಲೀಗಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ has given a go ahead in a ದೇವೇಂದ್ರ ಸಿಂಗ್ or I can say Davendra Singh versus the state of Punjab case ಅಲ್ಲಿ legality ಇದೆ. And the second one we also have an act also, and the second one we call it as proportionality. ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, that will benefit the, we call it as subcaste within the SC people, and that we call it as proportionality. That should be welfare anta. Proportionality is nothing but it should be welfare approach for the people. Now even more basis mele we can go for collecting of data anta. Now based on this right to privacy judgment, the government of India has established a committee called as, yav committee to study about data. It is, we call it as the Sri Krishna committee has been established. Ella martogi. It is the Sri Krishna committee has been established to study this. Now based on this only, the act has been passed. We call it as Digital Data Protection Act has been passed. Okay alva? Digital, it is act has been passed in ಯಾವ year ಅಲ್ಲಿ? It is 2023. But ಈ ವರ್ಷ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾಕೆ ಸರ್ 2023 ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಬಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾಸ್ ಆದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ laws are been or the rules has been made in ಯಾವಾಗ? It is implemented in the year 2025. Recently they have made a rules to implement this act. We call it as Digital Persons, or we call it as Digital Data Protection Act has been implemented in the year 2025 ಅಲ್ಲಿ, 2025. ಓಕೆನಾ? ಡೇಟಾ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಎವಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತು ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ. ಈ ವರ್ಷ ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ ಕೇಳಿರ ಕೇಳಿ ಡೇಟಾ ಮೇಲೆ. ನಾವು ಸರ್ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಓಕೆ ಸರ್, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಓಕೆ, ಬಟ್ ಇಫ್ ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಕೇಸ್, ವಾಟ್ ಯು ಮೀನ್ ಬೈ ಡೇಟಾ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್, ಡೇಟಾ ಫ್ಯುಡಿಷರಿ ಅಂದ್ರೇನು, ಸೇಫ್ ಹಾರ್ಬರ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಅಂದ್ರೇನು? ಕೇಳೇ ಇಲ್ವಾ? ಹೇಳಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ. ಓಕೆ ಓಕೆ, ಡೇಟಾ ಯಾರಪ್ಪಂದು? ನಿಮ್ಮಪ್ಪಂದು, ಯಾಕೆ ನಿಮ್ದಲ್ವಾ? Okay, hello, it is data. Now think that it is some companies collecting my data. Now either from some Telegram or WhatsApp or Instagram, ಯಾವ್ದು data ತಗೋತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. Now who is the owner of this data sir ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, it's me. and it's me antandre we call it as data principle. Class gantu principle aglilla, at least data gadru principle now. Okay alva, it is data principle, we are data principle anta. Now one who is collecting idaralva avaru enanta karitivi, we call it as data fiduciary anta. Now sir, what do you mean by data andre okay, but fiduciary andre enu? The fiduciary andre a third party, one who is collecting something for the benefit of society anta. A person, one who is collecting a data and that will benefit the people at large again. Okay alva, ivribru gotti, okay alva, principal as well as data fiduciary. But ivribbarna control ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂತ middleman ಯಾರು ಇಲ್ಲಿ? ದಲ್ಲಾಳಿ ಯಾರು ಇಲ್ಲಿ? It is government. It is, we call it as the mediator or the regulator, we call it as government. The government will be regulating. Now government regulate ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ they have brought in an act called as ಯಾವ act? It is 2023 act. We call it as the 2023 act, but that 2023 act will be, I can say, or is being implemented from 2025 in the. Now sir, ಈ act ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೇನು ಮಾತಾಡಿದಿರ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, now who is the data principal? Who is the owner? Now owner is individuals. After right to privacy judgment, it's a part of article 21. Now who is the owner sir anta kelidre, individuals are the owner. Now individuals owner adre, don't you think every time if they are collecting data they need to get a permission? ನೀವು ಮೊಬೈಲ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇವಾಗ ರೀಸೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳುತ್ತೆ, it is permission ಕೇಳಿ yes or no ಅಂತ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಬೇಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ yes or no, and that we call it as data principle. Nothing but individuals, the permission is mandatory. Individuals, the permission is mandatory and they need to get the permission on continuous basis with clarity, with simpleness, as well as with, we call it as effectiveness also. With effectiveness also. First one we call it as data, the privacy is also being included. Now with respect to data fiduciary nodadadre, they have collected data. Now for example ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು, ನನ್ನ ಮನೆ ಅಡ್ರೆಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. Now how are they going to use this? How are they going to use this? Now that usage should be in line with the act anta. That should be in line with the act and the processing should happen within India or outside. It is, that should happen within India. That should happen within India based on the guidelines of the government. Sir, illa sir, ಈಗ ಈ ಡೇಟಾ ಫ್ಯುಡಿಷಿಯರಿ ಅವ್ರ ಮಾತು ಕೇಳಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ವಾಟ್ ಡಸ್ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ದ ಅಥಾರಿಟಿ? ಈಗ ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಥಿಂಕ್ ದಟ್ ಗೂಗಲ್ ಮಾತು ಕೇಳಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ವಾಟ್ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ದ ಅಥಾರಿಟಿ? ಗೂಗಲ್ ಡಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅ ಬೇಸ್ ಇನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ. Google does not have a base in India. What will you do now? ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ we have brought in a concept called as the safe harbor policy anta. Now safe harbor policy antandre nothing but we call it as the government have given some guidelines or the government has given some provision to I can say the data collecting companies. Some provisions. Sir, provision ಏನು ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, some provision ಏನು ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ nothing but it can be the tariff provisions, nothing but ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಕಟ್ಟಿ, in case if you are being convicted you won't be arrested immediately. ಇದೆಲ್ಲದನ್ನ we call it as safe harbor policy. The safe harbor policy, if you have been violated we'll be removing, ಏನು ರಿಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ? The safe harbor policy will be removed ಅಂತ. The safe harbor policy will be removed if you are not abiding to the guidelines which has been given by given by government. But ade abide ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರೆ a safe harbor policy will be present. Now safe harbor idre you will be paying lesser amount of taxes, and the second one you won't be immediately arrested for your violation of your company, and the third one loan approval begna agutte, and the fourth one we call it as support from the government will also be there. Other government against hoದ್ರೆ there will be huge amount of rates, huge amount of restrictions, huge amount of we call it as provisions also, and that we call it as the safe harbor policy will be removed by the government. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ, ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಮೀಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ ಆರ್ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ it is they won't speak anything against the government. ಏನಕ್ಕೆ? ಬಿಕಾಸ್ they will be withdrawing the safe harbor policy which has been given to the some social media networks. Either it can be Twitter or X, or it can be Facebook, or it can be WhatsApp, all the things. Then we call it as safe harbor policy. Now ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ ನಿಮಗೆ 3 ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲೇಬೇಕು. Data principle, the principle, and the second one we call it as the data fiduciary, and the third one we call it as government, and the safe harbor policy. At least ಈ 3 ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ. The safe harbor ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ ಹೋಗಿ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಆಗಿ, and second one principal, and third one we call it as fiduciary. ಬಟ್ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಓಕೆ ಸರ್, ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಓಕೆ. ಬಟ್ ನಾನು ಡೇಟಾ ಕಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನನಗೆ ಆ ಡೇಟಾ ನಾನು ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಇರೋದು ನನಗೆ ಇಷ್ಟ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಐ ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ರಿಮೂವ್ ದಟ್ ಕಂಟೆಂಟ್, and that we call it as right to be forgotten. ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ರೈಟ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಫರ್ಗಾಟನ್. ಈಗ ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಥಿಂಕ್ ದಟ್ ಈಗ ನಾನು ಯಾರನ್ನೋ ಜಗಳ ಆಡ್ತಿರೋದೋ ಹೊಡಿತಿರೋದೇನೋ ಒಂದು ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟಲ್ಲಿ ಅಪ್ಲೋಡ್ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಬಟ್ ಬೇಸ್ಡ್ ಆನ್ ಮೈ ಪ್ರೈವಸಿ ಆರ್ ಬೇಸ್ಡ್ ಆನ್ ಮೈ ಸೆಕ್ಯೂರಿಟಿ, that need to be removed. That need to be removed. Now, how to remove that? Do we have any statutory backing in India to remove the or to delete? We call it as the privacy content. ಇದೆಯಾ ಇಲ್ವೋ? ಇದ್ರೆ ಏನಿದೆ? First one. Second one we call it as now sir ಎಲ್ಲ ಓಕೆ, ಬಟ್ ಈಗ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ದಿನ ನನ್ನ ಡೇಟಾ ಕಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, but after some 10 years the present data is not useful for a company also, it is not useful for a government also, it is not useful for me also. But don't you think it is unused data should be deleted by the company also? And if they want to delete it, now yaar permission ಬೇಕು, with how many days permission is mandatory? Second. And the third one, which country is the first country to come out with a right to privacy document? ನಂಗೆ ಬೇಬಿ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕೀಗ, ಈ ಡೇಟಾ ದಿನ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಬಟ್ ಡೇಟಾ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ? ಅಂಡ್ ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಹೇಳಿ? ಹೌದೋ ಇಲ್ವೋ? ನೀವೇ ಹೇಳಿ. UPSC ಓದ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಂಡ್ ಯು ಡೋಂಟ್ ನೋ ದ ಲಾಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಯು ಡೋಂಟ್ ನೋ ದ ಗೈಡ್ಲೈನ್ಸ್. ಈಗ ನಾನು ಎಷ್ಟಾಗೋರು ನಾನು ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಅಪ್ಲೋಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಫೋಟೋ, ಓಕೆ, ಮೀ ವಿತ್ ಮೈ ಗರ್ಲ್ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಏನೋ ಅಪ್ಲೋಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ, ಬಟ್ ಇವಾಗ ನನಗೆ ಇಷ್ಟ ಇಲ್ಲ ಆ ಗರ್ಲ್ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಜೊತೆ. ನಾವು ಡೋಂಟ್ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಐ ನೀಡ್ ಟು ಗೆಟ್ ರಿಮೂವ್ಡ್? ಎಸ್ ಆರ್ ನೋ? ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬ್ರೇಕಪ್ ಒಂದು ಹಾಕೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕಾಂಟ್ರವರ್ಸಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ನಾವು ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದಿಸ್ ರೈಟ್ ಟು ಫರ್ಗಾಟನ್? ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್, ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ದ ರೈಟ್ ಟು ಗೆಟ್ ಫರ್ಗಾಟನ್. Now do we have any laws in India? Second one, what is the grievance channel we have? The grievance channel related to data. And the third one, how to remove, we call it as non-useful data. How to remove non-useful data. ಈ ಮೂರನ್ನ ನೋಡೋಣ. Now first and foremost one, sir, right to forgotten another, the concept has been for the first time came up in an act called as European Union. The European Union right to forgotten act anta bandide. Gothirli, act anta mention ಮಾಡಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ what does it mean? It is, there is a statutory backing in where? There is a statutory backing in European Union. Right to get forgotten. Right to get forgotten is a statutory right in European Union, but in India we don't have any laws related to the removal of the data. But ಆದ್ರೆ ಇದನ್ನ ರಿಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಆದ್ರೆ in case if the company thinks that your data is not useful, ಕಂಪನಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಇಷ್ಟ ಬಂದ್ರೆ they can delete. ಅಂಡ್ ಅದನ್ನ ಡಿಲೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ದೇ ನೀಡ್ ಟು ಗೆಟ್ ಅ ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಬೈ ದ, ಯಾರನ್ನ ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ತಗೋಬೇಕು? ಈಗ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಡೇಟಾ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಇಂದ ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ತಗೋಬೇಕು. ಡೇಟಾ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಇಂದ ದೇ ನೀಡ್ ಟು ಗಿವ್ ಅ ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್, ಅಂಡ್ ದಟ್ ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ 2 days ಅಹೆಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಎರೇಸಿಂಗ್. ಎರೇಸ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಿಂತ 2 ದಿನ ಮುಂಚೆ ಆರ್ 48 hours ಮುಂಚೆ they need to send the information to the data principal saying that we are erasing your data. In case if you want, it is do intimate us. ಇದು ನೋಡಿ, ಇದು ನನ್ನ ಇಷ್ಟ, ನನಗೆ ಡಿಲೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸ್ತಿದೆ, ಬಟ್ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಅ ಕಂಪನಿ. ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಕಂಪನಿ ಸೇಯಿಂಗ್ ದಟ್ ನೀನು ಯೂಸ್ಫುಲ್, ನಿನ್ನಿಂದ ಏನು ನನಗೆ ಯೂಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ, ಐ ಆಮ್ ಡಿಲೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಇಟ್, ಇನ್ ಕೇಸ್ ಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನನಗೆ ಹೇಳು ಅಂತ. ಓಕೆನಾ? This is opposite. This is happening from the data fiduciary point of view. Data fiduciary point of view. And the third one we call it as grievance. Now grievance. Now what do you mean by grievance andre ಏನು? What do you mean by grievance? First, ಏನಪ್ಪ grievance andre? Nothing but if I want to get any info or if I want to get something resolved. Now how can I can say communicate sir ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ we have established a grievance redressal channel also. Grievance redressal channel also has been established to deal with respect to all data related offenses or data related the cases ಅಂತ. Okay na ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಿದೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ. ನಾವು ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ಸತಿ ರಿವಿಷನ್ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಬಿಡಿ. The first one we call it as data. What is it? Data is nothing but 21st century new oil. Now 21st century new oil ali there are three important things. One, you should know about the origin of this. Now origin ಏನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ it is in the year 2017 we call it as right to privacy judgment as an intrinsic part of article 21 of our Indian constitution. Okay now, first one. And the second one, based on this judgment we have established a committee called as it is the Sri Krishna committee. Now 371J na study ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ which committee has been established? Now providing Kalyana Karnataka a huge, I can say it is a special status in the year 2012 ali. Which committee has been established? No, it is the same Sri Krishna committee. See, Nanjundappa committee is so backward, it is backward districts galva. It's not only for KK region. ಹೌದೋ ಇಲ್ವೋ ಬಾಸ್? ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಸತಿ ನೀವು ಎಷ್ಟು ಕನ್ಫ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಓದ್ತೀರಾ ನೋಡಿ. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ 2000 Nanjundappa committee has been established to study the backward districts of Karnataka. Major agi 114 districts has been declared as backward. It does not mean that it is Kalyana Karnataka. Okay, admele it is Govindrao committee kuda establish agide presently. But I am talking about it is before to article 371J ginta munche which committee has recommended for providing a special status ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ it is we call it as BN Sri Krishna committee. Same BN the Sri Krishna committee same ಇವರೇ. The BN Sri Krishna committee recommended 371J also. And now it is the data privacy. Now based on this judgment we have passed the act called as it is Digital Data Protection Act of 2023 and the rules has been came up in 2025 ali. Now under this act we should know about some 3 or 4 pointers. One, we call it as data principal yarappa andre owner yarappa andre nanu elladukku you should take a permission from me. And the second one we call it as data principal admele it is we call it as data fiduciary. Now who will be the processing my data, where he will process, how he will process, that is being guided by the government. That's being guided by government. And you should also know about data dikkat policy anta. Data dikkat policy talks about our Indian data should be stored, processed and used only in India. Okay now, second and the third major important one, under this act there is no concept of right to forgotten, but Supreme Court is investigating this case with the utmost cautiousness. Right to forgotten tarabeko bedvu anta. But adre it is we have a data fiduciary will be deleting it is unutilized data with the permission of again the data principal. It is 2 days ahead of deleting. 2 days ahead of deleting ಅದು ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ we also established the grievance redressal mechanism or the grievance redressal channel also. Okay now, yes, done. This is all with respect to our first session. Okay now polity ಓದಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ at least? Yes, ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಓದಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ? Now this is not polity, rather it is current affairs majorly related to governance. The governance. I know a little bit difficult, but ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ರಿವಿಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ you will get all those things. Okay ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಇದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಇನ್ನು ಮಿಕ್ಕಿದೆಲ್ಲ ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೋಗೋಣ. We'll discuss about the caste census, we'll discuss about the simultaneous elections, ವಾಫ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡೋಣ. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಗೊತ್ತು ನೋಡೋಣ ವಾಫ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ವಾಫ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನೇ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಆಮೇಲೆ 2024 2025 ಏನು ಡಿಫ್ರೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಓಕೆನಾ? ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡೋಣ. ವಿಲ್ ಸಿ ಆಲ್ ದೋಸ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಒನ್ ಬೈ ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ದ ಬ್ರೇಕ್. ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಎಸ್, now it is 10 o'clock. Now we'll take a break up till 10:05. Okay alva, 30 minutes. Yes, thank you online. I hope you guys are getting it. Artha ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ? Yes, paka? Yeah, okay. Thank you. Okay, shall we start? Yes. The next most important topic, we call it as adapa. It is the minorities. Now, with respect to minorities, na discuss madbekandre which all topics we need to discuss? Begne, which all topics? The first one we call it as, with respect to minorities ಬಗ್ಗೆ discuss ಮಾಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ, the first one we call it as, now article 30 or article 29 and 30 ಮಾತಾಡಬಹುದು, but majorly we'll be discussing about article 30. Article 30, what is article 29 and 30? It is major at 29 talks about, it is the right of minorities to conserve the script, the language and the culture ಬಗ್ಗೆ. The script, language and the culture of the minorities. Major which also includes NPLA 29, which also includes both minorities as well as majoritarian. But article 30 matra, which is exclusively related to yarge, it is minorities. Majorly it's a right of the minorities to establish the educational institution on their own. Anta. Okay na? Yes. Now this article 30 is in news. Yenike sir anta kelidre, recent agi Supreme Court has provided a judgment. Recently Supreme Court has provided a judgment that we call it as, the judgment we call it as the 4:3 judgment related to yaudike? Related to AMU. Now illi we'll discuss about what is AMU ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡೋಣ, and second thing we'll also discuss about what is this judgment talks about, and the third thing we'll also discuss about the provisions related to article 30 also. Okay na? Now first thing here is, sir ಈ judgment ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹೇಳಿ. Now what does this judgment talks about? What does this judgment talks about? Now judgment of Supreme Court has upheld AMU as a enage. It is AMU as a minority institution. It has been declared as minority institution. But nodi close competition nodi. 4 judges have supported and 3 has opposed this. The 3 has opposed this, first thing. And the second major important one we call it as, the Supreme Court judgment has remodified the Allahabad judgment of 2006. Nenpitkolli, this has, I can say, reversed the Allahabad judgment. Allahabad judgment has rejected the minority status to AMU. Now sir, AMU minority status ಏನಕ್ಕೆ sir reject ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ? Why? Because the AMU has been established by the law. It has been established by the Act of Parliament. It has been established by the Act of Parliament. Based on this rule, based on this provision, Allahabad High Court in the year 2006 ali, they have rejected, saying that it's a government property. Government property cannot be used for, it is minority protection anta. But in this year or in the last year, the Supreme Court has clarified that minority status cannot be rejected solely on the basis of law or solely on the basis of an institution which has been established on the legal provisions. But we need to look at a larger perspective where which has been established by minority, and the second one, what is the objective it is serving. And idinella nodi, they have provided a judgment saying that AMU is no matter what, it's a minority status. It's a minority, the status anta. Okay na? Yes, highly important one. Idon ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ, the judgment, and you should also know about AMU. Now with Allahabad judgment ali, you should also know about, we call it as major agi. They have, I can say, declared it as what? They have declared it as not a minority status anta. Not a minority, the status. Yes, second thing ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ. And the third major important one, basic related to AMU. Now AMU anta ಏನಪ್ಪ abbreviation? Aligarh Muslim University. Aligarh Muslim University, when it has been established by yaru? What is the objective of this AMU? ಯಾವಾಗ establish ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು? It is 1875. 10 ವರ್ಷ ಮುಂಚೆ, 1885 ಐನ್ಸಿಗಿಂತ 10 ವರ್ಷ ಮುಂಚೆ, it is 1875 ಎಸ್ಟಾಬ್ಲಿಷ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. And it has been established by Sir Syed Ahmad Khan. The Sir Syed Ahmad Khan, the Syed Ahmad Khan ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ, the Sir Syed Ahmad Khan. And the third major important one, what is the objective of this Aligarh movement or Aligarh Muslim University concept annually? What's the objective? It is providing education in which all, I can say in which all languages only. It is both. It is, be cautious, it is not only in English, it is also theology also. Theology and Islamic theology as well as Islamic theology as well as in English. We need to provide rational education as well as religious instruction should be provided, and we call it as AMU. Okay, based on this, this AMU is also promoting the minority. We call it as the Muslim population also. The development of the Muslim population educationally with respect to rational thought, as well as we call it as in a pantandre. It is the theological also. Islamic theology as well as we call it as English. And the next one we call it as, sir, idana university yavar declare ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ sir ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ in the year 1920 ಅಲ್ಲಿ. In the year 1920 it has been declared uniqueness. In the year 1920 ಅಲ್ಲಿ it has been declared as, we call it as endapa, it is a university. It has been given a status called as the university status. Done. This is all with respect to the judgment, Article 29 and Article 30, and followed by it is AMU. But on ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ Muslim population ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ there are a number of issues. But a number of issues ಇದ್ರೆ it is ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಹೇಳಿ except ವಾಫ್ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಯಾವುದಿಲ್ಲ. It is the first and the foremost one. We call it as minorities. Now, which population has the highest? Which population has the highest minority population ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ we call it as Muslims. ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ, it is Muslims, the Sikhs, the Christians, Buddhists, Jains, Parsis. MSc BJP ಅಂತ ನೆನಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? It is MSc BJP, Muslims, Sikhs, Christians, Buddhists, Jains and Parsis. Done. The second major important one, now which religious minorities are the highest with respect to under trials? Under trial ಅಲ್ಲಿ 75% ಅಂತ ನೋಡಿದ್ವಿ ಜನರಲ್ ಆಗಿ. But which religious group? Is it Hindus, Muslims, the Sikhs, Christians are highest? Under trials ಅಲ್ಲಿ. Now which minorities are highest with respect to illiteracy? Muslims. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಅಂಡರ್ ಟ್ರಯಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ 19.3% are Muslims based on religion. With respect to ಅಂಡರ್ ಟ್ರಯಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಕಾರ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಯಾವ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರಕಾರ? NCRB, ಸೇಮ್ NCRB, ದ ಸೇಮ್ NCRB ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಯಾವ ಮೈನಾರಿಟೀಸ್ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಮುಸ್ಲಿಂ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ಸ್ 19.3% ಆಫ್ ಅಂಡರ್ ಟ್ರಯಲ್ಸ್. ಮುಸ್ಲಿಮ್ಸ್ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ಸ್, ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ವಿತ್ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ರಿಲಿಜನ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮುಸ್ಲಿಮ್ಸ್, ರಿಲಿಜನ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ it is Muslims. And second one, caste ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾವ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂತ? Caste. It is SC, scheduled caste contributes to the maximum. It is based on caste group in Hinduism ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ it is, we call it as the 9.3, one ತಗದಾಕಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಇಲ್ಲಿ 9.3 population, the scheduled caste group constitutes the maximum. Constitutes maximum with respect to the under trials. Okay na? These are second news. And the third news nodadadre, you should know about Rohingya Muslims. The Rohingya Muslims from Rakhine state of Myanmar. Rakhine state of Myanmar gotirli. And the fourth major one, the recent one, we call it as the CAA 2019 has been implemented from yavaginda? Has been implemented from 2024 in the February 2024. Again becomes important. Now the CAA applies to, it is how many countries? It is 3 countries. Yadadu? It is BAP countries, which includes 3, we call it as BAP countries: Bangladesh, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and which includes all the different minorities excluding Muslims. Excluding Muslims. Same MSc BJP ಬದಲು HSC BJP ಅಷ್ಟೇ. HSC the BJP. Okay ಅಲ್ವಾ? Hindus, the Sikhs, Christians, Buddhists, Jains and Parsis, because Hindus are minorities in other countries ಅಲ್ವಾ? Yes or no? It is applies to this. And the third major important one, the third or the next major important one, it is the section, the 6A of the Citizenship Act of 1955 is in use. Okay, ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡೋಣ. ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ. And next major important one we call it as the WAF Act of 2025. ಈ ಸತಿ minorities ಮೇಲೆ question ಕೇಳಿಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳಿ. See, these are the themes. There must be questions. There must be questions starting from basic in the till current affairs. A to Z you should be thorough. A to Z you should be the thorough anta. Okay alva? Exactly, yes. Highly important one. Idr ಬಗ್ಗೆ minorities. Done. The next one we call it as caste. ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಇರುತ್ತೋ ಇರಲ್ವೋ ನೀವೇ ಡಿಸೈಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಓಕೆನಾ? The next one we call it as caste ಅಂತ. The concept of caste. Now the concept of the caste. Now what do you mean by caste ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? Caste ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಜಾತಿ. What is caste? The division of people on the basis of what? The birth. It is nothing but ascribed status ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. It is the division of people on the basis of the birth. On the basis of birth, or it is called as ascribed. Class andre achieved. It is based on achieved status. Okay alva? Idu based on birth. Sir, example kodi it is caste system anta nododadre normally we have, I can say major agi nododadre we have brahmanas, the kshatriyas, vaishyas and shudras. Adralli we have different caste. Okay alva? This is our first one. And the second major important one idella okay sir. Now the concept of caste has been originated from yavaginda andre since time immemorial. It is from Rig Veda. It is starting from Rig Veda in that it is Ashoka's time, followed by even with respect to Kautilya's also Arthashastra, and even with respect to Aini Akbari of Akbar's concept. Elladru mention agidare, but avella namak beka sir andre not all required. But for the first time, caste concept has been inculcated officially in the modern times during yav period alli. It is majorly, it is not during 1831 or 1931. Major agi nodadadre it is from the 1881 in the. Now it is census alli nenpitಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. It is the concept of caste started from 18. It is we call it as 1881 in the. It is 1881 in the. Sir 1881 ಏನು sir? What is this 1881? It is considered to be the first the synchronous census ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ನಾವು ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಓಕೆ ಸರ್. ಈ synchronous census ನಡಿಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ who was the census commissioner and who was the viceroy or governor general? It is Ripon. But census commissioner it is Plowden ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. See Ripon ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕೇಳಲ್ಲ ಈಗ. This you should know. It is the first census commissioner during the caste census time ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ we call it as the Plowden. We call it as the Plowden ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ. The first one we call it as the census commissioner. We call it as the Plowden. And the viceroy ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ ಯಾರಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ it is Ripon. Ripon ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲಿ. He is called as father of the local self government. Father of local self government. Now idu ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ it is 1881 ಅಲ್ಲಿ it is a synchronous census. Sir synchronous ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ once in every 10 years there will be continuous census ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. But first census ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ we call it as in the year 1872 ನಲ್ಲಿ. The first the census which took place in the year 1872. It is 1872 ರಲ್ಲಿ. And who was the viceroy? It is we call it as Lord Mayo. Lord Mayo is also called as it is father of financial decentralization. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, father of financial decentralization ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ it is Mayo. Father of complete decentralization ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ it is Ripon. ಓಕೆನಾ? Yes, it is 1872 ಅಲ್ಲಿ the first census it is called as ಏನು ಕರಿತೀವಿ? ನಾನ್ ಸಿಂಕ್ರೋನಸ್ 10 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೊಮ್ಮೆ ನಡಿಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಏನು ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲ ಅವರು. It is the synchronous concept, non-synchronous. And the third one we call it as who was the viceroy ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ it is Lord Mayo. Lord Mayo is also called as the father of financial decentralization. Okay now. Yes. Now we 1881 ಇಂದ caste census ಶುರು ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಬಟ್ ಎಂಡ್ ಆಗೋದು ಯಾವಾಗ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ 1931 ವರೆಗೂ 1931 we had a caste census or inclusion of caste while calculating the census. the census ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ we discontinued. After 1931 we discontinued. ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ, we discontinued. ಓಕೆನಾ ಸರ್? ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಇವಾಗ ಏನಾದ್ರು ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆಯಾ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ನಾವು ರೀಸೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ 2025 ಅಲ್ಲಿ ದ ಕ್ಯಾಬಿನೆಟ್ ಆರ್ ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ has clarified saying that we will be going for the first caste census after independence. That does not mean that the first caste census in India. It's the first caste census after, ಏನಪ್ಪ, after independence. The next census will be, next census it is 2026 ಅಲ್ಲಿ, the next census will be the first caste census. The first caste census after independence. But in India ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ 1881. ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ 1881 ಅಪ್ ಟಿಲ್ 1931, ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಎಂಡ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಬಟ್ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ಇಂಡಿಪೆಂಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ 1950s ಇಂದ ವಿ ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡೆಡ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ SC and SC ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಆಸ್ ಅ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್, ಬಟ್ ನಾಟ್ ಅದರ್ ಕ್ರೈಟೀರಿಯಾಸ್ ಆರ್ ಸಬ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಏನು ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ. But now for the first time, the Modi government has clarified saying that the next caste census, the first caste census post independence will take place in the year 2026 anta. And not only digital census, it will also be the first caste census also. Now caste kuda keltare, yav caste anta, ನೀವು ಲಿಂಗಾಯತ್ಸ, ನೀವು ಗೌಡಾಸ or ಕುರುಬಾಸ್ or different castes will be included as a part of this. Okay alva, and that we call it as the caste census. Done. Okay alva, this is majorly we call it as the caste census and the origin of the caste census. Now idella okay sir, idella okay. Now what about this subcategorization? Now what do you mean by this substantive equality andre enu? What do you mean by okay alva? Clarity ಇದೆ ತಾನೆ? ನಾವು ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ, after independence we included only an SC and ST. ಬೇಕಿರೋದು ಅದನ್ನು ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. It is after independence 1950 ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ we include only SC and ST. We include only an SC and ST as a separate caste ಅಷ್ಟೇ, but not other caste. But ಆದರೆ 2020 or 2011ರಲ್ಲಿ we brought in a SECC data. We brought in a data called as SECC data of 2011 ಅಲ್ಲಿ. It is SECC ಅಂದ್ರೆ it is socio-economic caste census. The socio-economic caste census 2011, but this has not been released openly in public. This has not been released openly in the public, and this is under the government control itself. Okay alva, idu gotta. Now sir, ivella okay sir, but concept of census anadu which is mentioned under which subject? The concept of the census, is it union, the state or concurrent? It is the first one, we call it as yav subject ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆಯಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ it is a union subject under which schedule? The 7th schedule of our Indian Constitution. It is 7th schedule of our Indian Constitution, first one. The second major important one, the census commissioner or the registrar general of commissioner, it is present under which ministry? Ministry of Home Affairs. The census commissioner. And the third one is conducting of census. Is it a statutory provision or a constitutional provision? It is a statutory provision that we call it as the Census Act of 1948. The Census, the Act of 1948 ali. The Census Act of 1948. The fourth one, last sentence ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ಹೇಳಿ correct ಆಗಿ. Now is the census data, is it available openly to the public or is it highly confidential? It is not even given to judiciary. ನೆನಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಎರಡು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ ಇದೆ, ಯಾವ್ದು ಒಪ್ಕೋತೀರಾ? It is open, it is highly confidential. It is not even given to the judiciary also. It is highly confidential document. It is highly confidential. ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು ನೀವೇನಕ್ಕೆ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರಿ ಅಂತ. But data it is partially released. And the sex ratio, it is child sex ratio, followed by with respect to population, ಇಷ್ಟು ಮಾತ್ರ ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. But the complete report is not released into the public and it is highly confidential. It is not even given to the judiciary also. ಈ ಯಶವಂತ್ ಸಿನ್ಹಾ ಕೂಡ ಕೊಡಲ್ಲ. Who is this Yashwant Sinha? ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ನೀವೇನು ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಅಫೇರ್ಸ್ ಓದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದಾಯ್ತು. ಯಶವಂತ್ ಸಿನ್ಹಾ ಅಗೇನ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇಂಪೀಚ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಪ್ರೋಸೆಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಬೀನ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟೆಡ್ ಬೈ ಸಂಜೀವ್ ಖನ್ನಾ. ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಯಶವಂತ್ ಸಿನ್ಹಾ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಅದೇ ದುಡ್ಡನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ, ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ. ಕರಪ್ಟೆಡ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ ಆರ್ ಕರಪ್ಟೆಡ್ ಜುಡಿಷಿಯರಿ. ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? We call it as highly confidential. It is outside the jurisdiction of even the judiciary also. Even the judiciary also. It is conducted once in how many years? It is conducted once in, we call it as the 10 years. And the next one we call it as this 2026 will be not only the first caste census, it will also be the first digital census. First digital, the census also. The first digital census also. Okay now, highly important. Okay, done. Idondu, it is the first part. And the second part we call it as subcategorization of caste. The subcategorization of caste. Okay na, artha aಯ್ತು ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ, ಏನು ಡೌಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ತಾನೆ? Okay, okay na? Yes. The next one we call it as, now what do you mean by equality? Equality and a concept of substantive equality. What is equality and what is substantive equality? ನಾವು RTI ಕೊಡ್ತಾರ ಸರ್ ಅಂತೆ, ಜುಡಿಷಿಯರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ how come RTI? Yes or no? It is ಇನ್ನೂ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ section 8 of RTI, it clearly bars the receiving of information from census. ಕೊಡಲ್ಲ ಅವರು, ಕೊಟ್ಟರು ಕೂಡ it is the summary document will be given as a part of RTI document. Summary ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ನಮಗೆ ಸಿಗತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಅದೇ, not a complete document. Okay na? Now what is equality and what is, we call it as the substantive equality? What is the digital census ante? Yeah, digital andre it is conducted online. It is conducted online, we call it as digital. The next one we call it as equality and substantive equality. Now ಏನಪ್ಪ equality ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು, substantive equality ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? It is equality means everyone are equal. Everyone are equal before the law of the land. Everyone is equal before the law of the land. And this concept we call it as rule of law. ಕೇಳಿದಿರ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ? Rule of law, no matter what, everyone is equal. ಈಗ for example ನನಗೆ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲರೂ equal ತಾನೆ? Yes or no? But substantive equality ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ nothing but not everyone is equal, but the different people are being placed differently. For example, think that one who have studied engineering, they might be, I can say, fast at learning, and ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಏನಾದರೂ it is maybe the commerce ಓದಿರೋರು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ maybe they might feel difficultiness with respect to the science or science and technology. Yes or no? It's the different people are being placed differently, and that we call it as the concept of substantive equality, or it is also called as concept of equity anta. ಕೇಳಿದಿರಾ? Substantive equality is also called as equity. ಸರ್ ಇನ್ನೂ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ it is equality before law, and this we call it as equal protection of law. Nothing but like is being treated likely and unlike is being treated unlikely anta. Nothing but on this, I can say, people who are placed in similar situations is being treated equally. Now based on this judgment, based on this concept, in the year 2024 the Supreme Court has provided a judgment called as Davendra Singh judgment versus State of Punjab 2024. ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ನ? ನಾನು ಹೇಳೋದು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಒಬ್ರೆ ನೋಡಿ. ಓಕೆ ಇಬ್ರು ಸಿ ಅಷ್ಟು ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ನಡೀತಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಯು ಶುಡ್ ನೋ. ಸಿ ಈ ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇಂದಾನೆ ದ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟೇಕನ್ ಅ ಬೋಲ್ಡ್ ಇನಿಷಿಯೇಟಿವ್ ಟು ಗೋ ಫಾರ್ವರ್ಡ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆನ್ಸಸ್. Because ಎಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ the Supreme Court had said that it is SC is a homogeneous population. Now if they are a homogeneous population, you can't divide them. ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ರು? They are saying they are called as equality. Everyone are equal. You can't divide. But for the first time in the year 2024 ali, in the judgment called as Davendra Singh judgment ali, they have said that SCs are not homogeneous and you can go for subcategorization. ಅಷ್ಟು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಬಿಡ್ತಾರ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅವರು? They said that, oh, now we got a green signal, now we'll go for dividing all the people. Yes or no? ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಸಬ್ ಕ್ಯಾಟಗರೈಸೇಷನ್. And with respect to admele, it is even in Karnataka also we have established H.N. Nagmohan Das committee also, and he is working literally hard to divide the people and to get the data. Yes or no? Okay. Yes. ಏನು ಹೇಳೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಓಕೆ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದಾವೇಂದ್ರ ಸಿಂಗ್. ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಕೂಡ ಶುರು ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟೆಂಡೆಡ್ ಬೈ 20 more days. ಬಟ್ ಡೇಟಾ ಅಂತೂ ಪಕ್ಕಾ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ, ಬಟ್ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ಗೆ ಸಿಗಲ್ಲ. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಶ್ಯೂರ್. ಎಸ್ ಆರ್ ನೋ? Okay. Okay, it is Davendra Singh versus the state of Punjab. Davendra Singh versus the state of the Punjab. Okay, alva. And in this judgment, they have clarified saying that it is SC population is not a homogeneous, I can say the people, they are heterogeneous, and subcategorization can be done. Subcategorization can be done. Now, based on this, the different states have announced that we will be going for the caste census. Now, which is the first state to go for caste census? It is Bihar. The first state is Bihar. Second, Andhra Telangana. It is Telangana. And the third one we call it as Karnataka. And Karnataka H.N. Nagmohan Das gotirli. Okay now. Okay. No, na eshtra mattige success agodu gottilla, but I don't think this will yield a good results. And this will only delay the recruitment ashte. See, nenpide hogli nimge illirade, it is hardly we have, see, I am not comparing any caste, but I am giving you only logics ashte. But adadmele nan matte comment marbedi. Now my question here is, see, 100% population, SC population ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಇದಾರಪ್ಪ? That is 18.6%. Now 18.6% population goskara, now is it good to starve the other caste people? Andre, I am talking about 82% of the population will starve without any recruitment, unless and until this report is out. According to utilitarianism by Jeremy Bentham, maximum happiness for the maximum good. Now that is not yielding maximum happiness. Yes or no? Yes. And that is the outcome of this. See, I am not criticizing H.N. Nagmohan Das. H.N. Nagmohan Das is literally fighting hard to give, I can say, the reservation exactly for the backward people. But ಒಳ್ಳೆದು ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ there are n number of issues, the loopholes which are present here. The major loophole here is caste itself. We are legitimizing the caste. ಹೌದೋ ಇಲ್ಲೋ? And that is a major problem. And that legitimacy has come out from the, it is Davendra Singh versus the state of Punjab. Okay na? ಇದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ. And ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಎವಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಎವಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಬರ್ಸ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ ಬೇಕಿದ್ರೆ. Which state has come out with the first subcategorization? The first one we call it as 1996 ಅಲ್ಲಿ. 1996 ಅಲ್ಲಿ Andhra Pradesh government have established a commission called as Ramaraju Commission. 1996 ಅಲ್ಲಿ we have established Ramaraju Commission. Ramaraju, the commission. Okay alva? Andhra Pradesh ಅಲ್ಲಿ Ramaraju. Now based on this, ಈ Ramaraju ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ? It is, let's go for subcategorization. Let's go for the subcategorization of SC. Now ಇದನ್ನ ಹೇಳಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಆಂಧ್ರ ಪ್ರದೇಶ್ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅವ್ರು ಬಿಡ್ತಾರಾ? No. They came out with an act called as the subcategorization of SC. Subcategorization of SC Act of 2000. Subcategorization of SC Act of 2000. Okay now. Now this act has been nullified. This act has been nullified in the year 2004. That is in ಯಾವ ಕೇಸಲ್ಲಿ? E.V. Chinnaswamy ಕೇಸಲ್ಲಿ, or E.V. Chinnaya ಕೇಸ್ ಅಂತ ಕೂಡ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. E.V. the Chinnaya case. E.V. Chinnaya case of 2004. And E.V. Chinnaya ಕೇಸಲ್ಲಿ they have clarified saying that nothing doing. The SCs are homogeneous tribe, or can say homogeneous people. You can't go for subcategorization for the development of backward people. For the development of backward people. Yes. Adadmele we call it as, even our government of India has also established 2006-7 time ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಉಷಾ ಮೆಹ್ರಾ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಎಸ್ಟಾಬ್ಲಿಷ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಉಷಾ ಮೆಹ್ರಾ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ, Usha Mehra committee, adadmele illi madyali Punjab bartare, but I'm not discussing all those things. It is 2006 ಅಲ್ಲಿ Usha Mehra committee has also been established to study about subcategorization. ಏನು ಇರಬಹುದು ಇದು ಆಂಧ್ರ ಪ್ರದೇಶ ಮಾಡಿದಾರಲ್ವಾ ಅಂತ. And the Usha Mehra also said that, okay Macha, you also do it. But while doing it, amend the constitution. Amend the constitution, that is article 342 amend ಮಾಡಿ. Article 342 amend ಮಾಡಿ, SCs are, it is not homogeneous ಅಂತ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಡಿ. Okay alva, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ನಡೀತಾ ಇತ್ತು, but the government of India was watching, no, let's do what someone will do anta. And finally in the year 2024 ಅಲ್ಲಿ they have reversed the E.V. Chinnaya judgment. E.V. Chinnaya judgment in a judgment called as Davendra Singh versus the state of Punjab judgment called as 2024, and that has been a green signal for the states to go for a division. We call it as subcategorization of states. Subcategorization of, we call it as SCs. Sir, is subcategorization of caste another, is it a concept for the first time within SC and no? The subcategorization of, I can say, the caste people has been innovated by Karnataka government itself. Okay na? Gottide hogli? Yes. Now the concept subcategorization elli shuru aitu sir anta kelidre, the subcategorization ನೋಡಿ ನಾವೇನೇನು ಬ್ಲಂಡರ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಫಾರ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ. ಓಕೆ, ನೀವು ಡೆಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಯು ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಲಿಸನಿಂಗ್ ಆಲ್ ದ ಬ್ಯಾಡ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ಸ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ, ನಾಟ್ ಇವನ್ ಅ ಸಿಂಗಲ್ ಗುಡ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ಸ್. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಫಾರ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್ ಇಸ್ 5G ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ, and second one is the subcategorization. This is truth. Though some might accept, some might reject. This is truth. Okay, you being a public servant, you should know, and you also know, your conscience knows that this is freebies anta, but you are not in a position to accept. And that has been accepted by all the parties now, including the national parties also. Nodadalla Delhi kuda. Delhi the winning one is, the major one is the guarantees. The Telangana same guarantees, Andhra Pradesh same guarantees, next Bihar kuda same guarantees agata. Okay, Maharashtra kelange illa, adu jamanida ide. Okay alva. The next one we call it as, sir, concept of subcategorization elinda shuru aitu sir anta kelidre, it is S.R. Balaji versus state of Mysore. S.R. Balaji versus the state of Mysore. S.R. Balaji versus the state of Mysore in the year 1962 nalli. The year 1962, they went for subcategorization. They went for the subcategorization. They went for subcategorization. Now based on this we have established different OBC committees, Havnur committee, Venkatappa Reddy committee, Chinnappa Reddy committee, hauda illo. But India level alli nodadadre, now with respect to one is at India level, one is at India level, and second one at Karnataka level. Now India level nodadadre, we have a concept called as, the first one we call it as, the major one we call it as Kaka Kelkar Commission. But Kaka Kelkar Commission is considered to be the first backward class commission. But for the first time subcategorization concept na kottide yaru anta kelidre, S.R. Balaji versus state of Mysore. And next one we call it as, you should also know about Mandal Commission. And second one you should talk about Rohini Commission of 2017. Rohini Commission of the 17 ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ಇದು ಮಾಡಿ, ಬಟ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಆರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ವ್ಯೂ ನಾಟ್ ಮಚ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್, ಬಟ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕು. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಒನ್, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಹಾವ್ನೂರ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ ರೆಕಮೆಂಡೇಶನ್ಸ್ 1973. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ವೆಂಕಟಪ್ಪ ರೆಡ್ಡಿ ಕಮಿಷನ್ 1983, ಚಿನ್ನಪ್ಪ ರೆಡ್ಡಿ ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ 89 or to 1988 to 1990 ಆ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ. ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಯಸ್, ಹೈಲಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಒನ್ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ. And this we call it as subcategorization. Sir, ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಸರ್ ಬರ್ಸಿದ್ವಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, this Avnur committee recommendation has also been inculcated by Mandal, and this we call it as Bible of OBC Commission anta. This Avnur commission is called as the Bible of OBC. The Bible of OBC ನೋಡಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಕಾಂಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದವರು. And this has also been inculcated by Mandal. This has also been inculcated by Mandal Commission. Okay alva? Done. This we call it as the complete concept about subcategorization of, we call it as OBC, as well as subcategorization of, we call it as SC, and the recent judgments also. Okay alva? ಡನ್. ಇನ್ನು ಬೇಕೊಂದು ಜಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ವಿಚ್ ನೋ ಅಬೌಟ್, ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಇಂದಿರಾ ಸಾವನಿ ಜಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಎಂ ನಾಗರಾಜ್ ಕೇಸ್ ಆಫ್ 2006, ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಜರ್ನಲ್ ಸಿಂಗ್ ಕೇಸ್. ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕು, ಅದನ್ನು ನೀವೇ ಓದ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಬಟ್ ನಾಟ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ಜಮಾನುವು. ಓಕೆನಾ, ದ ಸಬ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಟಿವ್ ಇಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ, ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಯ್ತು. And the next one we call it as UAPA. Now UAPA. Now UAPA discuss ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ we'll discuss about 3 important acts here. One we call it as AFSPA ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡೋಣ, UAPA ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡೋಣ. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ we call it as the JNK Arms Ordinance ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. It is we call it as ಒಂದು ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ we call it as UAPA. ಏನಪ್ಪ UAPA ಅಂದ್ರೆ? It is Unlawful Activities, the Prevention Act. Unlawful Activities, the Prevention Act and matarthivi in which year? Unlawful, we call it as Activities Prevention Act of 1967 ನೋಡೋಣ. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ AFSPA, Armed Forces, the Special Powers Act which year? ಬೇಬಿ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕೀಗ. It is 1958 ಅಲ್ಲಿ. And the third one we call it as Enemy Ordinance. ಈ ವರ್ಷ ಪಕ್ಕಾ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಅದು. ಏನಕ್ಕೆ? ಪಾಲ್ಗಮ್ ಅಟ್ಯಾಕ್. ದ ಸ್ಟ್ರಿಂಜೆಂಟ್ ಪ್ರಾವಿಷನ್ಸ್ ಯಾವುದು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಔಟ್ಸೈಡ್ UAPA ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಎನಿಮಿ ಆರ್ಡಿನೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ಅದ್ರ ಹೆಸರು ಆರ್ಡಿನೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಅಂತ, ಬಟ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಎನ್ ಆರ್ಡಿನೆನ್ಸ್. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಎನಿಮಿ ಆರ್ಡಿನೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ನಾವು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಅಬ್ರಿವೇಷನ್ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, ಅನ್ಲಾಫುಲ್ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟೀಸ್ ಪ್ರಿವೆನ್ಷನ್ ಆಕ್ಟ್ which has been brought in the year ಯಾವತ್ತು ತಂದಿದ್ದೀವಿ? 1967. It is functioning under which ministry? Law and order ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ? Ministry of Home Affairs. The Ministry of Home Affairs. And the third one, what is the main objective of this? What is the main objective of, we call it as main objective of this UAPA? ಬೇಗ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕೀಗ. reduce terrorism ಪಕ್ಕ. See, reduce terrorism is the duty of NIA ಅಲ್ವಾ? It is unlawful activities within India, outside India also, either by individuals or by organizations. Highly important one, who all are being covered ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ it is within India as well as outside. See, ನಾನು ಬರ್ಸದೆ ಫೈನಲ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ದೇರ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಬೀನ್ ಎ ನಂಬರ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಮೆಂಡ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್, ಬಟ್ ಇವತ್ತು ಏನು ಅಪ್ಡೇಟ್ ಇದೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವಿತ್ ಇನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಆಸ್ ವೆಲ್ ಆಸ್ ಔಟ್ಸೈಡ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ನೌ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಪ್ರಾಸಿಕ್ಯೂಟ್. ಅಂಡ್ ಫೋರ್ತ್ ಒನ್ it includes individuals also, it includes organizations also. Individual can also be declared as illegal individual anta, or one who is doing unlawful act. One who is doing unlawful act, not only terrorism, it can be anything. It can be supporting the enemy and supporting sharing of information, and we call it as stopping the military also, amounts to unlawful. Divert ಮಾಡೋದು, ಹಂಗೋಗಿ ದಾರಿ ಸರಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, and that is also unlawful during war. During war, it includes both India, outside India also. It can include Indian citizens also and non-citizens also. ಹೌದಾ ಇಲ್ವೋ? Is it only citizens? It is outside or the non-citizens also. And does it include only individuals or organizations? It is both. Okay na? Now, idala fourth one. Now fifth one, sir, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ who can investigate? ಯಾರು ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ it is investigated by NIA, not by the normal state police. It is investigated by the NIA above the rank of inspector. Matra. It is who can do it? NIA can do it, and NIA inspector and above people can go for an investigation. They are called as investigator officer. IO anta karitivi. Kelidira? IO, we call it as investigative officer. Now this investigative officer, he will be taking how many days for maximum to go for investigation? It is maximum 6 months. Nothing but maximum 180 days. Sir, ಇದನ್ನ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ yes, we can extend, but with the permission of central government. But with the permission of central government. But ಈ ಐಒದವರು ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ರೆಡಿ ಮಾಡಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ within 7 days ಅಲ್ಲಿ, after completion of the investigation, within 7 days they need to provide that report to the central government. Be cautious here, ಅವ್ರು ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ಮತ್ತೆ, because it's a national security issue ಅಲ್ವಾ. After investigation has completed, within 7 days they need to place it before central government. They need to place it before central government, and this central government kuda within 7 days ali they need to get prosecuted by the special court. Within after submission of 7 days admele central government report hoitu, but report od takshana the central government need to establish a special court to try UAPA related cases, and within 7 days they need to prosecute him. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳದೆ ಇದ್ರೆ I can't discuss about it is JNK, we call it as enemy ordinance act ಬಗ್ಗೆ I can't even discuss, because enemy ordinance is more stringent than UAPA. Think about UAPA ನೇ ಸಖತ್ತು stringent ಅಂದ್ರೆ, that is more stringent than we call it as UAPA. And they are trying to implement this during the Pahalgam attack, or in this period of time they are trying to implement, and all the SPs of JNK unanimously said that we are ready to go for implementation. JNK ನಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಇಂಟ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ it is no appeal, no court, no advocate also. once they arrest ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಿಂಗೆ ಗಲ್ ಶಿಕ್ಷೆನೆ ಅಷ್ಟು. There are highly stringent provisions. It is ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲ NIA above inspector amendment ತಂದಿರೋ 2019 ಅಲ್ಲಿ, ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಆಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ 2019 ಅಲ್ಲಿ. For by 180 days it can be extended by investigative officer with the permission of central government. And second one, after investigation within 7 days we need to give it to the central government, and central government they need to establish a special court and we need to prosecute. ಸರ್ ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ, ಇದು ಮಾತ್ರ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಆಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. And that is leading to the delay of UAPA cases, and this has been criticized by Supreme Court. This has been criticized by Supreme Court, saying that there is a huge amount of delays which is happening with respect to UAPA. Sir, investigation agilla antandre, don't you think detention will start to continue? ಹೌದೋ ಇಲ್ವಾ? ನಾನು ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ನಾನು ಅಗೇನ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಆರ್ ಐ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಸೇ ನನ್ನ ಫೇವರ್ ಆಗಿ ಏನು ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಡೋಂಟ್ ಯು ಥಿಂಕ್ ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಇನ್ ಜೈಲ್ ಆಸ್ ಅ ಅಂಡರ್ ಟ್ರಯಲ್? And that is leading to the curbing of the freedom of the citizens also. That is leading to the freedom of the speech and expression is also being curbed via the concept called as the preventive detention. This has been the cautioned even by Supreme Court also. Yes, exactly, yes. ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ವಿದೌಟ್ ವಾರೆಂಟ್, ಓಪನ್ ಫೈರ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಓಕೆ, ಬಟ್ UAPA ಇಸ್ ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಈಗ. ಬಟ್ UAPA ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದ್ಸತಿ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ ಆಯ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಗೋವಿಂದ. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅ ದೇಶದ್ರೋಹ ಅಲ್ವಾ UAPA ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫಿಟ್ ಆದ್ರೆ. ಓಕೆ, the next one we call it as AFSPA. What is this AFSPA? Armed Forces the Special Powers Act. ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನೋಡಿ, the army ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ the special power has been provided. ಆರ್ಮಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಏನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ? We have provided a special powers. The special powers has been brought in the year 1958, and this AFSPA is applicable only and only in few states of Northeast and JNK matra. Be cautious, only and only in few states of Northeast as well as JNK. ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್. now with respect to what all powers are being given under AFSPA, disturbed areas. Now normally the governor or the state government or central government can declare any region as disturbed area. Now once the disturbed area declare ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ automatically who will come into power? Army will come into power. Now army will be having highest authority, nothing but without warrant arrest ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. It is shoot at sight order, and the third one we call it as their main objective here is to bring in normalcy ashte. No matter what, they'll be doing everything to bring in normalcy. Example, another recent agi it is Manipur kuda. We have introduced AFSPA. We have introduced AFSPA gotirli. Manipur is in the present rule. Article 356 ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ. Article 356 ಇದು ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಸರ್ ನ್ಯೂಸೇ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ because the state government has recommended to the central government saying that ನಮ್ಮ ಕೈಲಿ ಆಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ you control it. Because that is no conflict alwa. There is not at all a conflict between state government and central government because state and center was controlled by a same party. And they have recommended saying that let's go over president rule. See, president rule gu matte it is our government gu ಏನು different illa. Because the same ministers will be ruling, the same ministers will be controlling the government. Same. Okay, ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಅದು ಅಷ್ಟು ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. Okay, now it is few parts of I can say northeast as well as J&K. Now, major ಎರಡು important things you should know, or the two important things you should know. One we call it as it is iron Sharmila ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕು. Now, because of the AFSPA has been violated, or they have violated huge amount of fundamental rights. She has gone for the we call it as hunger strike. Iron Sharmila ಇದು ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ. And we also established different committees also. Different committees, major important committees ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ one we call it as Jeevan Reddy Committee of 2004. The Jeevan Reddy Committee 2004, ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಸಂತೋಷ್ ಹೆಗಡೆ ಕಮಿಟಿ 2013. Okay na, the two committees have been established and both the committees have said that it is AFSPA is unfair and unjust. We need to replace it with UAPA. We need to replace it with UAPA provisions. AFSPA ಬೇಡ, but let's go for UAPA. Okay ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಬಟ್ ಈಗ J&K ಅನ್ನೋರು ಏನು ಗೊತ್ತಾ, ನಮ್ಗೆ UAPA ಬೇಡ, ಲೆಟ್ಸ್ ಗೋ ಫಾರ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಎನಿಮಿ ಆರ್ಡಿನೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಕ್ಟ್. ಎನಿಮಿ ಆರ್ಡಿನೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಎನಿಮಿ ಆರ್ಡಿನೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಸ್ಟ್ರಿಂಜೆಂಟ್ ಪ್ರಾವಿಷನ್ಸ್. ನಾನು ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ದ ಸ್ಟ್ರಿಂಜೆಂಟ್ ಪ್ರಾವಿಷನ್ಸ್ ವಿಚ್ ಇಸ್ ಐ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಸೇ ವಿಚ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಬೀನ್ ಬ್ರಾಟ್ ಇನ್ ಬೈ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ J&K ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸಿನ್ಸ್ 1920s ಇಂದ. by Maharaja of J&K since 1920 ರಿಂದ 1920s ಇಂದ we are implementing this enemy ordinance. Sir, enemy ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾರು ಸರ್? Now who is enemy? At least recent ಆಗಿ enemy property act ಇತ್ತು ಗೊತ್ತು ನೋಡಿದೀರಾ? Now what is this enemy property? Other country's property? No. What is enemy property online? ಬೇಗನೆ. ಓಕೆ ನೋಡೋಣ. ಸಿ ಎನಿಮಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಎನಿಮಿ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ ಇಸ್ ಡಿಫರೆಂಟ್. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಎನಿಮಿ ಅಂತ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ನಲ್ಲ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಡಿಸ್ಟರ್ಬಿಂಗ್ ಅ ರೀಜನ್, ಸಪೋರ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ದ ಅದರ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೀಸ್, ಅಂಡ್ ಥರ್ಡ್ ಒನ್ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಶೇರಿಂಗ್, ಫೋರ್ತ್ ಒನ್ ಹಿಂಡರಿಂಗ್ ದ ಆರ್ಮಿ ಆಲ್ಸೋ, ಹಿಂಡರಿಂಗ್ ದ ಆರ್ಮಿ. All this amounts to enemy under the Enemy Ordinance Act. Enemy Ordinance Act, I already said this has been brought in by the Maharaj of J&K since 1917 in the 1917, or to be precise as 1920s in the 1920s. Now sir, how this Enemy Ordinance is more stringent ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, the first and foremost thing here is one who are been arrested under this enemy ordinance. One who are been arrested under the enemy ordinance, article 22 ne barala avrge. Think about the things. Nothing but no warrant. Second thing, no advocate also. Nothing but you don't even have the right to consult advocate. You don't even have a right to consult advocate. And the second one we call it as, sir, punishment ಏನಿರುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, it is punishment we call it as either death penalty, life imprisonment, or 10 years of jail. The 10 years of jail, ಒಂದ್ ಸರಿ ತಗಲಾಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಮುಗ್ದಾಯ್ತು. 10 years of jail, and you will be tried not by the normal court, by a special court established by central government. It is, you will be tried by the special court, and this will be established by, we call it as government. This will be established by government. Sir, advocate nange ಬೇಕೇ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಕೂಡ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು. ಪಾಪ ಇವನೇನು ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ, ಅಡ್ವೊಕೇಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ರ ಇವನಿಗೆ ಅಂತ. And that's the stringent norms, and they are trying to implement this enemy ordinance in J&K now to control the law and order disturbance because of the attack from it is Pakistan. ಇದು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಮೂರು. ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಇದು ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ, ಮತ್ತು ಡಿಫೆನ್ಸ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಥರ ಇಲ್ಲ ತಾನೆ? ಓಕೆ, ನಾನು ಏನು ಮಾಡಲಿ? ಓಕೆ ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಎಸ್, the next one we call it as the citizenship. ನಾವು citizenship ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ which all things we need to know. One we call it as section 6A. ನೋಡಿ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಬರೀತಿರೋದು ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಕೇಳಿಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳಿ. section 6A, and second ಇದು ಮಿಸ್ ಆದ್ರೆ the CA 2019, and the third one we call it as NRC, NPR, but ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ನನ್ನ ಕೇಳಬೇಡಿ, NRIC, the census. Okay alva, all this it is mandatory, you need to know. Okay alva, section 6A at least I've discussed. CA 2019, see NRC andre National Registry of Citizens, only citizens are included, whereas NPR really both citizens as well as outside are included, majorly residents are included. NRIC andre complete India. Now the first state to come out with NRC nodadre Assam 1951. Admele we call it as census. It's a confidential document, but now it is no more a census, we call it as the caste census. Okay na, we call it as caste census also. Done? Okay alva? NPR ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ, ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತು ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ? ಓಕೆ ಅದೊಂದು ಮಾತ್ರ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಇನ್ನು ಮಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು. ನಾವು NPR ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ, ನಾವು NPR ನಾನು ಕಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ now I will be calculating the population one who have stayed in India for at least 6 months, and if they are planning to stay for the next 6 months plan ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ will be including as a part of NPR. Now don't you think NPR includes both Indians as well as the non-citizens? ಹೌದೋ ಇಲ್ವೋ? It is, NPR includes major ಆಗಿ residents ನ include ಮಾಡ್ಕೋತೀವಿ, which includes Indians as well as non-Indians. ನಾವು ಸರ್ ನಂಗೆ NRC ಮತ್ತು NPR ಎರಡೂ ಸಿಕ್ತು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಯು ಥಿಂಕ್ ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಗೆಟಿಂಗ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಕ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಹೂ ಇಸ್ ಮೈ ಸಿಟಿಸನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಹೂ ಇಸ್ ಔಟ್ಸೈಡರ್, ಹೂ ಇಸ್ ಇಲೀಗಲ್? ಹೆಂಗೆ ಸರ್ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಥಿಂಕ್ ದಟ್ ದ ಲಾರ್ಜೆಸ್ಟ್ ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ ಇಸ್ NPR. ಈ NPR ನಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಿಟಿಸನ್ಸ್ ನ ರಿಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗಲ್ ತಾನೆ? ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ? ಡಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಟು ದೇರ್ ಓನ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೀಸ್. And that's the main idea of going for NRC and NPR also. And NRC and NPR is legal under the Citizenship Amendment Act of 2003 and 4 ಅಲ್ಲಿ. It is completely legal ಅಂತ. Okay na? Yes. That's the citizenship. ನಾವು ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ citizenship ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಇವಾಗ ನಾವು first we need to know about, ನಾವು ರೀಸೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ USA government has brought in, ನಾವು USA ನಲ್ಲಿ who can get a citizenship status? ಹೇಳಿ, ಅಟ್ ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲೀಸ್ ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ರೆ ಹೂ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಗೆಟ್ ಅ ಸಿಟಿಸನ್ಶಿಪ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟಸ್ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲೇಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲಿ. ಗ್ರೀನ್ ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ಅಟ್ ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಗ್ರೀನ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಗ್ರೀನ್ ಕಲರ್ ಇರಲ್ಲ, ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಗ್ರೀನ್ ಸಿಗ್ನಲ್ ಅಂತ. ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಅಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟ್ ಆರ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಸೇ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಗೇನ್ ಅ ಸಿಟಿಸನ್ಶಿಪ್. ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ? ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಫಾರ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್ ಬೈ ಬರ್ತ್. ಸರ್ ಬೈ ಬರ್ತ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಸನ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಸಾಯಿಲ್ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮಣ್ಣಿನ ಮಗ ಅಂತ. Okay alva, the son of the soil concept. Or if you're born in the territory of USA, automatically you will be given the citizenship. Don't you think it is threat to USA? You think that a normal couple, that is Indian couple, if they have gone to USA, now trip ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ normal pregnancy time ಅಲ್ಲಿ, ನಾವೀಗ for example ಅವ್ರ ಮಗು ಏನಾದ್ರೂ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಟ್ಟಿದ್ರೆ it is mandatory that they need to provide a citizenship. Why? Because they have a criteria called as It is one who have born within the soil of USA. They are mandated to provide them with, we call it as citizenship status despite the parent. Despite the parenthood. And he is not only eligible for citizenship, he is also qualified to be a president of USA also. Now Donald Trump came to power. Now will he keep quiet? No, nothing but now as soon as he came to power, he has said that we will be removing this criteria called as, it is based on the birth concept will be removed with based on the naturalization. Based on naturalization. Now is it good for India or bad for India? It is bad for India. It is bad for India and good for USA people or the citizens of USA. Now in this concept or based on this concept, you should also know about little bit information about the citizenship of India. See, namge USA citizenship namge avashyakate illa, but you should know about citizenship of India. Now citizenship of India, it has been mentioned under which article? 5 to 11, yav part 2. It is part 2 and borrowed from United Kingdom. It has been borrowed from United Kingdom. We have a single citizenship, whereas in USA we have dual. We have dual citizenship and a fourth one. And now sir, with respect to 5 and 10, okay, but 11 in what power? It gives the power to the parliament to make an act related to citizenship. No, they have brought in an amendment or they have brought in an act called as the Citizenship Act of 1955. Nenpitkoli, the citizenship, it is not mentioned in constitution. Be cautious. Iga namma on the citizenship based on birth, based on descent, based on naturalization, based on acquiring. All this has not been mentioned in constitution as such. It has been mentioned under the Citizenship Act of 1955. Sir, namge constitutionally irbeku antandre, now the constitution includes only and only one who was born during 1950. One who was born during 1950 and before to 1950 will be included as a part of original constitutionally. Adadmele huಟ್ಟಿದವರೆಲ್ಲ, yes or no? Including yaru? Including Modi also. Okay, this is about citizenship and we call it a single citizenship. We have the single citizenship as well as the centralized tendency. Now centralized ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, only parliament can bring in an amendment, not the state legislature. ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು ಆಗಲ್ಲ. And recent Tamil Nadu chief minister said that we won't be implementing CAA anta. Can they do it? No. But ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, oh correct, oh super, Stalin super. It is the states does not have any power. They does not have any power. Violation of any of the rules by the parliament amounts to 356. Amounts to 356. Okay, alva. This is with respect to, we call it as citizenship. Matte citizenship status ali or 1955 ali, we have 5 ways of acquiring and 3 ways of renouncing also. 5, 3. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿರಿ, ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮೀಕಾಂತ ನೀವು ಓದಿದ್ದೀರಾ. Okay. The next one we call it as the Law Commission. Exactly, Pradeep. Yes. Okay, alva. Yes. Yes. ಹೌದು. Okay, next one we call it as the Law Commission. Now my question here is, now whatever body is this, when it has been established, and who is the first Law Commissioner? Begin. First Law Commission has been established under which act? Under which charter? And who is the first Law Commissioner? It is 1833. Okay, now it is the first and the foremost one. We call it as first Law Commissioner antandre, we call it as Lord Macaulay. Lord Macaulay. And ಯಾವ ಒಂದು ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ it is Act of 1833. 18 Charter Act of 1833 ನಲ್ಲಿ the first law commissioner we call it as Lord Macaulay. The Macaulay. Yes, Subhash, I'll be sharing slides. ನಿಮಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ, ನಾ ಏನು ಮಾಡಲಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು. Okay, I'll share that. Okay, the next one we call it as ಗೊತ್ತಿರಿ law commission. Now with respect to law commission ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ this is the 23rd law commission. 23rd law commission, 21st Allah. 23rd law commission online, it is 23rd law commission. And the second major important one, what is the composition? Composition it is 10 members composition. Now composition and takshana you should know two things. One we call it as jana, members as chairman estu. The chairman normally one, and the second one we call it as there are part-time members as well as full-time members also. It is one chairman, 1 plus 4 full, it is part-time, and 5 we call it as the part-time members. Total eshtayitu? Total we call it as 10 members a committee, and they are being appointed. They are not being elected. They are normally being appointed by the President of India for a period of how many years? For a period of 3 years. For a period of 3 years. 2024 ಅಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ? It is up till 2027. It is for 3 years, for a period of 3 years up till 2027. 2027. Now what type of body is this? It is body ಯಾವ್ದಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಡೆಡ್ ಬಾಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲ, it is executive body. Now what is executive body andre? Established by government without any statutory backing. It is body we call it as executive body. Now executive body antandre, is it mandatory that we need to hear the voice of this body? No, it is not advisory. Also it is not binding, rather it is only advisory nature. In nature. Sir, your major work ಏನು sir? What is their main objective? What is their main objective? It is main objective here is, it is recommending the government related to the amendment of older laws. We call it as obsolete laws ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ಕೇಳಿದಿರ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ? Older laws ಅಂದ್ರೆ we call it as obsolete or obsolete laws. They will be recommending to the government, it is to remove the older laws and replacing it with the new laws. Example kodi sir anta kelidre, it is the different criminal laws recently which has been brought. IPC has been renamed, CRPC has been renamed, Evidence Act has been renamed. Adu yar recommendation prakara? Minister Ashbudhi idya? No. They are not at all, I can say, knowledgeable also. They are not technicians with respect to, we got expertise with respect to the law, and that is normally being recommended by the law commission. That has been normally recommended by the law commission, and a recent law commission which has been appointed or which has been, I can say, the recommended we call it as the President of India, the 23rd one, for a period of 3 years, 10 members, executive body, advisory nature, and they majorly deals with respect to removal of the older laws and replacing it with the new laws. ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. Okay ಅಲ್ವಾ? Yes. And the next one we call it as it is enemy property. Now enemy ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು, ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? ನಾವು ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ, ನೀವು ರೀಸೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇತ್ತು, ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇತ್ತು, ನೋಡಿದ್ರಾ? ಓದಿದ್ರೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ, ಓದಿದ್ರೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಇಸ್ enemy property comes under which ministry? Second question, law of inheritance, does it apply to enemy property? Think from the perspective of article 300A. And a third question, is the civil court jurisdiction applicable to enemy properties? ಮೂರು ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಡನ್ ವಿತ್ ದ ಗೇಮ್. ಬೇಗನೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಐವ್ ಸೆಡ್ ಯಾವ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ, and second major important one, what is the objective or about enemy property andre enu anta, and the third one, law of inheritance. Okay alva, law of inheritance anu gottutane andre ಆಸ್ತಿ ಅಪ್ಪನ ಆಸ್ತಿ ಮಗನ್ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದಾ ಒಂದ್ಸತಿ enemy property ಡಿಕ್ಲೇರ್ ಮಾಡಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ. ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? Now, majorly, the famous Bollywood actor has been involved in this enemy property, and more than 5,000 crores property has been declared as enemy property by Government of India recently. Okay, now sir, enemy property andre enu? Enemy property andre they are not Indian citizens. Now Article 300, the 300A, or nimge innu clarity bekandre Article 31. ನಿಮ್ಮಿಷ್ಟ ಯಾವ್ದಾರು ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. via which constitutional amendment act? 44th constitutional amendment act, the fundamental right to property has been declared as a constitutional right, and this constitutional right applies only to yarge, applies only to Indian citizens, boss. It does not applies to the foreigners. Nothing but, does it apply to NRIs? Yes, they are Indians, non-resident Indians. It does not apply to, we call it as the foreigners. Okay, now even context al nodona. Now recent judgment kuda bandide. Now recent judgment, the illegal properties, the illegal property act anta nodona. Now with respect to enemy property andre enu sir? Now think that this is me. Now think that I am Dawood Ibrahim ankona. Okay, bad I taki. Okay, Dawood Ibrahim is Dawood Ibrahim. Now think that Dawood Ibrahim, he was staying in India, and he has made huge amount of property also. Now to escape from the property, or now to escape from the investigative officers or the law intelligence officers, he escaped to China. Think that he escaped to China, and escape agadalde he is giving all the information related to India. Now ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಹೋಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು, ಆರ್ ಪ್ರೈಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು, ಇಂಟೆಲಿಜೆನ್ಸ್. Now what will be the next step? Your family ಅವ್ರು ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ದಾವೂದ್ ಇಬ್ರಾಹಿಂ, and he has property also, he has land also, he has apartments also, ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ. ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ? The next movement, they will declare this person as enemy. Why enemy? Because he is giving all the intel to some other country. And whatever the resources which is present in India related to Dawood Ibrahim, that will be declared as what? Enemy property. Sir, once the enemy property declare madadmele, can I go for selling? Once declared as enemy property, there is no concept of inheritance. There is no concept of, I can say, buying and selling. And the third one, we call it as idella agalla antandre, that will be under the jurisdiction of the government. That will be under the jurisdiction of government. Sir, government andre yaru sir anta kelidre, the government we call it as Ministry of Home Affairs. They'll be involving, and they'll be selling that assets. And they'll be generating a revenue. Okay, now enemy property andre idu, enemy property is nothing but one who have moved from one country to the other, and they are providing information related to India to some other country, and they'll be normally declared as enemy property, or enemy, the individuals, and the property we call it as enemy property. And this enemy property is being controlled by ಯಾವ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಏನಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, see, initially it was defense, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಕತೆ ಬೇಡ. Now it is Ministry of Home Affairs. And the act we call it as Enemy Property Act of 1968. Enemy Property Act of 1968 ಅಲ್ಲಿ 1968ರಲ್ಲಿ it has been brought in n number of amendments. Has also been brought in. Amendments tandu, we have clarified saying that sale ಮಾಡಂಗಿಲ್ಲ, buy ಮಾಡಂಗಿಲ್ಲ. At the same time, there is no concept of inheritance also. And my question here is, ನಮ್ಮ ಅಪ್ಪ ಮಾಡಿರೋ ತಪ್ಪಿಗೆ ನಾನೇ ಗುರು ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಬಯಸ್ಲಿ? But the government has clarified saying that neen madiro astina I won't be declaring it as enemy property, but your fathers will be declared as enemy and I'll be capturing it. And this has been clarified in 2017 amendment. 2017 amendment, all these are conflicts. All these are conflicts. Now uppa madirodalva ನಂತಂದ್ರು it is 27 amendment ತಂದು it is law of inheritance ಬರಲ್ಲ, but ನೀನ್ ಮಾಡಿರೋ ಆಸ್ತಿ ನಿಂದೆ, I won't touch that and I won't declare you as an enemy property also. But once enemy property declare ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ nothing but the civil court does not have any jurisdiction. The court under ಕೂಡ ಬರಲ್ಲ. The civil court does not come under any jurisdiction. Civil courts ಬರಲ್ಲ. But high court ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದಾ ಸರ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು, but within 60 days. Nothing but within 2 months. Within 2 months ಅಷ್ಟರಲ್ಲಿ ಹೈ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು. ವಿತಿನ್ 60 days ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾರ್ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನೋಡಿ ಇವ್ರು ಹಿಂಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಎನಿಮಿ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ ಡಿಕ್ಲೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ, ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಫೈಲ್ ಅನ್ ಅಪೀಲ್ ಆರ್ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಫೈಲ್ ಅ ಕೇಸ್. ಎಸ್ 60 days ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ there is no inheritance, there is no, we call it as the appeal or jurisdiction related to civil also. But ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಆದಮೇಲೆ and that will be sold after 60 days and the amount is being transferred to the, ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ? ಅಮಿತ್ ಶಾ ಪಾಕೆಟ್ಗ. It is, we call it as the CFI, the Consolidated Fund of India. The consolidated, the fund of India account gate will be transferred and that is being considered as the public property now. Yes, ನೆನ್ಪೇನಾರು ಬರ್ತಿದೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ public property, it is WAF. Can I declare public property as a WAF property? Can I declare the government property as WAF property? Can I declare public property as WAF property? ಓಕೆ ನೋಡೋಣ ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಥಿಂಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರಿ. ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಆರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ 300 ಕ್ಲಾರಿಫೈ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನಲ್ ಅಮೆಂಡ್ಮೆಂಟ್ 44th one ಯು ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ಅವೇರ್ 1978. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಯು ಶುಡ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ನೋ ಅಬೌಟ್ ಆರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ 31 ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಯು ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ಅವೇರ್. ಡನ್? ಓಕೆನಾ? ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ವಿತ್ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಅಸ್ ಎನಿಮಿ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ. ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ನ್ಯೂಸಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ, ಬಟ್ ಆದರೆ ನೀವು ಮಾತ್ರ ಓದ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ನೀವು ಇದನ್ನ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಏನು ಓದ್ತಿರೋ ನನಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಐ ಆಮ್ ನಾಟ್ ಜೋಕಿಂಗ್. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ 2 to 3 months ಇಂದ ದಿಸ್ ಎನಿಮಿ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟೀಸ್ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ದಿನ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಪೇಪರ್ ನೋಡ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನು. Okay, now next. Okay, next one we call it as yes. Okay, exactly. Chance ಇಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಂಗಿಲ್ಲ. Pradeep, it is more than 1 lakh crore. The WAF property is the third largest holder of property after railways, army ಬಿಟ್ರೆ third WAF ಇರೋದು. ಯಾವುದು 1 ಲಕ್ಷ ಕೋಟಿ ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅದು. It is more than that. 1 lakh hectares ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ ಇದೆ, ಬಟ್ ವರ್ತ್ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ 8 to 10 times ಅಂದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಎಷ್ಟಾಯ್ತು ಅಂತ. ಓಕೆ, ದಟ್ ದ ರೀಸನ್ ದ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇಂಟೆನ್ಸ್ಲಿ ಟಚಿಂಗ್ ಇಟ್. No, but there is some legality also, there is some injustice also. But adana they are trying to go for WAF also. But navilli justify ಮಾಡೋದು ಬೇಡ, right or wrong ಬೇಡ, but act ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ. The next one we call it as one nation one election. One nation one election, ONOE. One election one or one nation one election. It is also called as the simultaneous election. Bill number 129. ಇದು ಪಾಸ್ ಆಗೇ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಡೋಂಟ್ ವರಿ. This is on the agenda of government. No matter what, they are intensively trying to pass this bill. Okay, let us 129th act ಆದರೆ that will be it is 107 ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, 107, but as of now ಬೇಡ. And the second one we call it as second one. Now one nation one election ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು sir? What is this one nation one election about? First, it is conducting of elections simultaneously to the 3 tiers of the government. 3 tiers of government: center, state and the local governments also. Center andre yaru sir andre Lok Sabha, state andre legislative assembly, and the third one we call it as the third tier, which includes all panchayats, municipalities, which also includes the district, taluk, ella kade. Okay, third one. This is our first one. And the second major important one. Now simultaneous elections hogodakke, now which committee has recommended? It is high level committee on or high panel committee on simultaneous elections headed by former President of India, Ramnath Kovind. Ramnath Kovind has recommended that it is time to go for one nation, one election. And he has also given some justifications, saying that then was then Allah, nam India already itto, up till ಎಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ 52 ಇಂದ 67 ವರೆಗೂ we already had simultaneous elections. After 1967 ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ we call it as coalition governments. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ there was no simultaneous elections. But now it is the right time to go for simultaneous elections ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. But how to implement the simultaneous elections ಅಂತ ಕೂಡ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. This will be implemented in how many stages? It is the 2 stages. One we call it as first stage ali. First stage ali we'll be going for Lok Sabha MP election and MLA election. MLA election of all the states. Lok Sabha MP election as well as MLA election of all the states will be handled simultaneously. And second nodadadre, after 100 days ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ 100 ದಿನಗಳ ನಂತರ we will be conducting elections to ಏನಕ್ಕೆ local self government ಗೆ, which includes panchayat as well as municipalities after 100 days. After 100 days of, we call it as, it is the first phase, the phase. Now sir, ಇದನ್ನ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ do we need any constitutional amendment? ಬೇಕಾ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ yes. Now for implementation of this, we need only the ratification, or we only need it is amendment of parliament. ಇದನ್ನ ಇಂಟ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ nothing but simultaneous conducting of elections for both, we call it as the state legislative assembly as well as Lok Sabha elections ಗೆ we need amendment only by the parliament, because it is not touching any federal provision. But ಅದೇ federal provision touch ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ we need what? 50% of the states ratification is mandatory. Sir, ನಾನು ಏನು ಟಚ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀನಿ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ I am touching local self government ಅಲ್ವಾ? Local self government is a subject in the state list. If I am touching that state list subject, automatically it impacts the federal, and impact adre it is half of the states ratification is mandatory. Half of the states ratification is mandatory. Okay, now here is about our just one nation, one election, the views ಬಗ್ಗೆ. But sir, positives ಏನಾದರೂ ಇದೆಯಾ ಸರ್ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ positives and negatives. Now there are a number of positives also. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ major one we call it as ಏನಪ್ಪ positives. So cost will come down. The cost will come down. ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಸರ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ because one we call it as electoral list. One electoral list will be useful for Lok Sabha, assembly elections and local self government also. ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ನಾವು ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆನ್ಯುವಲ್ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ or last Lok Sabha election ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ it took us some ಎಷ್ಟು, it is 60,000 crore rupees, and that can be reduced to 30,000 crore rupees ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. We can reduce by 50%, and that's another success. And the second major important one, it is favorable to the government also. Enikappa favorable? Because government will be getting complete 5 years for developmental activity rather than going once in a while for electoral campaigns by introducing model code of conduct. ಈಗ for example ಪದೇ elections, once the MP election, once the MLA elections, once the it is local elections ಆದ್ರೆ don't you think the CMs, deputy CMs, the ministers, the MPs will be involved in campaign mode rather than on developmental mode? ಹೌದಾ ಇಲ್ವೋ? And this will come down automatically. ನಾನು complete 5 years ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ majorly for developmental activity. MCC, it is the frequent MCC will come down. MCC ಅಂದ್ರೆ model code of conduct, it is introduction will come down, as well as we call it as focusing more on developmental activity will also increase. And ಇದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಸರ್ ನಮಗೇನು ಸರ್ ಯೂಸ್ಫುಲ್, ನಮ್ಮ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ಯೂಸ್ಫುಲ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಓಟ್ ಹಾಕೋ ಬದಲು ಒಂದ್ಸತಿ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಓಟ್ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಡುವಂತೆ. ಎಸ್ ಸರ್, ಒಂದ್ಸತಿ MP ಅಂತೆ, ಒಂದ್ಸತಿ MLA ಅಂತೆ, ಒಂದ್ಸತಿ ಡಿಸೆಂಟ್ರಲೈಸ್ ಬದಲು ಅಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಯಾರು ಹೇಳು ಅಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಗುದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬರ್ತೀವಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ಲ? ಎಸ್ ಸರ್, ನೋ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ the people's fatigue, or the people's, it is a disinterest or the fatigueness will also come down. The people fatigue will also come down and the voter turnout will also increase. Now, as of now, we have average 65 the percentage. Now we can increase it to some 10% or 15% to 80% increase ಮಾಡಬಹುದು. But ಅವಾಗೂ ಬರಲ್ಲ ಅವರು. Don't worry. But ಇವೆಲ್ಲ positives. But negatives ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ, but negatives ಏನಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ biggest negative here is it is ನಮಗೆ ಒಂದೇ ಸತಿ ಕಂಡಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಷ್ಟು EVMs ಎಲ್ಲಿದಾವೆ? Yes or no? ಈಗ ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಒಂದೇ ಸತಿ MP ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ML ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಥಿಂಕ್ ವಿ ವಾಂಟ್ ಅಟ್ ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ 2 to 3 EVMs, 2 to 3 EVMs. ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ವಿ ವಾಂಟ್ 2 to 3 VVPAT. ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ವಿ ನೀಡ್ ಟು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಸಮ್ 2 to 3 ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್, 2 to 3 ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ಸೆಕ್ಯೂರಿಟಿ ಫೋರ್ಸಸ್. ಎಲ್ಲಿದಾವೆ? Do we have that capacity to conduct the 80% of India's population who are in this voting age? 1.4 billion population only, we have 80% population under this voting age. Are we capable to conduct this? And ECA has also clarified saying that namadar ashtilla. Now madakagala. First challenge. And the second major important, the challenge here is, it is election challenge. And the second one we call it as the autonomy of the states will be curbed. Autonomy of the states will be curbed. Ingappa karbagad autonomy of the states. Nothing but normal agi the dominance of national parties will be there. Like for example, ನಾನು ಓಟ್ ಹಾಕಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದವನು, ನಾನು ನೋಡ್ತೀನ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಓಕೆ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಪಟ್, ಈ ಕಡೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ಕಡೆ ನಾ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಈ ಕಡೆ ನೋಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಎರಡು. Yes or no? Dominance of the national parties will also be there. Nothing but the regional autonomy will be lost. Example, it can be Karnataka's JDS ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, or it can be AIDMK, ADMK, or TDP in it as we call it as, it is Andhra, or it can be Maharashtra, we call it as Shiv Sena. All these parties are running majorly based on the state's autonomy. They are fighting and they are working in the interest of the states, and that will be lost. And it is now it is the duty of the joint parliamentary committee to decide what we want. We want the cost or we want the rights of the states. Okay, ನೀವು ಡಿಸೈಡ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಸ್ಗೆ ರೈಟ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕಾ at the cost of money or at the cost of states in the interest of money? You should decide. But always you should suggest the state's interest first, because we have a quasi-federal nature. See, ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರೋದೇ ಇಷ್ಟು ಪವರು, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ if you are removing it, automatically that does not serve the interest of federation, or that does not serve the interest of the diversity of India also. Yes or no? Yes. See, ದುಡ್ಡು ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲೋ ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, but investing in for elections, it is not at all bad. That's my opinion. ನೀವು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಏನು ಅಂತ. ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ನೋಡ, ಬಟ್ ಫೈನಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಏನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ it is up to the joint parliamentary committee to decide what is good and what is bad, and it is finally our elected representatives will decide on our behalf. Yes, it's end of story. Done? Okay alva? This with respect to one nation, one election. And next one we call it as the presidents, more president to akpidini news ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ. One we call it as the French and USA elections. Now we should know about what is the difference between we call it as president of India, the president of US, and president of we call it as France or the French. ಏನು ಡಿಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆಯಾ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ ನಿಮಗೆ? ಸರ್ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು ಅಂತ. Exactly, yes. Okay. Next one, ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ. ನಾವು ಈ ಮೂರು ಅಂತ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ. ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಸರ್ ಮೂರು ಅಂತ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಏನಕ್ಕಪ್ಪ ಮೂರು ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ? The presidents are in news. The 3 presidents are in news. ಏನಕ್ಕೆ? The majorly we call it as election of USA, and election of France also. And again Emmanuel Macron came to power again. Emmanuel Macron ಗೊತ್ತಲ್ವಾ? The France, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ Donald Trump second time, and is also trying to amend the constitution to become the Trump 3.0 or 3.0. ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ. He has also announced saying that I'll be amending. What is this nonsense? If I'm capable, I need to contest. Why this 2 times restrictions? Sir, no. Nanu kuda, I'll be the lifetime president also. On the similar lines of Russia, on the similar lines of China also. Yes or no? We are superpower, we can decide anta ella helidare. Okay. Now coming to I can say the first one we call it as President of India ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ, first also President of India. Now President of India. Now first thing we call it as He is the first citizen. He is the first citizen of India, but he is the first citizen, but he is the nominal executive. Highly important one, he is not a real executive, whereas USA as well as France nodadadre, they are the real executives. Whereas India dalli nodadadre, ನಾನು ಬರಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನೇ ತೋರಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ಬೇಕಿದ್ರೆ, it is ಇದನ್ನ ಗೊತ್ತಾದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಅದು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಐಡಿಯಾ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಿರ್ಲಿ. They are called as the nominal executive. They are called as nominal executives. Nominal ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹೇಳಿ, only representative. Only the representative, we call it as executive. But real power lies with the Prime Minister. But real power lies with the Prime Minister, or we call it as, it is the executive. The Council of Ministers headed by Prime Minister or in the executive. The first one. The second one, nodadadre, now what is the qualification? Now president ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇತ್ತು ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆಯಾ? Recently President of India has attended it is the funeral ceremony of the Pope. Okay. What does it shows? Converted scheduled tribes. ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆಯಾ? Okay, ಆಯ್ತು ಬಿಟ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ. The biggest challenge with respect to it is, we call it as conducting of caste census, is this. How will you calculate the converted one? Converted to Buddhism or converted to, we call it as some other religions, but they are holding a ST status. That's a major challenge. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ with respect to SCL ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ there are, it is Adi Dravida, it is Adi Telugu or Adi Kannada ಅಂತ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, but it is ಒಂದೊಂದು region ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ, they are left, they are right, they are center, they are, it is untouchables. There are confusions. See, ಓದ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರೇನೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, but how to collect the data? Challenge. Okay, it is qualification of President of India. Now qualification is the three qualifications. The first qualification is they should be the citizen of India. It is citizen of India ಹೆಂಗಾದ್ರೂ ಇರಲಿ, but citizenship ಇರಬೇಕು ಅಷ್ಟೇ, either birth or naturalization. But US ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಂಗಿದೆ? US ಅಲ್ಲಿ only we call it as the birth and 14 years residence ಇರಬೇಕು, and 14 years they should have stayed in USA before going for election of President of India. Mandatory. But ನಮ್ಮ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ, citizen of India ಇರಬೇಕು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. And second one we call it as they should have, or they should be qualified to be a, I can say, member. No, they should not be a member, they should be qualified to be a member. Yes or no? Yes, they should be qualified to be a member of Lok Sabha, and age 35 plus. USL age ಇದೆ, but ಆದರೆ ಫ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ, ಫ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ there is no criteria with respect to conducting, like I can say conducting, or we call it as contesting for the post of President of India. There is no qualification. But US ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆದ್ರೆ we have two criteria. One we call it as 35 years. Second one we call it as they should have born in India, the son of the soil ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ, or the son of, we call it USA. And the third one we call it as 14 years of stay in USA. Nothing but they should be the 14 years resident of USA ಕೂಡ ಇರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಓಕೆನಾ? Second. The third one we call it as they should not be holding any office of profit. They should not be holding any office of the profit. ಓಕೆನಾ? Second. And the third one, ಇವ್ರದ್ದು term ಏನಪ್ಪ? The term we call it as 5 years. But 5 years ಗಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ ಇವನ್ನ ರಿಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾ? Yes, it is. They can be removed on 3 grounds. ಒಂದು ಅವ್ರಾಗ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ, yes, death. And the second one ಅವ್ರಾಗ ಅವ್ರೆ ಬಿಟ್ರೆ, it is, we call it as resignation. And the third one we call it as ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರು ರಿಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ we call it as impeachment. Okay ಅಲ್ವಾ? It is resignation and impeachment. All those three. Impeachment majorly for the violation of constitution. Impeachment majorly for violation of the constitution. And the next one we call it as what is the functions of President of India. Now what is the electoral college of, we call it as President of India? It is electoral college. Electoral college will be from 3. One from electoral, or I can say elected members of, because elected members of yaru? Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha also. It is ಎರಡು ಕೂಡ elected members of Lok Sabha as well as elected members of, we call it as Rajya Sabha, elected members of Legislative Assembly and elected members of, we call it as union territories with legislature. With andre moor aitu. One is Delhi, Puducherry and JNK. Delhi, Puducherry and JNK Electoral College. Okay alva. Now really they are being elected indirectly. But what about USA President? It is direct elections. Direct elections is indirect elections, and they are nominal also. They are nominal also. And in making functions on the gottide, legislative functions, executive functions, financial functions, judicial, diplomatic, the special powers, all the things you are aware. Okay alva? Done? Ish gotirli. But ivag nodi ivaga ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗತ್ತೀಗ. The first one, Indian ಅಂತ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು, electoral college. Electoral college. Now ಇಲ್ಲಿ we call it as USA President ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ they are being elected ಯಾವ ತರ? Directly elected from the states. Directly elected from the states. ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ, directly elected. This USA President is a real executive and he is the head of ಏನೇನಿಲ್ಲಿ? He is the head of the state also. He is the head of the government also. He is the head of the state and he is head of the government also. State as well as the government. But qualification ನಮ್ಗೆ already ಗೊತ್ತು. But ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ the born as well as 14 years residence is mandatory before applying. Before applying. And the next one we call it as veto ಅಲ್ಲಿ unlimited pocket veto ಇದೆ. ನೀವು ಓದಿರ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮೀಕಾಂತಲ್ಲಿ the pocket veto of I can say India is more broader or more bigger than USA ಅಂತ. Yes or no? Unlimited, we call it as unlimited pocket veto, whereas illi we call it as limited pocket veto. The pocket veto is majorly limited to the constitutional bill system. Majorly limited to the constitutional bills in USA. Okay alva? And ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ it is which is supreme or who is supreme? The constitution is supreme. ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂವಿಧಾನನೇ supreme. Whereas in USA, whereas with respect to USA we call it as it is the Supreme Court is supreme. The Supreme Court is the supreme, whereas illi we call it as Constitution is supreme. And illi it is how many years? The 5 years. And we can contest for unlimited period of time. We can continue for unlimited period of time. Whereas illi the 4 years and 2 times ashte. Only for the 2 times. Okay alva? Only for the 2 times na matarthivi gottirli. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ the third major important one we call it as ಇಲ್ಲಿ it is only nominal. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ we call it as the real executive. We call it as real executive because it is directly elected from the absolute majority of the states. Absolute majority of the states ಅಂತ. Okay ನಾ? Yes. ನಾವು ಸರ್ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಓಕೆ, ಬಟ್ ಈ ಫ್ರೆಂಚ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ವಲ್ಲ. But if French and Gota ikade it is not completely parliamentary or completely presidential, but it is semi-presidential. Understand my word. ಈ ಸರಿ ಸಖತ್ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ. ಕೋಹ್ಯಾಬಿಟೇಷನ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದಿರಾ? ಏನ್ ಕೋಹ್ಯಾಬಿಟೇಷನ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ? ಕೋಹ್ಯಾಬಿಟೇಷನ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎಕ್ಸಾಕ್ಟ್ ಮೀನಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲ. It is cohabitation is nothing but the president and the prime minister comes from different parties. Okay na? Polity it is French ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡೋಣ, or French or France. It is the French, the government we call it as the semi-parliamentary ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. The semi-parliamentary. What is the semi-parliamentary ಅಂದ್ರೆ? ಬೇಗನೆ, what is this? The semi-parliamentary. ಬೇಗನೆ, what is the semi-parliamentary? Now semi-parliamentary ಅಂದ್ರೆ it is there will be president of India also, there will be prime minister also. Both are being elected directly. It is both are being elected directly, but president is being given different functions, prime minister is being given different functions. Now the president of France, the president of France, he is the head of the state. Prime Minister is the head of the government, and he will be handling army related cases, or I can say army related issues, majorly the national issues. He will be handling the legislature, and this type of we call it as government called as ಏನಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಪ್ಪ? The we call it as presidential form of government. The semi-presidential form of government, nothing but neither we call it as parliamentary nor we call it as presidential. Rather, there is a coexistence of both the Prime Minister as well as President of India, and both of them are being elected directly from the people itself. Okay, now, this is the first news. And second problem ಏನಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ normal ಆಗಿ it is the President of India or the President of France as well as Prime Minister used to come from same party. But now this year both the persons are from different parties. Emmanuel Macron is different, the Prime Minister of France is different. And this concept we call it as the cohabitation. It is the cohabitation, the different parties occupying the same government agendas, and this we call it as cohabitation. Okay now? Yes, and this is we call it as the France semi-presidential and cohabitation kuda nodidvi. It is cohabitation and it is President of India is the head of, we call it as the state, whereas the Prime Minister is the head of the government. And both have come from a different political parties, and this we call it as the cohabitation. Okay, okay. The next one we call it as the Vice President News Alitta. Exactly, neither Parliament. Yes. Is it same like India? No. How can you say same like India? See, both President of India as well as Prime Minister, they are being, one is elected directly and one is elected indirectly alva. And normal ಆಗಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇರೋರ್ನೇ ಅಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. Take an example of Draupadi Murmu. Nothing but appointed to BJP. They are favorism to BJP. Yes or no? ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ it is Ramnath Kovind. See, ಒಂದೊಂದ್ಸತಿ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ extension of the term by 5 years. Take an example of Pranab Mukherjee. Pranab Mukherjee was appointed by ANC, but he, I can say, served for a period of, I can say, few years under the BJP rule also. But major ಏನು ಸರ್ ಅಷ್ಟು ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, because President of India does not have any power, boss. He does not have any power. Power ಯಾವಾಗ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ when government loses the power. But unfortunately, the government never loses and the president will never become superior. And that is the strategy we have built in with respect to India. But that will happen in rarest of rare situations. Collapse adaga, coalition governments adaga, avag matra. But adu kuda hardly for a shorter period of time. Adu kuda governor ಹೇಳಿದಾರಲ್ವಾ. See, governor gu kuda the Supreme Court has warned, saying that you have a immunity 361, and that is the reason we are not criminally prosecuting you. But whatever you are doing, it is an injustice. You are violating the people's rights. Yes or no? See, okay, bill na id ಮಾಡಬಹುದು, but 30 bill na 3 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಕಾಲ. How can I can say ethically governor can withhold a bill? And this has been the statement which has been given by the Supreme Court also. Yes or no? See, it's okay, you are working for union, everyone knows, but work partially. Yes or no? Yes, but ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಿರೋ ದುಡ್ಡು it's the state government account, right? ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾರ್ದು ಅಂದ್ರೆ it is the people's amount, and you are not accountable to people, and you are saying I am accountable to union. Yes or no? And you should be ethically good also, and ethically ಇದನ್ನ statements there was a conflict between the 200 article 200. But ಏನಾದರೂ ಇರಲಿ, but you should know the judgment. It is maximum ಎಷ್ಟು months ಅಂದ್ರೆ it is 1 and 3 months ಅಷ್ಟೇ. With the consent of the cabinet 1 month, without the consent of cabinet maximum 3 months. But bill na repass ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ within 1 month ಅಲ್ಲಿ it is you should give an assent, saying that you will accept or you will reject or you will send it to the president. ಮೂರು ಮಾಡು at least. Why are you keeping it idle? Yes or no? ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಪಟ್ಟಂತ even our Karnataka government also kept this greater Bengaluru bill. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಪಟ್ಟನ್ ಪಾಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. And from last week it has also been implemented. This week I think. From Thursday ಇಂದ implement ಕೂಡ ಆಗಿದೆ. And the DCM has also said that, or the banned Bengaluru minister has also clarified, saying that within 4 months we will be conducting elections also. See, 11 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಿದೆ ಕೆಲವು, it is urban local bodies. They have not even gone for elections. Then what's the use of going for 73rd and 74th? 11 ವರ್ಷ average ಆಗಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಅಂತೂ 11 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಒಂದು ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. And no one want election to Bengaluru, because everyone want to control this Bengaluru. Why only controlled by few? That is the issue here. ಹೇಳಿದ್ನಲ್ಲ ನಾನು, it is maximum GDP. It is 60% of GDP comes from only Bengaluru. And ಅದನ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. CM, DCM, ministers, the ward members, the councillors, followed by the mayors. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಟರ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅವ್ರವ್ರೆ ಒಂಥರ ಕೇಕ್ ಥರ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಟೆರಿಟರಿ ನಂದು ಬರಂಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ನೋಡೋಣ, ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. 4 ತಿಂಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಆದರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವೆಲ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಗುಡ್. ಬಟ್ ನೋಡೋಣ, ದೇ ನೀಡ್ ಟು ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಬೈ ದರ್ ವರ್ಡ್ಸ್. ಬಟ್ ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಖುಷಿ ಆಯಿತು, ಓಕೆ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ. The next one we call it as the Vice President of India. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ವೈಸ್ ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಬಟ್ ಆದರೆ ನನ್ನ ಬಾಧ್ಯತೆ ಏನು ಅಂದರೆ there was a news saying that recent agi there was an, I can say, the bill which has been introduced, a no confidence motion against yaru. We call it as Vice President of India. The no confidence motion has been passed by, we call it as opposition party against, we call it as the Vice President of India. Vice President of India. ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೋಗೋಣ. ಏನಪ್ಪ ವೈಸ್ ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಅಂದರೆ? ಹೂ ಇಸ್ ವೈಸ್ ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ? ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವೈಸ್ ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಯಾರು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಹಿ ಇಸ್ ದ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಸಿಟಿಸನ್. ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಸಿಟಿಸನ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರ ಹಸ್ಬೆಂಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಓಕೆನಾ? ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಸಿಟಿಸನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಇನ್ ಹೈರಾರ್ಕಿ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. Second in hierarchy also. And the second one we call it as this Vice President of India is an ex officio chairman of Rajya Sabha. Ex officio the chairman of the Rajya Sabha. And second one, what is the qualification for contesting for a post of, we call it as Vice President of India? It is first one, citizen of India agirbeku. Adadmele how many years? It is 35 years plus 35 plus agirbeku. Adadmele they should be qualified to be a member of Rajya Sabha. And the fourth one we call it as, no office of the prophet. No office of prophet. And the next one we call it as, now how or what is the term? The term is 6 years or 5 years? It is 5 years. Gotirli normal Rajya Sabha adre 6 years, but yurda adre it is, we call it as, it is 5 years. Are they part of, we call it as Rajya Sabha? They are heading the Rajya Sabha, boss. You are saying no anda. Pakana no. He is not a member. He is not a member and is not a part of parliament as such. He is not a member. He is not a member. Member agila iವರು. He is not a member and is not a part of parliament also. Only president is a part. Only president is a part of both Rajya Sabha as well as Lok Sabha also. It is, he is not a part of parliament. He is not a member of Rajya Sabha also. And ಇವ್ರನ್ನ ರಿಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, or what is the electoral college? It is elected and nominated members of the parliament. Elected and the nominated members of parliament. How are they being removed? ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, the bill, I can say the bill must start in Rajya Sabha with effective majority. Be cautious here. With effective majority, and I can say approved by Lok Sabha with simple majority. Effective majority in Rajya Sabha and approved by, we call it as Lok Sabha, and that bill will reach the President of India, and that leads to, we call it as the removal of Vice President of India. Okay alva? One ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ factuals ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ, now this Vice President of India can become a President of India for a maximum period of how many months? It is 6 months. ಅಂದ್ರೆ 6 ತಿಂಗಳ ಕಾಲ, when the President of, I can say, India's chair is vacant. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಫಾರಿನ್ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡಂಗಿಲ್ಲ. Nothing but it is when they are during death agirbodu, nothing but during, we call it as resignation, they can be the president or they can act as a president for maximum period of 6 months. Maximum period of the 6 months anta. Okay alva? And second one, the resignation of the Vice President is given to yarge? It is the President of India. The President of India. Okay na? The third one is the Chairman of Rajya Sabha. The Chairman of Rajya Sabha and Vice Chairman of Rajya Sabha. Who is superior or both are equal? It is both are equal. Both are equal within the house. Within the house andre both are equal. Okay, they are not subordinate. Vice Chairman is not subordinate to the, it is Rajya Sabha Chairman, but outside orgade bandra, it is Vice President is supreme. Vice President is supreme. ಇದೊಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ ಸಾಕು. ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಎಸ್, ಹೈಲಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಒನ್. ಅವರು ವೇಕೆಂಟ್ ಆದರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಆಟೋಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕ್ಲಿ ನಿಮಗೆ CJ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಓದ್ತಿರ್ತೀವಿ. Yes, online, correct. Okay, Alva. The next one, issue of governor. The issue of the governor. Now, with respect to issue of governor, now, what you need to know with respect to governor? The first thing with respect to governor, governor news it is governor news anta keli. Okay. But major nodadadre we call it as article 200. Article 200 Tamil Nadu case. Okay, admele we call it as the Muda case. Nam Karnataka kuda gothirli. And the second major important one, what is the or which article talks about governor? It is 150. It is 3 to 162. 163 and 164 COM alva. It is 162 of which part? It is part 6 which talks about the state government, which talks about the state government. He is the constitutional head of state executive. Satisfied? It is constitutional head kuda. It is mentioned in constitution. And he is a part of state executive also. He is a part of the state executive also. He is a part of state executive also. Okay, now this is our second one. And the third one, what is the qualification to be a governor? The constitutional qualification. I am talking about constitutional qualification. Big name. First one, he should be a citizen of India and he should have completed how many years? He should have completed the term of 5 years. Sir, not fair, sir.
ಊಟ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಾ?
12:30 ಸರ್.
ಓ ಸಾರಿ, ಡಿಸ್ಟರ್ಬ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಮಧ್ಯೆ. ಹರೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀರೇನ್ರಪ್ಪ? ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಹಂಗಾರೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಹರೇಂದ್ರ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರಾ? ಯೂಸ್ಫುಲ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆಯಾ? ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಮೇನ್ಸ್ ಪ್ರಿಲಿಮ್ಸ್ ಬರಿತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ? UPSC ಬಹುತೇಕ ಬರಿತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ. ಗುಡ್ ಗುಡ್ ಗುಡ್. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಹುಡುಗನಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಅವ್ರು ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಟೈಮ್ಗೆ ಜ್ಯೂಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ರಪ್ಪ, ನೀರು ಕೊಡಿ, ಗಂಟ್ಲು ಆರಬಾರ್ದು ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಅವ್ರು ಗಂಟ್ಲು ಆರಿದ್ರೆ ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಾನೇ ಜ್ಯೂಸ್ ತಂದಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಇವತ್ತು. ಸೊ ಕಳೆದ 1 ತಿಂಗಳಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಹರೇಂದ್ರ ಅವರು ಪ್ರಾಪರಾಗಿ ಪ್ರಿಪೇರ್ ಆಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಹುಡುಗರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಅಫೈರ್ಸ್ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಗ್ಯಾಪ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಅಫೈರ್ಸ್ ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬರ್ತಾಯಿದೆ. India4IAS ಪ್ರತಿ ಬಾರಿನೂ ಕೂಡ ಇವ್ರ ಜೊತೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಟೀಮ್ ಜೊತೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿ ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಅಫೈರ್ಸ್ ಏನು ಗ್ಯಾಪ್ ಇದೆ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ಸ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗಲಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಇದನ್ನು ನಿಮಗಿಂದ ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಫೀಸ್ ತೊಗೋತಿದ್ದಾರಾ? ಇಲ್ಲ ಉಚಿತವಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದು ಫ್ರೀ ಅಲ್ಲ? ಓಕೆ. ಸೊ ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಅಫೈರ್ಸ್ ಯಾವತ್ತೂ India4IASಲ್ಲಿ ಫ್ರೀ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಇನ್ನೂ 10 ವರ್ಷದವರೆಗೂ. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಓದ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಪ್ರಿಲಿಮ್ಸ್ಗೆ UPSC ಪ್ರಿಲಿಮ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದಾಗಲಿ, ಮತ್ತು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ಸನ್ನು ಬರೀತಾ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದಾಗಲಿ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಟೈಮ್ ಕೊಡಪ್ಪ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮಧ್ಯೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ ಲೈಫಲ್ಲಿ ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಬ್ರೈನ್ಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರಲ್ಲ ಇವರು. ಈಗ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಅಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡ್ತಾವ್ರೆ. ನಿಜನಾ? ಅಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಯಾವತ್ತಾದರೂ? ಈಗ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಅಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಗ್ರ್ಯಾಜುಯೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡುವಾಗಂತೂ ನೀವು ಒಂದಿನ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಪೇಪರ್ ಓದಿರಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ವೇನ್ರಪ್ಪ? ಎಲ್ಲ ಈ ಜನ್ರೇಷನ್ ಕತೆ ಇದು. ಎಲ್ಲ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಾ, ವಾಟ್ಸಪ್ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ತಿರ್ಗಾ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಾಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ತಿರ್ಗಿ ಫೇಸ್ಬುಕ್ಕು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಯಾವುದೋ ಟ್ವಿಟರು, ನಗಿತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಹಂಗಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜನ್ರೇಷನ್ ಕತೆ ಇಷ್ಟು. ಯಾರೂ ಕೂಡ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಪೇಪರ್ ಓದಲ್ಲ, ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಅಫೇರ್ಸ್ ಅಪ್ಡೇಟ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ, ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ 3 ಹೊತ್ತು ಊಟ ಮಾಡಾಕ್ತಾರೆ, ಒಂದು ಬ್ಯಾಗ್ನ ತಗೊಂಡು ಕಾಲೇಜ್ಗೆ ಹೋದ್ವಿ, ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಬಂದ್ವಿ, ಏನೋ ಒಂದು 40-50%, ಒಂದು 90% ತಗೊಂಡು ಇವಾಗ ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಅಫೈರ್ಸ್ ಹರೇಂದ್ರ ಸರು ಭಾಳ ಹಗಲು ರಾತ್ರಿ ಓದ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ PPT ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಗ್ರ್ಯಾಜುಯೇಷನಲ್ಲಿ ಡೇಸಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ರಿಲೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಏನು, ನಮ್ಮ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್ ಏನಿದೆ, ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್ ಏನಿದೆ, ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಸೆಕ್ಟರ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೇನು ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿದೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ನು, ನಮ್ಮ ಇಕಾನಮಿ, ಎಲ್ಲದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆನೂ ಕೂಡ ನೀವು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿರಲ್ಲ. ಅದರದ್ದು ಕಸರತ್ತು ಇದು ಈಗ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಲೆಕ್ಕ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಪಾಠನೆ ಮಾಡೋಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಯಾರೂ. ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಅಫೇರ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನನ್ನ ದೃಷ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾಠನೆ ಮಾಡೋಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ನಿಮಗೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ನೀವು ಗ್ರ್ಯಾಜುಯೇಷನ್ 3 ವರ್ಷ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ ಅಂತ ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ನೆನ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, 3 ವರ್ಷ 4 ವರ್ಷ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೀರಿ ಅಂತ. ಪ್ರತಿನಿತ್ಯ ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಅರ್ಧ ಗಂಟೆ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಪೇಪರ್ ಓದೋ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇತ್ತು, ಓದಿಲ್ಲ. ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಪೇಪರ್ ಓದೋದು, ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಅಫೇರ್ಸ್ ಅಪ್ಡೇಟ್ ಆಗೋದು, ನನ್ನ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತಲಿನ ಜಗತ್ತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೆಲ್ಲ ಬದಲಾವಣೆಗಳಾಗ್ತಾಯಿದೆ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು, ಅದು ಯಾವುದೂ ಕುತೂಹಲ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಒಂದಿನ ರೆಡ್ ಲೈಟ್ ನೋಡಿದ್ವಿ ಅಥವಾ ಕೆಲಸ ಸಿಗಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಇನ್ನೆಲ್ಲೋ ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬಲ್ಲಿ IAS ಆಗಬೇಕು, KS ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಜ್ಞಾನೋದಯ ಆಗಿ ಓಡೋಡು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಈಗ ಎಲ್ಲರದ್ದು ಗ್ರ್ಯಾಜುಯೇಷನ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಇವ್ರದ್ದು. ನಿಜ ಅಲ್ಲೇನ್ರಪ್ಪ? ಸತ್ಯ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಾ ಸುಳ್ಳು ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಾ? ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಅಫೇರ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೀವೇ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೋರ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಇದೇನು ಮಾಡಿದಾರಲ್ಲ 2-3 ತಿಂಗಳು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಇವರು, ಇದನ್ನು ನೀವೇ ಮಾಡೋದು ಕಲೀರಿ. ಫಸ್ಟು ನೀವೇ ನೋಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಪ್ರತಿನಿತ್ಯ ನಾವು ಕ್ಲಾಸಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಲ್ಲ, ಹೌ ಟು ರೀಡ್ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಪೇಪರ್, ಹೌ ಟು ಮೇಕ್ ನೋಟ್ಸ್. 2 ಸೆಷನ್ ಅದೇ ಸಪ್ರೇಟ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ, ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಎಂಟರ್ ಆಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಮೊದಲೇ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನೀವು ಸ್ವತಃ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ನೋಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದನ್ನು ಕಲೀರಿ. ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಈಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಇವರಿಗೆ. ಸೊ ಎಲ್ಲದು ಒಳ್ಳೇದಾಗಲಿ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ. ಹಾಂ, ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಓದ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಇವ್ರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗ್ಯಾಪ್ ಕೊಡಪ್ಪ. ಅವರೇ ಬೇಡ ಅಂತಿದ್ದಾರಾ? ಹಂಗಾದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಿಮಗೆ ಫಿದಾ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟವ್ರೆ ಅಂತ. ಹಾಂ, ಒಳ್ಳೇದಾಗಲಿ.
ಓಕೆ, ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಗವರ್ನರ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ. ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಆರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ 200 ನ್ಯೂಸಲ್ಲಿ ಇತ್ತು, ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಟು ತಮಿಳ್ನಾಡು. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಒನ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಅಸ್ ಆರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ 153, 153ರಿಂದ 162 ನೋಡೋದು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನಲ್ ಹೆಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸಿಕ್ಯೂಟಿವ್. ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ನಾವು ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ಸ್ ಏನಪ್ಪ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಮೆನ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿರೋದು? ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ವಿಚ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಬೀನ್ ಮೆನ್ಷನ್ ವಿತ್ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಟು ಗವರ್ನರ್? ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಥಿಂಗ್, ಅವರು ಸಿಟಿಸನ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಆಗಿರಬೇಕು. ಕರೆಕ್ಟಾ? ಸಿಟಿಸನ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಒನ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಅಸ್ ಏಜ್ ಎಷ್ಟಾಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ? It is the 35 plus. And the third one we call it as he should not be holding office of profit. But convention mulaka based on the recommendation of yardu, based on the recommendation of Sarkaria and Punchi Commission 1980s and 2007 Punchi Commission recommendation prakara ನಾವು ಎರಡನ್ನ ಇನ್ಕಲ್ಕೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಮೇಜರ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು, ಬಟ್ ಎರಡೊಂದು ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ದ ಗವರ್ನರ್ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ಔಟ್ಸೈಡ್ ದ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್. ಈ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ಔಟ್ಸೈಡ್ ದ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಇರಬೇಕು. ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಈ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ಔಟ್ಸೈಡ್ ದ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್. ಬಟ್ ಔಟ್ಸೈಡ್ ದ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಸ್ ಓಕೆ, ಬಟ್ ನಿಯರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಮಹಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ಟು ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ, ತಮಿಳ್ನಾಡು ಇಂದ ತೆಲಂಗಾಣ, ಆಟೋಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕಲಿ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಕ್ಲೋಸೆಸ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಎಸ್ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್? ಇಸ್ ಔಟ್ಸೈಡ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್. ಇದನ್ನ ಪಾರ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಸ್ಯಾಟಿಸ್ಫೈ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. And second one we call it as while appointing a governor you need to take the recommendation of yardo. It is chief minister of the state. Are we doing this? It is no, but in some cases only we are going for it. Okay alva? It is this we call it as convention. And idadmele it is our powers nimge already ಗೊತ್ತಿರುತ್ತೆ. The powers again the same powers, executive powers, the legislative powers, followed by we call it as financial powers. Executive, legislative, financial powers. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ fourth one we call it as judicial powers. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ special powers. ಓಕೆ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿದಾವ? ಎಕ್ಸಿಕ್ಯೂಟಿವ್ ಪವರ್ಸ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಡಿಫರೆಂಟ್ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನಲ್ ಪವರ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಕ್ಲೂಡಿಂಗ್ ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಜಜಸ್. ಲೆಜಿಸ್ಲೇಟಿವ್ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ PDS. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಪ್ರೊರಗೇಷನ್, ಡಿಸಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಸಮನಿಂಗ್. he is a part of legislature also, executive also. Financial power andre introduction of budget, approval of we call it as money bill, adadmele judicial antandre they have all the powers excluding military pardoning as well as complete pardoning of death sentence. Pardon ide avrige, but pardoning of death sentence mado power illa. Ade riti they does not have any, I can say, pardoning related to central government. Confusion ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಡಿ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ pardoning power ಕೂಡ ಇದೆ, but they does not have pardoning of death sentence. And diplomatic powers ಕೂಡ ಅವ್ರಿಗಿಲ್ಲ. Diplomatically with respect to we call it as it is the external ties ಅವ್ರಿಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ we call it as special powers related to the 370 and 371. 371 ಇಂದ 371 J ವರೆಗೂ ಬರುತ್ತಲ್ವಾ, and that we call it as the special powers which has been given to the governor, and that we call it as special powers. And last ಇನ್ನೊಂದೇ ಒಂದು ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ, the governor has the constitutional as well as we call it as situational discretion, whereas president has only situational discretion ashte. The president does not have constitutional discretion. Highly and highly important one. Governor has both the discretions, situational kuda ide and constitution kuda ide. At the same time, with respect to president nodadadre, he has only one power, we call it as ಏನಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ situational discretion. ಓಕೆನಾ? ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಮುಗಿದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ 356 ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಏನಪ್ಪ 356? It is president's rule. Now president's rule has been misused. Highly it has been misused. Now misuse, okay sir, how many times this president rule has been imposed in India anta kelidre? It is more than 100 times. Now which is the first state to come under president rule? It is Punjab. Maximum times ಈಗ Manipur equal ittu. UP and Manipur was equal. Now Manipur has highest now. Manipur has highest now. And the third one, now which judgments have curbed the, I can say, the rights of Article 356? Punchi Biteli. Jamanata 1994 do. It is Rabam Rebiakis. Kelidira. It is the Punchi judgment of, sorry, Punchi letters, SR Bomai judgment of 1994. It is Gotirliadu Jamanadu. And the recent judgment we call it as, it is Rabam Rabia. It is the case of 2016-17 ali. Gotiribekili. It is Rabam Rabia judgment which has curbed the rights of governor with respect to unnecessary introduction of Article 356 anta. Okay na? Yes. Idella it is the past, but gotirli anta. But major ಆಗಿ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ ಇವಾಗ ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಸರ್ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಮೇಜರ್ಲಿ ದಿಸ್ ಗವರ್ನರ್ ಆರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ 200. Now what do you mean by article 200? ಏನಪ್ಪ ಆರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ 200 talks about? Article 200 talks about assenting of bills. Now what all different, I can say, ways does governor has with respect to assenting? How many ways? He has 4 ways. One we call it as ಏನು ಇಲ್ಲ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ ಕೇಳೋದು, assenting, nothing but it is the request of the COM assent ಮಾಡೋದು. And the second one we call it as rejecting. Okay, withholding also. Third one withholding. It is withholding. And the last one we call it as president ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ withhold ಮಾಡೋದು. Okay na? But now there was no time period for all these cases. But now in the Tamil Nadu's Ravi case ali, we have come out with a, I can say, judgment called as, there is a fixed tenure. We have come out with a fixed tenure. Sir, fixed tenure ಏನು ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, my first question here is, assent ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. But second problem comes here is, now if I'm rejecting it, now reject, okay, reject ಮಾಡಿ ನಾ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಈಗ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ pass it again? Yes or no? Now pass ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಟೈಮ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ? Within 1 month ಅಲ್ಲಿ I need to pass a bill. Nothing but I need to give an assent. ಮತ್ತೆ ರೀಬಿಲ್ ನ ಪಾಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ nothing but it is within 1 month you need to give an assent to the bill, no matter what. ನೀನ್ ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಕಳಿಸಿ ಅವ್ರ ತಾತನ ಕಳಿಸಿ ನಿನ್ ಇಷ್ಟ, but 1 month ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಸೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಡು. Second, the third one, if I am withholding an assent, now what is the time period? ಏನಾದ್ರೂ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋ, withholder ಮಾಡ್ಕೋ, ಏನಾದ್ರೂ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋ, but 3 months ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಸೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಡು. Now the time period for withholding, it is 3 months. We call it as that 3 months. 3 ತಿಂಗಳಲ್ಲಿ you need to give an assent. ಅದೇ ವಿತ್ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು ಕೂಡ ಯಾರಿಗಾದ್ರೂ ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೋ, ಬಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಿಮಮ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಟೈಮ್ ಪೀರಿಯಡ್? 3 months. Maximum is 3 months. ನೆನೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ನಲ್ಲ ಅದೇ. It is maximum is 3 months. It is 1 month with respect to, I can say, resending the bill. And second one we call it as, ಅಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ವಿಥೋಲ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮತ್ತೆ ರಿಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾ ಲಾಸ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ? 3 months ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಮಂತ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ. Can I do that? No. Once it has been given for president, he need to, I can say, give an assent, or he need to send it back within 3 months ಅಲ್ಲಿ. He need to send it back within 3 months ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳಿಸಬೇಕು. Okay, this was the judgment which has been given by the Supreme Court. Okay alva? Exactly, yes. Bill will automatically get passed. Yes, yes. Okay alva? The next one we call it as immunity powers. Immunity powers we call it as Article 361 361. ಓದಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ? Article 361 ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. What is Article 361? Immunity powers. Now what immunity powers? Okay. The next one we call it as, now this governor will be having various powers. Now ಈ powers ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ we have two important powers. One we call it as civil power, and the second one we call it as criminal related one. Now, okay alva, the powers. Now sir, the governor will be handling n number of the related the functions, but ಏನೇ governor ತಗೊಂಡ್ರು ಕೂಡ will he be taking on the whims and fancies, or based on the recommendation of council of ministers headed by chief minister in majority of cases? ಯಾರ ಬೇಸಿಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ತಗೋತಾರೆ? In majority of the cases, this governor will be taking based on the consent of COM itself. Now COM consent ತಗೊಂಡು ಇವರು ಅಸೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಿದ್ರೆ, why we need to prosecute him based on civil or criminal? It is the assent. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ? ನಾವು ಅಸೆಂಟ್ ನಾನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಗುರು, ಬಟ್ ನನಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ ಯಾರು ಅಂತ COM ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಬಟ್ ಏನೇ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಆದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ who will be liable? The executive, real executive will be liable, not the nominal executive. Not the nominal executive. ಆ ನಾಮಿನಲ್ ಎಕ್ಸಿಕ್ಯೂಟಿವ್ಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಮೆನ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಮೆನ್ಷನ್ ಇನ್ ಆರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ 361. ಆರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ 361. ಬಟ್ ಮೈ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಹಿಯರ್ ಇಸ್, ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಫಂಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್ಗೆ ನಂಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಬಟ್ ನಾನು ಯಾರಿಗೋ ಸುಪಾರಿ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಯಾರನ್ನೋ ಮರ್ಡರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ, ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಎನಿ ಗವರ್ನರ್ ಬಿ ಪ್ರಾಸಿಕ್ಯೂಟೆಡ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ ಇಂಡಿವಿಜುವಲ್ ಆಕ್ಟ್ಸ್, ನಾಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಕ್ಟ್ಸ್? ಬಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ಬಟ್ ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಕಂಡೀಷನ್ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ನೋಡೋಣ. ಬಟ್ ಸಿವಿಲ್ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಒಫೆನ್ಸಸ್ಗೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್, ಐ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಅ ಗವರ್ನರ್, ಬಟ್ ಐ ರಿಕ್ವೈರ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಂತ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲಿ? that 2 months notice ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಬಿಫೋರ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಫಾರ್ ಸಿವಿಲ್ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಅಸ್ ಪ್ರಾಸಿಕ್ಯೂಷನ್. ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ಬಟ್ 2 months notice. ಬಟ್ 2 months notice ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ಸಾಕು, ಆಟೋಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕಲಿ he will be losing the governor post. Automatically you can try with a criminal case also. See, that is the logic here. 2 months notice bantu andre mugde governor against, he is not fit to be a governor post. Automatically president will remove him and he will be prosecuted based on the law, I can say law of the land. Okay, the first one. Second one, can any governor be tried with respect to criminal cases either for individual or with respect to organization? Madbodu andre, it is never. We can never prosecute a governor for the criminal act either from the individual act or for individual act or for the government act. Our government or governor postal iro varegu our hatrಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂಡ criminal offense ಹೋಗಂಗಿಲ್ಲ. but ಹಂಗಾದ್ರೆ ಅವರು is he supreme? He's an individual supreme or a post supreme? See, Article 361 majorly talks about posts ಅಷ್ಟೇ. It is not about individual. It is the Tawar Chand Gehlot, he is not supreme, but that governor post is supreme. And the governor we are giving immunity. The governor we are giving immunity and we are respecting that post. Adukoskara we are given a immunity under Article 361. Saying that for criminal offenses, the governor na yavde karanakku arrest ಮಾಡಂಗಿಲ್ಲ. But if you have evidences, send it to president will remove him, adadmele you can go for a case. And second one criminal civil ಮಾಡಬಹುದು ಅಂದ್ರೆ yes, but with 2 months notice. But postal ಇರುವಾಗ you can't touch him, but ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬಂದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ it's your wish, because it is law is equal for everyone, but post and people equal ಅಂದ್ರೆ no. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂವಿಧಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಇಂಡಿವಿಜುವಲ್ ಸೇಮ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನೋ, ಬಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಂಡಿವಿಜುವಲ್ ಸೇಮ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸೇಮ್. ಈವನ್ ಪ್ರೈಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಕೂಡ ಸೇಮ್. ಪ್ರೈಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಅ ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಕಾಮನ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್ ಇಸ್ ಸೇಮ್ ವೆನ್ ಇಫ್ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಇಂಡಿವಿಜುವಲ್ಸ್. ಇಫ್ ಅ ಇಂಡಿವಿಜುವಲ್ ಇಸ್ ಹೋಲ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಸಮ್ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅನ್ಇಕ್ವಲ್. Nothing but we are not giving a respect to an individual, not we are giving a respect to a particular caste or community, but we are giving a respect to a particular post, and that post we call it as constitutional post. Yes or no? Yes? Okay, alva. This we call it as Artha aita hogli. Article 361. Article 361 is the immunity which has been given to, we call it as, it is governor. And the next one we call it as women. Now women CJ yavaga agtarappa next. It is 2027 ali. And who will be the first one we call it as, it is Nagaratna anta. Okay alva. It is Nagaratna. She is I can say the judge of Karnataka High Court. She will be the first. In case badkidre. Just joking. 2027 ali. No, ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ. But ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ರೆ for sure she will be the first, we call it as CJI in 2027 ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಇವಾಗ who is the Chief Justice? It is B.R. Gavai. B.R. Gavai replacing Sanjeev Khanna. And he is the 52nd or 53rd? It is 52nd. 50th one was Chandrachud. 51st one was the Sanjeev Khanna. And the 52nd is the B.R. Gavai. Gothirli, it is B.R. Gavai. Highly important one. And the second one, it is 2027 ali. 2027 is the first, we call it as the CJI ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ, first CJI, we call it as Nagaratna. Okay ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಈ ವುಮೆನ್ಸ್ ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಹೆಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಗೊತ್ತು ತಾನೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ್ದು ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಗರತ್ನ. ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ CJI 2027, the women CJI, women the CJI. And she is the only woman in the present, the CJ or in the Supreme Court. She is the only woman in the present, we call it as the CJ or we call it as Supreme Court. Okay alva? ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ. ಬಟ್ ಮೇಜರ್ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ women related one, sir women related one ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಸರ್ ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, we are focusing majorly on the legislature, but we are left out with what? It is judiciary. ನೋಡಿ, legislature ಅಲ್ಲಿ we are talking about 106th ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದೀವಿ, and we are also talking about 73rd and 74th. Yes or no? And no one is focusing upon women in judiciary. But women in judiciary, it is performing at a worst level. Okay, no, it is 106 ನಿಮ್ಗೆ already ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. It is 1/3 reservation. 1/3 reservation ಯಾರ್ಯಾರಿಗೆ? It is Lok Sabha as well as legislative assemblies, which also includes few UTs also. And Delhi ಜೊತೆ Puducherry and JNK ಕೂಡ extend ಆಗಿದೆ. Okay ಅಲ್ವಾ? It is the UTs. The 3 UTs. And the next one we call it as 73rd and 74th. Again 1/3 reservation to again women. 1/3 reservation to the women. Okay alva? Now 1/3 ಹೋಗಿ ಎಷ್ಟಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ 47% of the elected representatives are women ivaga. In the, we call it as panchayat as well as municipalities. But are they having the real power with respect to lawmaking? No. It is, we call it as Pati Pradhan concept, or we call it as, it is the proxy voting, or the, we call it as proxy elected representatives. The proxy elected representatives. ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಫೋಕಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದೀವಿ, and no one is focusing on women in legislature or women in judiciary. Now sir, women in judiciary ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಡೇಟಾ ನೋಡಿ. It is according to National Judicial Data Grid ಪ್ರಕಾರ, according to National Judicial Data Grid ಪ್ರಕಾರ, what is the percentage of advocates are women? ನೋಡಿ, ಹಾರ್ಡ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಪರ್ಸೆಂಟ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ. ಅಡ್ವೊಕೇಟ್ಸ್ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ ಓನ್ಲಿ 15%. ಅದೇ ಬಾರ್ ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲ್ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ, ಬಾರ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆ ಬಾರ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಬಾರಲ್ಲಿ ಇದಾರೆ ಬಿಡಿ, ಅದೇಂತಂದಿಲ್ಲ. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಗೊತ್ತಾ? ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಹೂ ಆರ್ ವಿಚ್ ಜೆಂಡರ್ ಇಸ್ ಕನ್ಸ್ಯೂಮಿಂಗ್ ದ ಲಾರ್ಜೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆರ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಸೇ ದ ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಿಮಮ್ ಆಲ್ಕೋಹಾಲ್, ವಿಮೆನ್ ಆರ್ ಮೇಲ್? ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವಿಮೆನ್. ರೀಸೆಂಟ್ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ. ಅದನ್ನು ನನಗೆ ಶಾಕ್ ಆಯ್ತು ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ. ಎಲ್ಲೂ ನೋಡಲ್ಲ, ಹೆಂಗೆ ಮನೇಲಲ್ಲ, ಮನೇನೇ ಬಾರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮೇ ಬಿ ತಪ್ಪು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಮತ್ತೆ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ, ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಓಕೆ ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ದಿಸ್ ಆರ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಮೇಜರ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಒನ್ ವಿತ್ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಟು ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಬಾರ್ ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲ್ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ, ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಬಾರ್ ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲ್ only 2% of, we call it as the representatives are women ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, only 2%. ಅದು ವಿತ್ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಟು ಬಾರ್ ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ 0%. ಯಾರು ಇಲ್ವೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಬಾರ್ ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ. ಡೋಂಟ್ ಯು ಥಿಂಕ್ ವಿ ನೀಡ್ ಟು ಫೋಕಸ್ ದಿಸ್ ಸೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ? Yes or no? See, we are only focusing upon, there is a piling up of the judicial cases. ಅದನ್ನು ಫೋಕಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಿ. And we are not focusing upon diversity of or inclusion of women into the, it is judiciary also. And if you see that 95% of the judges are coming from only 5 families. And do you really think this is equality, or do you really think it is diversity? No, not at all. So now they are giving a bold judgment and we are following it across India, 1.4 billion population. So ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ವಿಲ್ ಗೆಟ್ ಟು ನೋ ಆಲ್ ದ ಆನ್ಸರ್ಸ್. ನಾವು ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ನೇ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ? ಹೌದಾ ಇಲ್ಲೋ? ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಥರ್ಡ್ ಒನ್. ಅಂಡ್ ಫೋರ್ತ್ ಮೇಜರ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಜುಡಿಷಿಯರಿ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ, ಈಗ ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಫೋರ್ತ್ ಒನ್. ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಸೆಡ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಒನ್, ಅಂಡ್ ದಟ್ ಟು ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ as ನಾಗರತ್ನ. ಶಿ ಇಸ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಒನ್ ವುಮೆನ್. ಬಟ್ ಅವರಿದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ we are not getting the bold initiatives from women also. Any bold initiatives. She has not been given to head the, I can say different, we call it as the benches, constitutional benches, the different most important benches, normally headed by male. Normally headed by the male or either by CGI. And that's the issue. And with respect to high courts, the less than 40% representation. Less than how to 150? It is hardly 60. Hardly 60 members are women with respect to, we call it as, we call it as the judges, high court judges. High court judges. And Kelu states there is no women at all. There is no women at all, including with respect, including J&K, including Meghalaya, Northeast illa. One women kuda illa. And that is a pathetic situation we are seeing with respect to judiciary. And without inclusion of women, how can we expect that we want justice? And how can women enter into judiciary? ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಒಂದ್ಸತಿ ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಬನ್ನಿ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಅಸಹ್ಯವಾಗಿ ನೋಡ್ತಾರೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ ನಿಮಗೆ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಜುಡಿಷಿಯರಿಗೆ ಹೋದ್ರು ಅಂತೂ ಮಾನ ಮರ್ಯಾದೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಥಿಂಗ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಸೀಯಿಂಗ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದಟ್ ಸಿಂಡ್ರೋಮ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಬ್ಲ್ಯಾಕ್ ಕೋಟ್ ಸಿಂಡ್ರೋಮ್. ಕೇಳಿದಿರಿ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟು, ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಬ್ಲ್ಯಾಕ್ ಕೋಟ್ ಸಿಂಡ್ರೋಮ್. ಭಯ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಭಯ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಪ್ಪ, ನಮ್ಮ ಇರೋ ಮರ್ಯಾದೆ ಕಳೀತಾರೆ. And that has become a normal or a norm in India. But on ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ positive sign ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ, there are two important positive signs. One we call it as the Sikkim, and the second one we call it as Delhi. Now Sikkim ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ 50% representation are women. But problem ಏನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ Sikkim has hardly less than 10 judges. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ 50% ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. It is, we call it as the 50%, and with respect to Delhi ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ we call it as 28%. And this is one ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ relief with respect, because we have women anta in ಮಿಕ್ಕಿದ ಕಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲ, it is ಛತ್ತೀಸ್ಗಢ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, or ಮೇಘಾಲಯ, the ಮಿಜೋರಂ, or J&K, or ಹಿಮಾಚಲ್ ಪ್ರದೇಶ್, or ಉತ್ತರಾಖಂಡ್, we have zero representation. We have zero the representation with respect to women. Okay ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಇದೊಂದು ಕಡೆ ಜುಡಿಷಿಯರಿ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಆದರೆ, and second problem we are seeing with respect to judiciary, we call it as corruption. See, ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ we had a problem called as opaqueness of judiciary. But now we are seeing a third syndrome called as, it is even corruption which we are reaping up or creeping up with respect to judiciary also. Notable recent agi, it is Yashwant Sinha case, and he has got huge amount of crores of money with respect to the judicial we call it as verdicts, and adna burn ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನೋಡಿ ಇಲ್ವಾ ನೀವು, burn ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು, and he has been prosecuted and he has been transferred to Allahabad High Court, and Allahabad High Court ಇಂದ ಕಳಿಸಬೇಡಿ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನ, they went for strike, the advocates as well as bar council, they said it is no anta, and without, or I can say without the consent of bar council, they have been transferred to Allahabad High Court. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ is judiciary supreme, is constitution supreme in India? ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ? ಸಿ, ನೋ ಒನ್ ಇಸ್ ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಬಾಸ್. ಅಂಡ್ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಕಂಟೆಂಪ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಆಗತ್ತ ನಂದು. ವಾಟ್ ಡು ಯು ಸೇ? ಸರ್ ನಾನೇನು ತಪ್ಪು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಹೌ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಇಟ್ ಬಿ ಕಂಟೆಂಪ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಕೋರ್ಟ್? And I am not criticizing any judge, neither Sanjeev Khanna or B.R. Gavai or any, it is Nagaratna also. It is that does not amount to contempt. See, contempt yavaga agutte andre, if I am criticizing a judge, if I am criticizing a judgment, or if I am criticizing a issue, it is with evidence. It does not amount to contempt. It does not amount to contempt. Gothirli? And with respect to, we call it as judiciary ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ, judiciary ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ, ಜುಡಿಷಿಯರಿ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಯಶವಂತ್ ಸಿನ್ಹಾ, ಯಶವಂತ್ ದಾಸ್ ಸಿನ್ಹಾ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ, ಯಶವಂತ್ ಸಿನ್ಹಾ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ the former, we call it as the CGI, we call it as Sanjeev Khanna has given a go ahead approval for impeachment also. It is go ahead with respect to impeachment. ನನಗೂ ಯಾಕೋ ಇವ್ರು ಇಂಪೀಚ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಂತ ಅನಿಸ್ತಿದೆ. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದೇರ್ ಡ್ಯೂಟಿ, ದೇ ನೀಡ್ ಟು ಡೂ ಇಟ್. ಎಸ್ ಆರ್ ನೋ? ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಸತಿ ನಾವು ತಡೆದಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ದಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಅ ಡೆರೋಗೇಟರಿ ಫಾರ್ ದ ಜುಡಿಷಿಯರಿ ಅಂತ, ಬಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ರೈಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಟು ಇಂಪೀಚ್ ದೆಮ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ಸಿ, ಯಾರು ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ನಾವು ಇಂಪೀಚ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ರೂಲ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ವಿತ್ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇಂಪೀಚ್ಮೆಂಟ್? The first rule we call it as we need to establish a committee. First one, bill introduce ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, and that bill will be given to we call it as presiding officer. The presiding officer. Now either it can be the speaker or the chairman. Now sir, ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ಏನಾದರೂ ಆಪ್ಷನ್ ಇರುತ್ತಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, yes, they have two options. One is either to accept or to reject. Now accept ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ they will be establishing a committee of 3 members. They will be establishing a committee of the 3 members. That 3 members will be, it is Chief Justice of India, Chief Justice of High Court, and eminent jurist in the eyes of President of India. Eminent jurist in the eyes of President of India. And ಈ 3 ಜನ, ನಾವು ಈ 3 ಜನದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾದರೂ ಮೆಜಾರಿಟಿ ಇಬ್ಬರು ಏನಾದರೂ ಅಪ್ರೂವಲ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ರೈಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಟು ಗೋ ಫಾರ್ ಇಂಪೀಚ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, and this bill will be placed ಎಲ್ಲಿ? This will be placed in a house. If it is Rajya Sabha ಅಂದ್ರೆ Rajya Sabha, Lok Sabha ಅಂದ್ರೆ Lok Sabha. Now Rajya Sabha ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ next will be passed to ಯಾರಿಗೆ? It is Lok Sabha. Lok Sabha ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ it is President of India. He will be impeached. He'll be impeached. And ಇದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಯಾವ ಟೈಪ್ ಮೆಜಾರಿಟಿ ಬೇಕು ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, we call it as special majority. The special majority. What are the different criterias we have with respect to misconduct ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, violation of constitution or favorism ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು. If they approve it, done the game. ನಾವು ಅವ್ರು ಅಪ್ರೂವಲ್ ಮಾಡಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಕೂಡ ಆ ಬಿಲ್ನ ರಿಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾ? ಈಗ ಅಪ್ರೂವಲ್ ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಸೆಡ್ ದಟ್ ಎಸ್ ಕಳಿಸಿ ಅವನ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಐ ರಿಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ದಟ್ ಬಿಲ್? ಎಸ್. Now the final authority lies with the presiding officer. The final authority lies with presiding officer either to impeach or not to impeach. ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಸತಿ ಕಮಿಟಿ ರೆಕಮೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ದಿಸ್ ಪ್ರಿಸೈಡಿಂಗ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ ಹಸ್ ಸೆಡ್ ದಟ್ ಬೇಡ, ನಾವು ಇಂಟ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ, ಯು ಓನ್ಲಿ ರಿಸೈನ್ ವಾಲಂಟರಿ ಆಗಿ. ನೀನೇ ರಿಸೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಯು ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಗೆಟಿಂಗ್ ಅ ಪೆನ್ಷನ್, ಯು ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಹ್ಯಾವಿಂಗ್ ಸಮ್ ನೇಮ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಫೇಮ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ಬಟ್ ಒನ್ಸ್ ಇಫ್ ಯು ಇಂಪೀಚ್, ಆಟೋಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕ್ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮೀಕಾಂತ್ ಬುಕ್ಕಲ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಬ್ಯಾಡ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್. ಓದ್ಬೋದು. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ majority of times we have squashed that bill and we have gone for voluntary resignation also. But this time it is a grave situation. It's a grave situation. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಓಕೆ ಸರ್. ಬಟ್ ನಾವು ಈಗ ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಯಶವಂತ್ ಸಿನ್ಹಾನ ಇಂಪೀಚ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಓಕೆ, ಬಟ್ ಈಗ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಲ್ವಾ? ಈಗ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಹೂ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ದ ಅಥಾರಿಟಿ ಟು ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್? ಶುಡ್ ಐ ನೀಡ್ ಟು ಗೆಟ್ ದ ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಯಶವಂತ್ ಸಿನ್ಹಾ ಟು ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಡೆಲ್ಲಿ ಟು ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ as Allahabad? Now what is the rules we have with respect to we call it as the transferring of judges? With respect to transferring of we call it as judges na transfer ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ what rights and what duties or what powers do we have? ಯಾರ ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ? It is the CJI and the receiving Chief Justice of High Court. ಇವರಿಬ್ಬರದೇ ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಬೇಕು. Nothing but ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ CJI ಇದು ಅಂಡ್ ರಿಸೀವಿಂಗ್ ಅವ್ರು ಹೋದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಬಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ, ಚೀಫ್ ಜಸ್ಟಿಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್. ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಇವರಿಬ್ಬರದ್ದು ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಶುಡ್ ಐ ನೀಡ್ ಟು ಗೆಟ್ ದ ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರಿಂಗ್ ಜಡ್ಜ್? ನೋ, ನಾಟ್ ರಿಕ್ವೈರ್ಡ್. It is does not, or I can say I don't need any permission with respect to ಅವ್ರು ಯಾಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ, ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತಾರೆ. Nothing but we does not need or we don't need any permission from Yashwant Sinha. Normally we need only to consent. Now sir, my question here is, ಈಗ ಡೆಲ್ಲಿಯಿಂದ ಏನೋ ಚೀಫ್ or can say Allahabad High Court ಗೆ ಪಾಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರೋ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರೆ, will he be getting any compensatory allowance for transferring? Compensatory allowance ಕೊಡ್ತಾರ ಅಂದ್ರೆ yes, and that compensatory allowance is being provided by we call it as parliament and decided by parliament also, and will be providing ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ, we does not really the permission of Yashwant Sinha, but ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮ್ಯಾಂಡೇಟ್ರಿ ಆಗಿ ಏನು ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ it is compensatory allowance ಕೊಡಬೇಕು, and this compensatory allowance has been decided by we call it as by the parliament, by the the parliament. This we call it as major gotirli on salpa, highly important one. And you should also know about collegium. The collegium of we call it as the CGI or collegium of Supreme Court, and collegium of we call it as it is the High Court also. Now what is the collegium of we call it as the Supreme Court and the collegium of High Court? Big name. Collegium of Supreme Court and collegium of High Court. It is 1 plus 4. 1 plus 4. 1 is Chief Justice of India, and the 4 we call it as it is the senior most judges. And this has been evolved in third judge's case. The third judge's case, and in the third judge's case, there has been a clarification also saying that only the senior most judge can be appointed. I'm using a term called as only. ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರು ನಾಗಂಗಿಲ್ಲ. It is only the senior most judge can be appointed. ಅದೇ ಇಬ್ರು ಸೇಮ್ ಏಜ್ ಇದ್ರೆ it is one who have taken earlier oath. One who have taken earlier oath. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಏಜ್ ಸೇಮ್ ಇದ್ರೆ they'll be trying to go for first oath. And first oath is considered to be the first we call it as the seniority and they'll be in a post for how many years? It is 65 years. The 65 years appointed by President of India. High Court gadre 1 plus the 2 plus the 2. What is this 1 andre? Chief Justice of India, the senior most judge of Supreme Court. ಈ 2 ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು Chief Justice of High Court, one senior most judge of High Court. One senior most judge of High Court. What's the term? The 62 years appointed by yarappa andre President of India, not by governor. Not by governor. Okay now. And the salaries and pensions of Supreme Court and High Court judges are, I can say, withdrawn from elinda. It is ivrdu complete agi pensions ella kuda consolidated fund of India, that too charged. ಅಂದ್ರೆ 1ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ಆದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಟನ್ ಅಂತ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. They don't need any permission of parliament ಅಂತ, as simple as that. It is charged expenditure of the CFI. Whereas with respect to High Court ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ it is we call it as the salaries and pensions. Salaries with respect to consolidated fund of state, and ivrdaದ್ರೆ pensions ಆದ್ರೆ consolidated fund of India. Consolidated the fund of India. ಇದಾಯ್ತು. And last one we call it as the composition is decided by yaru? The Supreme Court and High Court one. The composition of Supreme Court is decided by it is Parliament. The composition, it is Parliament 33 plus, whereas ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ it is decided by the President of India, not by Parliament. The High Court composition is decided by, we call it as the President of India and not by Parliament. Not by the Parliament. Ish gotidre, it is more than sufficient. And the next topic we call it as delimitation and delimitation commission ಬಗ್ಗೆ. Now delimitation andre enu? It is delimitation ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆಯಾ? Why news? It is southern states are demanding for the maintenance of status quo for 25 more years. 25 more years ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ because we'll be getting lesser representation because of reducing, we call it as the population. Reducing population ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. Now delimitation ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಸರ್? Delimitation ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? It is the demarcation of the constituencies of, we call it as Lok Sabha, or we call it as the Legislative Assembly, or we call it as panchayats and municipalities. It is as simple as that. It is demarcation of constituencies goskara. We want what? We want, it is the delimitation, and the commission which will be looking after this, we call it as delimitation commission. Now this delimitation commission, is it a constitutional body, or is it a statutory body, or is it an executive body? ಏನು ಹೇಳಿ ನೀವೇ? Now delimitation commission ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. Now delimitation commission has derived the powers from constitution. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, delimitation commission derives the powers from constitution. That is Article 82 and Article 170. 82 talks about Lok Sabha and 170 talks about state legislature. But understand your delimitation commission deriving its power ashte. But delimitation commission is not mentioned in the constitution. Rather, delimitation commission has been established by an act of parliament. By an act of the parliament andre. It is what type of body is this? We call it as statutory body. Recent Supreme Court judgment kuda bandide. Ivella odila andre Lakshmikant waste. Eshon change madakidare idana. Now, whatever the judgment which has been given by delimitation commission, is it final and binding? Final and binding. But Supreme Court had said that I have a judicial authority, and if that is the case, how come it is final and binding? Not Lakshmikant alida. But according to Supreme Court prakara, it does not have, I can say, final and binding. It is subject to judicial review. Recent judgment 2024 ಬಂದಿದೆ. Yes or no online? Yes. ಹೌದು. Yes. Judicial review. Exactly. Yes, Rakesh. Okay, alva. Now the next one we call it as, okay alva, it is ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, it is delimitation, we call it as, it is demarcation of the boundaries, majorly with respect to the Lok Sabha or with respect to assembly or with respect to decentralized one. All this demarcation is, we call it as delimitation anta. Now we delimitation ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ, and that we call it as delimitation commission. This delimitation commission has derived the powers from 82 and 170 related to, we call it as MP election as well as ML elections. But this delimitation commission is not being mentioned in the constitution. Rather, it has been established by an act of parliament. How many times it has been established? It is 4 times. It has established, it is the 4 times. Sir, ಯಾವಾಗ establish ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, it has been established 4 times. One we call it as 1952 ನಲ್ಲಿ, 1963, 1973 ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ we have froze. It is, we have frozen up till ಎಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ 2000 ವರೆಗೂ. Via which constitutional amendment act? ಇಲ್ಲ, wrong. Via 42nd constitutional amendment act. It is via, it is, we call it as the 42nd constitutional amendment act prakara. We have froze it till 2000. We have froze it that till, we call it as the 2000 ವರೆಗೂ froze ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ. ಓಕೆನಾ? ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ 2000 ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಸೆನ್ಸಸ್ ನಡೆಸಲೇಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ? ನಾವು 2000 ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಸೆನ್ಸಸ್ ನಡೆಸಿದ್ವಿ. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಅಗೇನ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಫ್ರೋಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಟಿಲ್, ಅಗೇನ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಫ್ರೋಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಟಿಲ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ 2026 ವರೆಗೂ. ವಯಾ 84th 86th. It is via 84th constitutional amendment act prakara we have froze it till, we call it as 2026 anta. But now ivaga froze ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ again we need to bring in amendment and we need to froze it till for, or I can say we call it as 2050 ವರೆಗೂ ಅಂತ. 20 the 50 ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ. and ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಓಕೆ ಸರ್, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಓಕೆ. and ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಇದು ಡಿಲಿಮಿಟೇಷನ್ ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ what is the composition? What is the composition of delimitation commission? The composition of delimitation commission is, we call it as 3 members. The 3-member composition, one we call it as chairman and the second one we call it as the 2 members. Yarappa ili, who will be the chairman? Either the chief justice, the former chief justice, or the high court judges are normally. The retired, the judiciary will be the chairman, and the second one will be chief election commissioner, or we call it as the chief election commissioner of India, and the third one we call it as the state election commissioner. The state election, the state election commissioner will be the second member after the chief election admele. And up till illivargu whatever the report which has been given by this delimitation commission, it was final and binding. Even the legislature cannot question and amend also. It was final and binding. Final and binding. Not even legislature can amend. But now recent amendment prakara, it is not final and binding, it is subjected to, we call it as judicial review. It is subjected to, we call it as the judicial review in a judgment called as that 2024 judgment, we call it as subjected to judicial review. In case if it is malified or if it is favoring any constituency, then such reports can be made as null and void. Null and void. It is delimitation, the commission. Exactly, yes. Yes, automatically appointed by president. Yes, yes. Okay, alva. It is 84th, 42nd in Bitcoin, 52, 63, 73, 2002, 2026. And next one we call it as the suspension of MPs or MLAs. Nodirtira neve, but odila. But if that is the case, now what do you mean by suspension of MPs means? ಏನಪ್ಪ ಸಸ್ಪೆನ್ಷನ್ ಆಫ್ MPs ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬೇಗನೆ ಡಿಸ್ಕ್ವಾಲಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ನೋ ಸಸ್ಪೆನ್ಷನ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕ್ವಾಲಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ತುಂಬಾ ದೂರ ಆಯ್ತು ಅದು ನೋಡೋಣ Exactly, correct. Now if I am violating the decorum of the house, if I am violating, for example ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಏನೋ ನನ್ಗೆ ಇಷ್ಟ ಆಗದಿರೋದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಆಗ ಆಟೋಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕಲಿ ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಸಸ್ಪೆಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಯು. ಹೌದಾ ಇಲ್ವೋ? ಅದೇ ದ ಸೇಮ್ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಈವನ್ ಅಪ್ಲೈಸ್ ಟು ದ ಹೌಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ನಾವು ಬೀಟ್ ವಿತ್ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಟು ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ದ Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha or Legislative Assembly or Legislative Council. Now there will be presiding officer alva. There will be presiding officer. Now presiding officer of Lok Sabha yaar head agirtare? It is speaker. Ade riti the presiding officer of Rajya Sabha we call it as it is the chairman or we call it as the vice president of India. Now with respect to sir suspension of MPs or suspension of MLAs andre enu sir anta kelidre when you are violating the decorum or when you are violating the laws of the house, automatically who will take up a case and who will debar you or who will suspend you? Nothing but the presiding officers will suspend you. Now suspension ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ can I go for suspension for 5 years or 10 years? ಮತ್ತೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಾಡಬಹುದು? It is suspension can be done for it is remainder of a session ಅಷ್ಟೇ. Now what do you mean session? Budget session, winter session, monsoon session ಅಷ್ಟೇ. Some 20 or 30 days ಗೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಸಸ್ಪೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು. ನೋಡಪ್ಪ ಈ ಸೆಷನ್ ಬರಬೇಡ ಅಂತ. But can I suspend for 10 years or 5 years? No. Nothing but ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಎರಡೇ ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಇಲ್ಲಿ. One we call it as who has the authority to suspend. It is the suspension ಅಂತ ಬೇಕಿರೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ. When you are violating the decorum of the house. When you are violating the decorum of the house. Now who has authority to remove you? It is presiding officer. KPSC mains ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೆ ನೋಡಿ presiding officers ಬಗ್ಗೆ related to anti defection ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ. And the third major important one, now what period we can remove him sir ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ it is we call it as remainder of the session. Remainder of a session. And the fourth major important one ಈಗ for example ಏನಾದ್ರು think that it is rather than I can say suspending him for remainder of the term, think that I have suspended for 1 year. Think that I have suspended for 1 year. But ಇವಾಗ ನನಗೆ ಯಾವ ಒಂದು ರೂಟ್ಸ್ ಇದಾವೆ ಟು ಅಪ್ರೋಚ್ ದ ಜುಡಿಷಿಯರಿ? Now if you take an example of article 212 ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ the judiciary does not have the authority. Judiciary does not. It is we are talking about judiciary does not have nodi. It is 122 or we call it as the 212 prakara major agi the judiciary does not have the authority to involve in the affairs of legislature. Nothing but who is supreme within the house? It's the presiding officer is supreme. But sir, my question here is if it is violating any of the rules of the parliament. All this suspension is not mentioned in constitution, be cautious here. It is not mentioned in constitution, rather it is mentioned in the rules of the parliament. Now if you are violating any of the rules of parliament, don't you think article 13 comes into play? Article 32 comes into play? Article 226 comes into play? Yes or no? Howdo ilvo? Yes. Nothing but it is for the violation of extending the period of more than a session. Automatically the Supreme Court or the High Court have authority either under Article 142 or under Article 13 or under Article 32 or under Article 226 of High Court. They can take up a case and they can pronounce a judgment related to speaker also. Related to speaker also. Yeshantade anti-defection case kuda tagondidaralla Supreme Court. Not in Article 122, rather under Article 142, 13, 226 or we call it as 32 only. Because Supreme Court is not only it is the provider of judgments, rather they are also called as guardian of the constitution. Guardian of the constitution and the protector of the rights of the people also. Protector of the rights of the people also. On basis mele they can take up a case. Done? Okay alva? Now disqualification is enappa? Now what do you mean by disqualification? Disqualification andre as simple as that anti-defection. Anti-defection anta karitivi. Anti-defection has been mentioned under. It has 10th schedule has been added under the 52nd Constitutional Amendment Act of 1985. 1985. Now 10th schedule we have different rules who can be defected. Who can be defected? Yaru defect ಮಾಡಬಹುದಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ the first one we call it as one who resigns voluntarily. One who resigns voluntarily. And the second one, if you are voting against the rules of the whip. If you are voting against the rules of the whip. Example, Yatnal. Remove ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ. Yes or no, it is the whip. And the third one, if the nominated member joins the political party after 6 months. After 6 months. And the fourth one we call it as if the independent member joins the political party from 0 day itself. From 0 day. Example, it is independent members irtare. Example, it is Sumalata last time only. Independent member, if she would have joined any or the BJP party and join agidre, automatically there would have been a disqualification. Now who has authority to disqualify under a 10th schedule? Again, presiding officer. President alla presiding officer. The presiding officer has the authority. Presiding officer has the authority. Adadme nimge exception kuda gottide. Okay alva. The next one we call it as the doctrine of merger. Doctrine of the merger. Okay, ನಾನು 2-3 ಟಾಪಿಕ್ ಇದೆ ಮುಗಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹುಡುಕೋಣ. ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಓಕೆ. ಹೊಟ್ಟೆ ಹಸಿತಿದೆಯಾ? ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಓಕೆ. ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ನಿಂತೀನಿ ತಾನೆ. ನಾನು 2 ಇಡ್ಲಿ ತಿಂದಿದ್ದು ಅದು ಬ್ರೇಕಲ್ಲಿ. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಓಕೆ. ಸರ್ ಬಂದಾಗ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಬಿಲ್ಡಪ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟೆ ಸರ್ ಬೇಡ ಅಂತೀರಂತ. ನೀವು ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಬೇಕು. Okay, 10-15 minutes, we'll go for a break. The next one we call it as the stare decisis and doctrine of merger. Sakkat news ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ. Example ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. It is the doctrine of we call it as stare decisis ಅಂತ. Now sir, stare decisis ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ now think that the judiciary has provided some judgment. The judiciary has provided some judgment ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. The judiciary has provided some judgment. Now ಈ judgment ನ ಬೇಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾನು ಫ್ಯೂಚರ್ ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಏನಾದರೂ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಆದ್ರೆ and that we call it as the stare. We call it as the stare decisis ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. Nothing but based on the earlier judgment, I will be pronouncing the future judgment as a backup agi or as we call it as fundamental aspect of judgment, and this we call it as the stare decisis. Example ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ we have a Keshan Bharti case. Now Keshananda Bharti case backup ಆಗಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು we are providing individual judgments. Menaka Gandhi case, Minerva, SR Bommai case, M Nagaraj case. Yes or no? See, majority all these cases are related to either basic structure or land related cases. And this we call it as stare decisis. And next one we call it as doctrine of merger. Now, so doctrine of merger ಏನು ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ there are a number of people who have filed a case related to a single aspect. ಈಗ for example think that exam ಏನೋ ನಾನು ಪಾಸ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೋಣ. Now the huge number of people have filed a case. Now rather than judiciary taking up all the cases individual ಆಗಿ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋ ಬದಲು, now if I go for merging of all the case and if I pronounce a judgment, and that we call it as it is doctrine of merger. Doctrine of merger. Recent note the High Court of Karnataka has merged all the different PILs which has been filed related to the case examination has been merged and they pronounced a single judgment. And that we call it as doctrine of merger. Okay now, the stare decisis, nothing but already nanatra the start to them, and based on that I am providing a decision. And the second one anyways, the merger is fine. It is merging of all the cases and pronouncing a single judgment. Pronouncing a single judgment, we call it as doctrine of the merger. The major one, I'm already go to them. It is a WAF. Now the question here is, ಇವತ್ತು ಮುಗಿಸೋಣ ವಾಫ್ ಅಂತೂ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಕ್ಲಾರಿಟಿ. ಓಕೆನಾ? ಈ ವಾಫ್ ಆಕ್ಟ್ ನ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮರ್ತೋಗ್ಬಿಡಿ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ನೋಡೋಣ. Now first thing here is, what is WAF? WAF is nothing but a religious property. Yes or no? See, ಈಗ ಹಿಂದೂಯಿಸಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ it is property which has been owned for religious purpose. Example is ಸಿದ್ಧಗಂಗಾ ಮಠ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, or ಆದಿ ಚುಂಚನಗಿರಿ ಮಠ, or other religious I can say institutions which they are holding a property. ಹೌದೋ ಇಲ್ಲೋ? ಈಗ ಆ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ ಇರೋರಿಗೆ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಯು ಥಿಂಕ್ ವಿ ವಿಲ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಬಿ ಕಾಂಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಟಿಂಗ್? ಹೌದಾ? ಈಗ ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ನಾನು ತುಮಕೂರಲ್ಲಿದ್ದರೆ ನಾನು ತುಂಬ ರಿಚ್ ಆಗಿ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೆ, ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಿದ್ದೆ. ಹೌದಾ ಇಲ್ಲೋ? ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಆದಿ ಚುಂಚನಗಿರಿ ಕೂಡ ಇದರ್ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ ಆರ್ ಸಮ್ ಮನಿ ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ರಿಲಿಜಿಯಸ್ ಪರ್ಪಸಸ್, or it can be for public purpose also. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಇಸ್ಲಾಮಲ್ ಕೂಡ there is an institution, and that institution we call it as WAF board ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. Now WAF board, they will be handling we call it as the WAF board, they will be handling all the religious property which has been contributed by their own community members. ಹೌದೋ ಇಲ್ವೋ? ನಾವು ಸರ್ ಯಾರು ಕಾಂಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಇದನ್ನ? ನಾವು ಈ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿನ ಯಾರು ಕಾಂಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಮುಸ್ಲಿಮ್ಸ್. ಬಿ ಕಾಶಿಯಸ್ ಹಿಯರ್, ಓನ್ಲಿ ಮುಸ್ಲಿಮ್ಸ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಕಾಂಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಟ್, and that too be cautious here, and that too I should have been a Muslim for at least 5 years. ನಾನು 5 ವರ್ಷ ಮುಸ್ಲಿಂ ಆಗಿರೋರು ಮಾತ್ರ ಐ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಗಿವ್ ಅ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ. ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಮುಸ್ಲಿಂ ಫಾರ್ ಅಟ್ ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ 5 years ಐ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಗಿವ್ ಅ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ. ಬಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ ಕೊಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದಾ, ಇಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಪ್ಪನ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದಾ, ಇಲ್ಲ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದಾ? ಯಾರು ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿ? Nothing but if I am contributing, I can contribute only and only my property ಅಷ್ಟೇ. I can't even contribute my own, I can say parents property. But ಅವ್ರು ಇಲ್ಲ ತೀರ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, I am the only legal heir ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ then I can contribute because I am the only claimer ಅಲ್ವಾ? Hope you getting it? But ಅವ್ರು ಬದುಕಿದ್ದಾಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂದ್ರೆ. ಬಟ್ ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ ಅಂತ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದಾ? ತೊಳಿ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಅಂತ ಈ ತರ ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. Saying that it is government property and non-property ಅಂತ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಇವರು ವೆರಿಫೈ ಮಾಡಿದೆ and they are using it. And now the government has come to, or I can say they came to notice saying that it is huge property you are holding and controlling, it is the government property, it is not actually your property. And actually ಮಾಡಿರೋದು your problem ಅಲ್ಲ, your problem, and they have not verified this. But now ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ I am bringing in provisions. Okay now, first thing is who can contribute? Only Muslims, at least for 5 years Muslim ಆಗಿರಬೇಕು, and there is a board called as WAF board, And the third thing here is, sir, ಈ ಒಂದು ರಿಲಿಜಿಯಸ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಎಸ್ಟಾಬ್ಲಿಷ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾರಲ್ವಾ, ವೇರ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಐ ಯುಟಿಲೈಸ್ ದಿಸ್, ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ as ವಾಫ್ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ? Can I use it for illegal activities? Can I use it for public purpose? Or can I use it for, I can say, conversions? ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂದ್ರೆ, I can use it only and only for public purpose ಅಷ್ಟೇ. I can use this only for the public purpose. ಓಕೆನಾ, ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ? I can use it for only for public purpose, either religion or we call it as the public cause. Sir, public cause ಯಾವುದು ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, there are three things major ಆಗಿ. One is construction of mosque, ನಮಾಜ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ, and the second one we call it as the construction of the schools, construction of hospitals, and that comes under, we call it as the public property ಅಂತ. Now this is our setup with respect to WAF. And WAF antakantadu, it is a, I can say, charitable trust, as simple as that. It goes long back to the medieval era. It goes long back to medieval era. And WAF antandre, it is the God's property anta. Once if you are donated, nothing but it is done the game. It is being controlled by religion. Adadmele atkondu hogbittu nan kodi anta kelangilla. Okay, it is once done. Now adukkoskara they are come out with, or the government have come out with the stringent norms. Now stringent norms andre, government is not grabbing anything, but rather the government is going for formalization of this WAF ashte. The formalization of this WAF, sir, formalization heng ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ sir ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ. The first and foremost formalization we call it as, they have amended the WAF Act of 1995. They have amended the WAF Act of 1995 and they have introduced, I can say, some other extra provisions or updated extra provisions in the year, yavaga? In the year 2025, ಈ ವರ್ಷ, in the year 2025, ನಾನೀಗ ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನೋ ಇದು ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಬಟ್ ಹಳೆದು 2024 is completely different. 2024 is completely different and this is completely 2025. Okay, now the second major important one, is okay sir, and the second one, who can donate a property? What property can be donated? Who can donate a property? Muslim. And the practice of Muslim should be at least 5 years. It is the Muslim, it is for at least 5 years. Which property can I transfer? It is only and only, it is personal property. Only and only the personal property I can transfer. But can I transfer government now? No. Now property kotta takshna, to solidify this within 6 months astrally. Within 6 months astrally, this WAF board should go for digitization of the records also. ಈ records na digitize ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ, linking it with Aadhaar or linking it with the e-Bhumi project or land modernization project link ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ, don't you think I'll get to know that which is genuine and which is government property? And this should happen within how many days? It is 6 months alagbeku. Within 6 months. And the next one we call it as, it is WAF property composition kuda ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ change ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಏನು change ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು? Compensation or against composition. The composition has been changed by adding women representation also. For the first time, the government has mandated the women na mandate ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. The government has mandated addition of, I can say, ಇದು ಇವರು ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿರೋದು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನೇನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನೋಡಿ. It is for the first time they have added non-Muslim population to the WAF board. Don't you think it is wrong? It is completely wrong. Illivargu nothing wrong, but composition itself is wrong. Now compositionally, for the first time they have added, it is I can say, the religious persons, which includes the Supreme Court judges, High Court judges, member of parliamentarians, politicians. And that is being questioned by the minority people. Why this? Why only for Islam? Why not for other religious groups? Or why not for Hinduism? They've added composition, women, okay, fine. But they've added Supreme Court judges, they've added High Court judges, member of parliamentarians, they've added women, they've added different diversity of the people also. and that lead to compromise. And the next one is admele, it is auditing will be done by either CAG or is representative. The auditing of the, I can say, WAF property will be done by either CAG or as representatives. And if WAF na yaar control ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ sir ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಈ WAF will be controlled by, we call it as the state government. After huge discussion, they gave it to the states. After huge amount of joint parliamentary discussion, they gave the power to states. ಇದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ the power was given to district magistrate. District magistrate ಗೊತ್ತಲ್ವಾ, directly reporting to the center. And now, after huge discussion, after huge, I can say, it is the cry from the states, they have given it to states, saying that land num property, why are you grabbing us? And even religion also, it is our property. And a state list. And after that, it is bill passed madbekadre last moment change ಮಾಡಿ they have passed, saying that who has authority, it is the state has the authority now. State has authority and they'll be checking, are they using it for public purpose or other purpose. In case other purpose idre, automatically that will be grabbed by the judiciary, or sorry, grabbed by the, it is state. Okay alva, ishto, it is the positives, negatives. See, it is 70 to 80% no wrong in it, formalizing it. But the question here is, why the we call it as the religious person should be added to the WAF board? Let us go for some elections or go for some qualifications. At least you could have added some qualifications. Avre agli anta. And the third one, see, that means lot to the minority people. Nothing but you are disturbing it is minority language, the culture, the traditions, the domination of Hinduism. Ivella bartava questions alli. Now we'll discuss madavage enu baralla. But if you are being in that committee member, automatically there's a question. Conflict agade, suspicion nodtare, enik bandidare, ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ? Yes, whatever. This is with respect to our analysis. Ashtam. Okay. The next one we call it as the prevention of, we call it as the corruption in the public exams. The public exams alli corruption na kadme ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ, it is, we call it as the union government has brought in a act. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ತಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, but it has not been implemented yet. But with respect to the union government ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ, they have brought in an act called as the Public Examination Prevention of Unfair Means. The Prevention of the Unfair Means Act of 2024. Act of the 2024 ಅಂತ. Exactly, yes. The 2024. Yes, online, I hope the WAF is clear. Okay, the WAF clear ಆಯ್ತಾ ಇವಾಗ? ಏನು ಡೌಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ತಾನೆ? ಓಕೆ. ಎಷ್ಟು ನನಗೆ WAF ಕನ್ಫ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಇತ್ತು? Yes. The next one we call it as the public examination unfair means. Now the first and the foremost one, now it has been brought in by which ministry? Options kodla. It is Ministry of the Personal Affairs, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Social Justice, Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs. ಯಾಕೆ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಪರ್ಸನಲ್ ಯಾಕೆ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ? It is, we are talking about, it is examination alva. That is Ministry of Education. Ministry of Education and supported by Ministry of, I can say, Personal Affairs, but majorly by Ministry of Education. Ministry of Education major ಆಗಿ ಏನ್ರ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, the different exams are being included here. Different exams are being included. ಯಾವ್ದು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, it is UPSC, the Staff Selection Commission, IBPS, banking related, followed by RRB, the railways, the Railway Recruitment Board, and it also includes the NEET, JEE as well as the CET related exams also. The CET related exams are also being included. Now sir, ಏನಾದರೂ ಇಲ್ಲಿ offense ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತಗ್ಲಾಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ, what will be the fine, what will be the penalty, what will be the offense? Will it be a cognizable or non-cognizable, or will it be a bail or non-bailable offense, or will the, I can say, fine be lesser or higher? ನೀವೇನು ಅನ್ಕೋತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ? Don't you think it is costing the life of huge amount of meritorious candidates? ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ they have brought in a huge amount of stringent provisions. Huge amount of stringent provisions. ಏನು ಸರ್ ಅಂತದ್ದು stringent provisions ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, it has been made as cognizable offense. Cognizable ಅಂದ್ರೆ criminal offense. And second one we call it as non-bailable offense also. ಬೇಲೆ ಕೊಡಬಾರ್ದು ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅಂತ. And can I apply here bail is a rule and jail is an exception ಅಂತ? No, it is nothing but it's the grave situation. It is non-bailable as well as the non-compoundable. Now what do you mean by non-compoundable andre? The settlement should happen within the court premises ashte. You can't decide outside the court. Nothing but the judiciary will decide. Adana we call it as non-compoundable case. See, criminal case and then there is no compensation for it. Nothing but it is cognizable and normally non-bailable agata, normally it is non-compoundable kuda agbidate. And the second one we call it as, now what is the jail term anta nodadadre? The jail term we call it as the 3 to 5 years, and the penalty is up to we call it as 10 lakh. ಇದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಂಗ್ ಆಗಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ 10 ಕೋಟಿವರೆಗೂ ಅಂಡ್ ಜೈಲ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ ಆಫ್ 7 to 8 years. But the challenge lies in implementation. Yes or no? My it is general opinion here is, Guru ಅವನ ಹತ್ರ 10 ಕೋಟಿ ಇದ್ರೆ why will he come to exam? ಹೌದಾ ಇಲ್ವೋ? ನ್ಯಾಯ ತಾನೇ ಅದು. See, ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ಸ್ ಬರೋರು ನಾರ್ಮಲಿ ಇದರ್ ದೆಲ್ ಬಿ ಇನ್ ಮಿಡಲ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಆರ್ ಅಪ್ಪರ್ ಮಿಡಲ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಿಮಮ್. ಬಟ್ ಅಷ್ಟು ದುಡ್ಡಿದ್ರೆ 10 ಕೋಟಿ ಇದ್ರೆ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಟರೆ ತಿಂಗ್ಳು ಹೆಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೂ ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಒಂದು 2 ಲಕ್ಷ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಓಕೆ, last the topic or the last slide we call it as, it is the mulya, the pravaha anta. Now mulya andre ಏನು ಗೊತ್ತಾ? ethics ಅಂತ. It is the mulya, the pravaha, majorly ethics in education. Is the last slide ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮುಗಿಸೋಣ. Ethics in education should be there, and this has been brought in by UGC. Sir, sir, why there is, I can say, importance of ethics in education in the recent times? There has been an occurrence of huge amount of crimes against the children, majorly against the women, majorly against the students also. Majorly, which includes the sexual harassment agirbodu, or it can be the different intentions agirbodu. All those things are creeping up in the recent times. Adukoskara UGC has come out with the concept called as example kelbodu anta ankoda idini. It is mulya prabha. We call it as inculcation of ethics in, we call it as education sector, which has been brought in by Minister of Education and others. We call it as UGC is the implementing arm. Okay, majorly which talks about reduction of unethical practices in, we call it as education sector. Unethical practices in education sector. Okay, illig nilsana. We'll go for a break, and next after the break we'll start with respect to agriculture part. Majorly we'll talk about the budget related updates. Nona mandatory question kele keltare. It is 1:30 now. Okay, alva artha agtidiya? Yes, okay, thank you. We'll see after the break. Okay, shall we start? Yes. The next topic we call it as agriculture section. Now with respect to agriculture section, which all things we need to discuss? At least try topics. Sir, ಇದು ಪಕ್ಕ ಓದಲೇಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಕಿಸಾನ್ ಅಂತೀರಾ ಜಮಾನದು 2019ದು ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರಂತನಾ? ಓಕೆ, ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್. ಹಾ, ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಬೇಗನೆ. Okay, first one, okay, PM Kisan. But this topic. Second, one nation, one fertilizer. Okay, first one we call it as one nation, one fertilizer. It is also called as the PMBJP. It is Bharatiya Jan Urvik Pariyojana anta. Okay. The second one, it is, we call it as the nano urea, nano liquid urea. The nano liquid urea. The third we should talk about urea gold, the sulfur coated urea, urea gold. Fourth one, okay, decentralization, that is creation of world's largest food storage, world's largest the food grain storage across India. Okay. Fourth, next, it is precision agriculture. The precision agriculture is as simple as that. IoT based agriculture. IoT based agriculture. IoT andre Internet of Things. Internet of Things agriculture. Next, it is Makana board. Perfect. It is Makana board. Makana board. Okay. Ellappa andre it is Bihar. Option il Bihar idre pakka ade. Ene kotru kuda. This year budget is filled with Bihar. Okay, next. It is soil health card. Has completed 10 years. Has completed 10 years. Launched in 2015 in Rajasthan. Next, it is a drone Didi. Yes, drone Didi, SHG based, SHG, the self-help group based. It is training with respect to women, with respect to, it is usage of drones in agriculture, usage of drones in agriculture. Okay. Eighth, ninth, it is irrigation. Irrigation ಏನು ಡ್ರಿಪ್ ಸ್ಪ್ರಿಂಕಲ್ಲ. It is Jal Jeevan Mission. Irrigation ಯಾಕೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ? Jal Jeevan Mission is for Har Ghar Ka Jal. Next, ಬೇಗನೆ. It is oil related one. Okay. ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಓಕೆ, ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಟಾಪಿಕ್ಸ್. ಬಟ್ ಸರ್, ಹೌ ಟು ಸ್ಟಡಿ ವಿತ್ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಟು ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್? ನಾವು ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ನ ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ವಿ ನೀಡ್ ಟು ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಇನ್ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸ್ಡ್ ಫ್ಯಾಷನ್. ವಿ ನೀಡ್ ಟು ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಇನ್ ಆನ್ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸ್ಡ್ ಫ್ಯಾಷನ್. ಹೆಂಗಂತ ನೋಡಿ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಇಸ್ ಡಿವೈಡೆಡ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಂಟು ಟೂ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್. ಒನ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ದ ಪ್ರೀ ಹಾರ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ದ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಹಾರ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್. ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ ಸರ್? ಡ್ಯೂರಿಂಗ್ ಹಾರ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಬಿಡಿ ಮತ್ತೆ. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ದ ಪ್ರೀ ಹಾರ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್. The pre-harvesting based on inputs, pre-harvesting, and the second one we call it as the post-harvest. The post-harvest. Now with respect to pre-harvest ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಸರ್ ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ್ದು ಇನ್ಪುಟ್ಸ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಫೋರ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ as what? It is land ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಈ ಸಾಯಿಲ್ ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್. ಐ ವಾಂಟ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಫಾರ್ ಕಲ್ಟಿವೇಶನ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್. ಸರ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಹೈಡ್ರೋಪೋನಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಏರಿಯೋಪೋನಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಬಟ್ ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ಅಟ್ ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಬೇಕೇ ಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ? ವಾಟ್ ಎವರ್ you are trying it, the land is prerequisite, beke beku. And the second major important one, the second major important one we call it as, okay na, the second one we call it as, ಏನಪ್ಪ second one? No, it is the seeds. Okay, lo ಪ್ರೀನಲ್ಲಿ ತಗೋತಾ ಇದೀನಿ ಈಗ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಬೇಕಾಗಲ್ಲ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ. And the first one we call it as, it is land. Second one we call it as the soil, land and soil. And the third one we call it as The third one we call it as a seed. The fourth one, the fourth one is irrigation, boss. The fifth one we call it as chemicals and fertilizers. The chemicals and the fertilizers. ಇವಾಗ ನೋಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಅಫೇರ್ಸ್ ಅಪ್ಡೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಮುಗೀತು, ಎರಡು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಮುಗಿದಾಯ್ತು. At least I'll be getting some 10 topics from agriculture. The next one we call it as chemicals and fertilizers. The next one we call it as agricultural mechanization. Agricultural mechanization. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ we call it as agricultural credit. Agricultural credit. At least basic ಇಷ್ಟಂತೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲೇಬೇಕು. In case ಏನಾದರೂ ಇದ್ರೆ ಆಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ. Now with respect to post harvesting ಹೇಳಿ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, post harvesting or the post harvest majorly which includes ಯಾವ್ದು ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ? It is transportation, marketing, okay, storage. ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಏನು ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ we call it as agricultural processing ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. Agricultural processing as well as agricultural market. ಮುಗ್ದೋಯ್ತು ಕತೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ. ನೀವೇನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಗ್ರೇಡಿಂಗ್, ಸಾರ್ಟಿಂಗ್, ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟಿಂಗ್, ವಿತ್ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟೇಷನ್, ದ ಪ್ರೊಸೆಸಿಂಗ್, ಸಪ್ಲೈ, ದ ಸೆಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್, ಆಲ್ ದ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಕಮ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡರ್ ಯು. ಮೇಜರ್ಲಿ ವಿತ್ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಕೂಡ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ದ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಹಾರ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್. ನೋಡಿ ನಂಗೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ನಾವು ವಿತ್ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಟು ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಪ್ರೀ ಹಾರ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ, ನಾವು ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಅಫೇರ್ಸ್ ಈ ವರ್ಷ ಇದೆ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಪ್ಪ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡು? ಮೇಜರ್ಲಿ ವಿ ಶುಡ್ ಸ್ಟಡಿ ವಿತ್ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಟು ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ವಿ ನೀಡ್ ಟು ಟಾಕ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಮೆಜಾರಿಟಿ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಟೈಪ್ ಆಫ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್? ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಡ್ರೈ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಇದಾವೆ. ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ದ ಡ್ರೈ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್. ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ದ ರೈನ್ಫಾಲ್ ಇಸ್ ಲೆಸ್ ದ್ಯಾನ್ 750 mm ಆರ್ 75 centimeters ಗಿಂತ ಮಳೆ ಅತಿ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇದೆ. Now if that is the case, don't you think I need to decide all the inputs based on this? Can I go for sugarcane? Can I go for plantation agriculture? Can I go for water intensive crops? No. If that is the case, don't you think I will be going for major focus on oil seeds, major focus on millets, major focus on pulses? Nothing but water resilience crops I'll be cultivating. Based on the land I'll be deciding everything. ಇದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ಬೇಸ್ಡ್ ಆನ್ ದಿಸ್ ಐಲ್ ಬಿ ಡಿಸೈಡಿಂಗ್ ಮೈ ಸಾಯಿಲ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ನಾವು ಸಾಯಿಲ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಬೇಸಿಕ್ಸ್ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕು. ದ ಡಿಫರೆಂಟ್ ಟೈಪ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಸಾಯಿಲ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಲಾರ್ಜೆಸ್ಟ್ ಸಾಯಿಲ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ದ ಅಲ್ಯೂವಿಯಲ್ ಸಾಯಿಲ್, ದ ಬ್ಲ್ಯಾಕ್ ಸಾಯಿಲ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ. ಫಾರ್ ಬೈ ಯು ಶುಡ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಟಾಕ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ದ ಲ್ಯಾಟರೈಟ್ ಸಾಯಿಲ್, ದ ಕೋಸ್ಟಲ್ ಸಾಯಿಲ್. ಎಸ್ ಆರ್ ನೋ? ಎಸ್, ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ರೇಗೂರ್ ಸಾಯಿಲ್ ಇಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ as black soil. Now it is, or which soil is rich in humus? Humus. It is, we call it as forest soil or we call it as peat soil ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ಇನ್ ಯಾವುದೇ ಸಾಯಿಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಹ್ಯೂಮಸ್ ಕಂಟೆಂಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಎಸ್ ಆರ್ ನೋ? ಓನ್ಲಿ ಹಿಮಾಚಲ್ ಪ್ರದೇಶ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಬೆಲ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ as the belt of Himalayas, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ಹ್ಯೂಮಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. And that soil we call it as the forest soil or we call it as peat soil. Now sir, now after our green revolution, don't you think we have used huge amount of the fertilizers? ನಾವು ಐಡಿಯಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಷ್ಟು ಅಂದರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ 4:3:1, ಬಟ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಯೂಸಿಂಗ್ ಡಬಲ್. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ 8:4 ಸಮ್ 2 or 3 ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ. ಬಟ್ ಪಂಜಾಬ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ 27 ರೀಚ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. Now to stop all those things, don't you think government need to take an initiative? And which is that initiative which has been taken up by government? It is soil health card scheme. The soil health card, the scheme na launch ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ. Now this soil health card scheme has been launched and we call it as the 2015 ಅಲ್ಲಿ in the Sundargarh, that is in Rajasthan in 2015 ಅಲ್ಲಿ. But news ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, this has completed the 10 years. This has completed 10 years, but ನೋಡೋಣ ಸ್ಪೆಸಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ಸ್ ಏನಿದೆ ಅಂತ. ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಯಾವುದು? ಫಾರ್ ಬೈ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ as what is the objective? This card is being released once in how many years? And this card focus upon which all nutrients? ಇರ್ಬಾಯಿ ನೋಡೋಣ. ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ನೋಡಿ ಈ ಥರ ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ನೀವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ. And the third one we call it as the seeds ಬಗ್ಗೆ. Now with respect to seeds ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ, ನೆನ್ನೆ I have given a hint called as it is the largest seed vault of India. We call it as Doomsday. It is present in where? It is Changla Plateau, Ladakh. Perfect. Okay alva? It is, you should talk about, it is Doomsday. It is Doomsday ಅಲ್ಲ, it is Doomsday. And majorly with respect ಇದು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ ಲಾಂಚ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾರಾ ರೀಸೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅವರು? ಇಲ್ಲ. ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸೇಷನ್. It is one scientist, one product alva? Yes or no? It is one scientist, one product. Beej Gram Yojana, the Beej Gram Yojana ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ, or Seed Village Program ಅಂತ. The Seed Village, the program. the seed village program, ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ GM mustard, the genetically modified, the brinjal, genetically modified cotton, genetically modified mustard, it is herbicide tolerant, I can say brinjal, cotton ಎಲ್ಲ ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. The GM at least basics ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲಿ. What is GM? GM ಗೆ ಯಾವ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ? Why are we going for GM? What do you mean by certified crops? ಕೇಳಿದಿರಾ? What is certified crops? Certified by government? No, ಮತ್ತೇನೇನು? ಇಲ್ಲ, FSSAI. It is FSSAI is for ತಿನ್ನಕ್ಕಲ್ಲ, Food Safety Standards Authority of India. It is ICAR. Now ICAR will be certifying a particular seed, saying that this will lead to a optimal productivity ಅಂತ. ಸರ್ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇಂಟ್ ಕೊಡಿ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ರೀಸೆಂಟ್ ಬಜೆಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಪ್ರಧಾನ ಮಂತ್ರಿ ಧನ್ ಧಾನ್ಯ ಯೋಜನಾ, ಮೇಜರ್ಲಿ ಫೋಕಸಿಂಗ್ ಅಪಾನ್ ದಿಸ್ ಸೀಡ್ಸ್, ಮೇಜರ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ಟಿಫೈಡ್ ಸೀಡ್ಸ್, majorly certified seeds, as well as the Makana board also. The Makana is considered to be the future food. The future, the food known as the bagam. Admele with respect to irrigation. Now irrigation ge not much focused, but other if you want to study, we can study about Pradhan Mantri, we call it as which scheme? The Krishi Sinchai Yojana. The Krishi Sinchai Yojana, per drop more crop, it is har khet ko pani and accelerated irrigated benefit scheme. AIBP, all these three are the components of this Pradhan Mantri, we call it as Krishi Sinchai Yojana. Har khet ko pani, per drop more crop, followed by we call it as it is accelerated irrigation benefit scheme, or the benefit program anta karitivi. The next one we call it as the chemicals and fertilizers. Now chemicals and fertilizers, we are not much focusing upon, we call it as the urea or other, I can say DAP products. Rather we are majorly focusing upon eco-friendly chemicals and fertilizers. Now sir, eco-friendly chemicals and fertilizers andre yavdu sir anta kelidre, majorly we call it as it is the liquid, the nano liquid urea. The nano liquid urea plant has been established in where we call it as Kalol. The Kalol, it is in, we call it as Eli, Gujarat. Adhe riti Karnataka kuda the first South Indian, the nano urea plant has been established in, we call it as Devnalli. And you should know all those things. Now idakkinta major important with respect to chemicals and fertilizers yavdu sir initiative anta kelidre, we call it as neem coated urea, the gold urea is sati, the sulfur coated urea, the gold urea, adadmele we call it as neem coated urea. And we are also focusing upon vermiculture composting. Nothing but waste to energy, we call it as torrefication concept. Nota irevella kelidire at least hogli. Yes, all these things we need to discuss here. And the next one we call it as agricultural machineries. Agriculture machineries ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ we are establishing high tech harvester hubs. Majorly we are talking about high tech or custom hiring centers. ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ. It is custom hiring centers. ಸರ್ ಕೇಳೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿ? Custom hiring centers, high tech harvester hubs, ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು ಇಲ್ವೋ at least ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ. Yes, all the things you need to know. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ we call it as credit ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ the most important credit we call it as KCC. Budget ಅಲ್ಲಿ the KCC, the scheme has been increased from ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದೆಲ್ಲಿಗೆ? The 3 lakh rupees to 5 lakh rupees increase ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ. Now don't you think we need to discuss about KCC also? Yes or no? Yes. Then we call it as the KCC ಬಗ್ಗೆ the 3 lakh rupees and it has increased it to, we call it as 5 lakh rupees. The 5 lakh rupees ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮೇಜರ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಲೇಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲಿ. And ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ there are a number of topics also, we call it as it is ಅನ್ನ ಚಕ್ರ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದಿರಾ ಫುಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ? ಅರ್ಬೈ ನೋಡೋಣ, ಅನ್ನ ಚಕ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡೋಣ. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ we also brought in agricultural code ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದಿರ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ at least? Agriculture code has been brought in by which ministry? Options ಕೊಡ್ಲಾ? Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers. The last one we call it as none of the above. Agriculture code. Try, ಯಾವ್ದಿರ್ಬೋದು? But with logic. Okay, ಹಂಗೆ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇರಿ ಏನಿರ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ. But option is Ministry of Consumer Affairs. ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಹೈಲಿ ಮಾಡೋಣ. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ agricultural processing as well as agriculture market ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ the first thing we should talk about APMC. It is MSP, E-NAM ಬಗ್ಗೆ. ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? We need to talk about it is MSP ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ you should talk about FRP also. The fair and remunerative prices majorly for ಯಾವ್ದಕ್ಕೆ? It is sugarcane. ಇರ್ಬೇಕು ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ second thing we should talk about it is we call it as E-NAM project or it is also called as REMS. ಕೇಳಿದಿರಾ? ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಕಾಪಿ ಮಾಡಿರೋದು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಇ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಸರ್ವಿಸಸ್ It has been inculcated by, we call it as central government called as ENAM anta. Adadmele you should talk about APMC, agricultural produce marketing committees ಬಗ್ಗೆ. Adadmele you should talk about FPOs, you should talk about it is grams ಬಗ್ಗೆ, you should talk about grams. Ishnona. Adadmele you should also talk about allied sector also, the milk ಬಗ್ಗೆ. Recently we have launched a white revolution 2.0 also or 2.0 also. Adadmele agriculture code, Anna, we call it as Anna Chakra. Yes or no? All the things we'll discuss one by one. But basic at least cover ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗೋಣ. Adadmele rest I'll cover all those things. Okay now? Done? Now first and foremost one, the first and foremost one, it is we call it as, now first one dry land ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ ಏನಪ್ಪ dry land ಅಂದ್ರೆ, it is, I have already said, rainfed is different, dry land is different. Yes or no? ಹೌದಾ ಇಲ್ವೋ? It is dry land ಅಂದ್ರೆ less than 75 centimeter or 750 mm rainfall ಇರುತ್ತೆ. But rain fed ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ normally it is moderate rainfall, more than 75 ಇರುತ್ತೆ. But dry land farming ನಾವು ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಮೇಜರ್ಲಿ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಫೋಕಸಿಂಗ್ ಅಪಾನ್ ದ ಮಿಲೆಟ್ಸ್. ಮೇಜರ್ಲಿ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಫೋಕಸಿಂಗ್ ಅಪಾನ್ ದ ಮಿಲೆಟ್ಸ್. Now millets, which country is the largest producer of millets? It is India. Within India, it is Rajasthan. With respect to first one, we call it as India, Rajasthan, but nam Karnataka is famous for, it is the 60% of, we call it as the ragi. The 60% of the ragi production, first thing. And the second one, we are the leader with respect to sunflower also. We are leader with respect to the sunflower also. And idadmele land related enadru idya sir antandre major one we call it as e-bhumi project. Kelidira, what is this e-bhumi project? It is land modernization project or digitization of land anta kuda karitivi. We call it as e-bhumi project. E andre e alla electronic, it is electronic bhumi project anta. Electronic bhumi andre it is land project. Now this has been copied by government of India under a project called as land modernization project anta. This has been copied by government of India, we call it as land modernization project. See, it is technological related adre we are the leader. Ella namidane copy ಮಾಡಿರೋದು. That is for sure. Because Bengaluru is known for IT hub alva. Automatically ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರೇ ಪ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಹೆಸರು ಬರುತ್ತೆ. I am literally saying it is normally done by Infosys or Wipro. Automatically ಅವರು ಎಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ it is, they will be launching it from Bengaluru. Automatically it is Karnataka's. Okay, na first one. And the second one we call it as the soil health card scheme ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ, the soil health card scheme, the SHC, the soil health card scheme. Now idnellappa, or it has been launched by which ministry? And why was the news? News ಏನಕ್ಕೆ? It is news here is it has completed 10 years or 10th anniversary as celebrated by the government of India. The 10th anniversary of the soil health card scheme has been launched, or I can say celebrated by the government of India. And the second one we call it as ಯಾವ ministry? Ministry of, we call it as the Ministry of, we call it as ಯಾವುದು? Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. Agriculture and Farmers the Welfare. And the second one we call it as, it has been launched in which year? It has been launched in the year 2015. It has been launched in the year 2015. And the third one we call it as, what is the objective of this? It is launched ಆಗಿರೋದು ಸುಂದರ್ಗಢಲ್ಲಿ, it is Rajasthan, already ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ. And what is the objective of this? Objective here is analysis about the soil. Analysis about the soil. They'll be releasing a report once in how many years? Once in 2 years. 5 alla once in 2 years. And they'll be giving a report related to the 4 important aspects. The 4 important aspects. One related to macronutrients, the micronutrients, secondary nutrients, as well as the pH electrode, as well as the secondary micro as well as macro related nutrients are being released by state government, and ಇದಕ್ಕೆ support ಯಾರು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ it is by central government. Support is given by, it is the government objective ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ once in 2 years. Now sir, ಇದರಿಂದ ಏನಾದರೂ ನಮಗೆ objective ಆಗಿದೆ in last 10 years ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ the addition of the chemicals and fertilizers has reduced by 25 to 30%. The chemicals and fertilizers has reduced by 25 to 30% ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತೆ. ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ because we will be giving a report based on the soil. ಆ based on the soil report ಕೊಟ್ರೆ now we'll be adding which is deficit, not all. ಈಗ ಯೂರಿಯನ್ ತಗೊಂಡು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಚೆಲ್ಬಿಡಲ್ಲ, rather we'll be adding which chemicals and fertilizers are deficit, based on that we'll be adding. ಆದ್ರಿಂದ it is chemicals and fertilizers have come down, and also safening of the soil also, the cost of input has also come down. Cost of input of the agricultural farmers have also come down. Okay now, this is with respect to, we call it as the soil health card scheme. The soil health card, the scheme, and the next one we call it as the seed ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ now seed ಬಗ್ಗೆ, it is the first one we call it as one scientist one product. One scientist one product, OSOP. Now what is this one scientist one product? Now ಏನಕ್ಕಪ್ಪ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇತ್ತು? It has been launched by ಯಾರು? It has been launched by ICAR under the ministry, ಯಾವ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಅಂದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ? Under the Ministry of same Agriculture as well as the Farmers Welfare. Under Ministry of Agriculture as well as Farmers Welfare. Now sir, what is the objective sir? ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇದೆಯಲ್ವಾ? See, each and every scientist of ICAR, they need to produce either a product or a seed, or we call it as a technology related to agriculture. Yes or no? And that objective or the scheme we call it as one scientist one product. The one scientist one product objective ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ all the 4,500 plus the ICAR scientists, they need to produce at least a seed or at least a technology, or at least we call it as missionary every year, and every year majorly to focus upon the increase in agricultural productivity. Sir, ಇದನ್ನ ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಲ್ವಾ, ಈ ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಮಾಡಿರೋದನ್ನ how to give it to the farmers? And to give it to the farmers, we have established a portal called as agricultural code anta, and that platform has been established, we call it as agricultural code ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿರಿ. I'll be discussing that also. Okay now, and this information or the developed seed, technology and best practices with respect to agriculture will be given to the farmers via a platform called as agricultural code. And this agricultural code will end in this year itself, October 2025 ge that scheme will end, and that is important also. And that is highly important with respect to doubling of farmers income by the year, it is a 2027 astrally. By the year 2027, the target which has been put in by the government of India also. Initially 22 ittu, 27 agide, next it will be 2030. Not an issue. But agala, it's little difficult to double the agriculture farmers is little difficult. Why? Because we are majorly dependent on monsoon, and the second one we call it as the farmers are shifting it from elige, it is to the agriculture and non-agricultural sources. And the third major important one we call it as we does not have adequate good quality seeds also. ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ how can we expect doubling of farmers income? ಚಾನ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. Yes, this we call it as one scientist one product. It has been launched by, we call it as Indian Council of Agricultural Research and the Ministry of Agriculture, and every scientist need to contribute at least a seed or at least a machinery or at least the technology by the year we call it as, or annually we need to launch or we need to provide this. Sir, ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ಕೋತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ they'll be cut with respect to the salaries cut ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ. And this is a bold initiative of the ministry or the minister, we call it as the Shivraj Singh Chauhan, and he has literally done a doubling of the farmers income in Madhya Pradesh, and he is trying to do it across India, but it is challenging, but he is trying his best. Okay now, This is we call it as the OSOP. And the next one, the OSOP ಆಯಿತು. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಡೂಮ್ಸ್ಡೇ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಇನ್ ಲದಾಖ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ it is what do you mean by certified seats? What do you mean by hybrid seats ಅಂದ್ರೇನು? ನೀವು ಕೇಳಿರ್ತೀರ ಇವು at least high yield variety seats ಅಂದ್ರೇನು? Second one we call it as the GM, genetically modified and certified seats. ನಂಗೆ ಬೇಗನೆ ಪಟ್ಟಂದ ಹಾ ಓಕೆ ಕ್ರಾಸಿಂಗ್ ಬಿಟ್ವೀನ್ ಟೂ ಇಲ್ಲ ಟೂ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ ಹಂಗೆ ಅದು ಹೈಬ್ರಿಡ್ ಹಾಂ ಓಕೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಹೈಬ್ರಿಡೈಸೇಷನ್ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಕ್ರಾಸಿಂಗ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಟೂ ಪೊಟೆನ್ಷಿಯಲಿ ಇಂಡಿವಿಜುವಲ್ಸ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ವಿ ಆಲ್ ಆರ್ ಹೈಬ್ರಿಡ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಎಸ್ ಆರ್ ನೋ? ಬಟ್ ವಿತ್ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಟು ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡೋದ್ರೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ವಯ ಆರ್ಟಿಫಿಷಿಯಲ್ ಮೀನ್ಸ್ ಮೂಲಕ ಇಫ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಸೆಲೆಕ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಇಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಇಫ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಕ್ರಾಸಿಂಗ್ ಇಟ್, ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ನೀವು ನೋಡಿರ್ತೀರಾ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಮೆಂಡಲ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಕ್ರಾಸ್ಡ್ ಅ ಪಿಜನ್ ಪಿ. ಎಸ್ ಆರ್ ನೋ? ದಟ್ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ಎಸ್ ಹೈಬ್ರಿಡೈಸೇಷನ್. ಸರ್ ಹೈಬ್ರಿಡೈಸೇಷನ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಕ್ರಾಸ್ ಬಿಟ್ವೀನ್ it is a plant 1 and plant 2. Now this plant 1 and plant 2 are being picked up by the humans, but in the cross ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ we are not using any artificial means, we are crossing naturally and outcome ಏನಿರತ್ತಿಲ್ಲಿ high yield variety seeds ಇರುತ್ತೆ. We are not undertaking any natural means, but we are only going for picking up the most potential plants, the plants, and this we call it as hybridization. Are they genetically modified and the GM andre? It is altering, or we call it as addition, the subtraction or modification of the genes. We call it as genetic modification. Example kodi sir anta kelidre it is the first one we call it as BT cotton, Bacillus thuringiensis cotton. Adadmele Bacillus thuringiensis we call it as the brinjal, BT brinjal. Adadmele we call it as Dhara mustard, DMH11. Dhara mustard or DMH11 kuda approve agide. It has been developed by IIT Delhi. Already approve agide, but they have not given it for commercial approval or commercial cultivation. Inno approval agilla. But this has been approved only by GEAC. What is GEAC? Genetic Engineering Appraisal Committee. Appraisal committee ಇಂದ approval agide. Examples already ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು. ನಾ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಓಕೆ ಸರ್ ಸರ್ಟಿಫೈಡ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಇಲ್ಲ ಗುರು, ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಕ್ರಾಪ್ ಇರಲಿ, if it has been certified by some authority we call it as the certified seeds. Either it can be hybrid or it can be GM if it has been certified by the government. ಯಾರು ಸರ್ ಸರ್ಟಿಫೈಡ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ majorly by ICAR, majorly by it is Indian Agricultural Universities. If it has been approved by some designated authorities, we call that seed as certified seeds. Now sir, certified seeds na cultivate ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆದಾ, ಹೈಬ್ರಿಡ್ ಸೀಡ್ಸ್ ನ ಕಲ್ಟಿವೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆದಾ, GM ನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆದಾ? ಯಾವ್ದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆದು? It is ಮೂರು ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇವೆರಡು ಅಲ್ಲ, but certified seeds. Sir, why certified seeds ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರೂ ಆಗಿರ್ಲಿ ಬಿಡಿ, but they have tested on the land. ಆ ಟೆಸ್ಟೆಡ್ ಒಂದು ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಅಪ್ರೂವಿಂಗ್ ಇಟ್. ಓಕೆ ಸರಿ ಇದೆ, ನೀವು ಕಲ್ಟಿವೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ. ಇದರ್ ಇಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬಿ ವಾಟ್ GM ಆದ್ರೂ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಆರ್ ಇಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬಿ ಹೈಬ್ರಿಡ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ, ಅಂಡ್ ದಟ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಸರ್ಟಿಫೈಡ್ ದ ಸೀಡ್ಸ್. ನಾವು ಸರ್ಟಿಫೈಡ್ ಸೀಡ್ಸ್ ನ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಸರ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನೋ, ವಿ ಆರ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಫಾರ್ ಟ್ರೆಡಿಷನಲ್ ಸೀಡ್ಸ್. ರಾಗಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ರಾಗಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊ ಮತ್ತೆ ಬೆಳಿ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊ ಮತ್ತೆ ಬೆಳಿ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊ ಬೆಳಿ. Can we expect the productivity? No. And that's the reason we are going for decentralized establishment of certified seed plant. We call it as Beej Gram Yojana anta. Is certified na, for example, think that I am in Bidar. Now Bidar inda for example agriculture university barabeku antandre either I need to go to Dharwad or I need to go to some it is Hebalak barabeku. But adar badalu if I establish near to my locality, ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಒಂದು ವಿಲೇಜ್ ನ ಇಫ್ ಐ ಡಿಕ್ಲೇರ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಅ ಸೀಡ್ ವಿಲೇಜ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಟ್ರೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಆಟೋಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕಲಿ ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಗೋ ಫಾರ್ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಷನ್, ಕನ್ಸರ್ವೇಷನ್, ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಟಿಂಗ್ ಅ ಪರ್ಟಿಕ್ಯುಲರ್ ಸೀಡ್ ನಿಯರ್ ಟು ದ ಲೊಕ್ಯಾಲಿಟಿ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ಹೌದೋ ಇಲ್ವೋ? ಅಂಡ್ ದಟ್ಸ್ ದ ಮೇನ್ ಆಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಆಫ್ ಸೀಡ್ ವಿಲೇಜ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಆರ್ ಬೀಜ್ ಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಯೋಜನಾ ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. That is the Bijgram Yojana. The Bijgram Yojana majorly focus upon what? The decentralized establishment of the seats near to my village. Near to my village ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಹಳ್ಳಿ ಹತ್ರನೇ they'll be trained, they'll be storing it, and they'll be conserving it, and they'll be providing the highly productive seed. And this scheme has been launched by the government of India in the year 2011 ಜಮಾನದಲ್ಲಿ. ಬಟ್ ಆದರೆ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಸೀಟ್ಸ್ನ ಎಸ್ಟಾಬ್ಲಿಷ್ ಮಾಡೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ವಿಲೇಜಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಎಸ್, ಓಕೆನಾ? ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ವಿತ್ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಟು ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಅಸ್ ದ ಸೀಡ್ ಆಯಿತು, ದ ಸೀಡ್ ಮುಗೀತು. ಅಂಡ್ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಅಸ್ ಏನಪ್ಪ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್ನು? ದ ಕೆಮಿಕಲ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಫರ್ಟಿಲೈಸರ್ಸ್. ನಾವು ವಿತ್ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಟು ಕೆಮಿಕಲ್ಸ್, ಓಕೆ, ಇರಿಗೇಷನಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ನನಗೆ ನೆನಪಾಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಯಾವ್ದಾರು ಇದೆಯಾ ಇರಿಗೇಷನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೊಸದಂದ್ರೆ ಅದೇ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅದೇ ಟೀಚ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಷ್ಟೆ. ಕೃಷಿ ಸಿಂಚಾಯಿ ಯೋಜನೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಷ್ಟೆ, ಇರೋದೇ ಒಂದೇ ಸ್ಕೀಮು. ಓಕೆ, ಅದು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಹೇಳ ಏನು ಪಟ್ಟಂತ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು? ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಬೇಕೋ ಹೇಳಿ ಸರ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಓಕೆ, ದ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ದ ಕೃಷಿ ಸಿಂಚಾಯಿ ಯೋಜನಾ. ದ ಪ್ರಧಾನ ಮಂತ್ರಿ ಕೃಷಿ ಸಿಂಚಾಯಿ ಯೋಜನಾ ಲಾಂಚ್ ಬೈ ವಿಚ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ? Ministry of Agriculture in which year? 2016. Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, supported by Ministry of Jal Shakti also. Supported by Ministry of Jal Shakti. Objective ಏನು ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು objective. It is the 3 objective. ಈ 3 components ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ 3 objective ಬಂದೇ ಬಿಡ್ತು. One we call it as हर खेत को पानी. हर खेत को पानी ಅಂದ್ರೆ it is irrigation for all. Irrigation for all. Irrigation for all. And the second one, per drop more crop. Andre they are talking about the efficiency of irrigation also. Efficiency of water. Efficiency of water. And the third one we call it as exactly as the third one, AIBP. Okay, la ABBP alla. It is AIBP, Accelerated Irrigated Benefit Program. Now this majorly talks about the construction of infrastructure. Either it can be canals, the channels agirbodu, followed by the dams, all those things. Now sir, ivaga objective ಏನು ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ universal irrigation, efficiency, as well as focusing on infrastructure. That is the main objective of Krishi Sinchai Yojana. Krishi Sinchai, one kade ellargu neer kodbeku anta, or I can say irrigation for all. And second one, we are talking about efficiency also. With lesser water, we need to go for cultivation of more crops. And the third one, we are also talking about infrastructure also. We are also talking about infrastructure also. Okay na? First one, nam Karnataka beku antandre, it is, we call it as the Krishi Bhagya Yojane. The Krishi Bhagya Yojane. Now Krishi Bhagya Yojanali, we have a major important initiative called as Krishi Hondas. The Krishi Hondas, idu Jamanದಲ್ಲಿ establish ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. Okay na, 2014 ಅಲ್ಲಿ. It is 2014. Major new, at least Krishi Honda ನೋಡಿರ್ತೀರಲ್ವಾ? Harvesting of water and using it during the summer seasons. Using it during summer seasons. ಹೆಂಗೂರು ಆಗುತ್ತೆ? ಬಿಸಿಲಿರೋ, it is ಮಳೆ ಬರೋದು, it is June to September ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಬಟ್ ಬಿಸಿಲು ಕಾಲ ಬರೋದು ಯಾವಾಗ? ಮಾರ್ಚ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಅಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿರುತ್ತೆ? ಓಕೆ, ಹೌದು, ಆಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ನಾನೇನು ಹೇಳಿ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಓಕೆನಾ ಆಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟಿವ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಮೇಜರ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಒನ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ KC ವ್ಯಾಲಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ HN ವ್ಯಾಲಿ. ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ KC ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ HN ವ್ಯಾಲಿ? ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ KC? ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ KC ವ್ಯಾಲಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ HN ವ್ಯಾಲಿ. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಕೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಕೋರ್ಮಂಗ್ಲ ಚಲಗಟ್ಟ, ಕೋರ್ಮಂಗ್ಲ ಚಲಗಟ್ಟ. H ಅಂದರೆ ಹೆಬ್ಬಾಳ ನಾಗವಾರ, ಹೆಬ್ಬಾಳ ನಾಗವಾರ. They will be providing what? It is grey water processing anta. Grey water processing is being undertaken. The grey water, the processing is being undertaken under this initiative. Grey water andre household water. The household water is being treated and that is being given to majorly to the, it is water deficit regions. Majorly Kolar, Chikbalapura, ivu kodtare. Okay na? Yes. ಬಟ್ ಅದು ಆ ವಾಟರ್ ಬೇಡವೇ ಬೇಡ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ. 3 ಟೈಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಾ, ಹಂಗೆ ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನೀವು ಹೊಸಕೋಟೆಗೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಸಾಕು, ಆ ಸ್ಮೆಲ್ ಹಂಗೆ ಹೊಡಿತಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ರೋಡಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಿದ್ರೆ, ನಾಟ್ ಹೊಸಕೋಟೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕ್ಲಾರಿಟಿಯಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಓಕೆನಾ, ಯಾಕೆ ಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತೆ. The next one we call it as the chemicals and fertilizers. The chemicals and fertilizers. The chemicals and fertilizers. Now the chemicals and fertilizers comes under which ministry? Ministry of Fertilizers. Ministry of the Fertilizers. Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers anta. Okay, now the first and the foremost one we call it as PMBJP, and which is the major scheme which has been launched in the budget related to, we call it as fertilizers. Jamana Dawla 2018 dadu Gobardhan. It is PM Pranam. It is second one we call it as the PM Pranam. It is the PM Pranam, and the third sector to focus we call it as, it is nano part. Nano inu bekandre barkoli bekidre. It is, we call it as, it is urea gold. Urea, the gold, neem coated urea. ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಓದಿರ್ತೀರ, ಬಟ್ ಅದು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಏನು ಅಂತ. neem coated urea. ಸಿ ಥೀಮ್ಸ್ ತೊಗೊಂಡಾಗ ಪಕ್ಕಾ ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ ಅದರಿಂದನೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಇನ್ನೇನು ಕೇಳಲ್ಲ. ಓಕೆ ನಾ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್, ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದಿಸ್ PMBJP, ದ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್? ಬೇಗನೆ. PMBJP. Now this PMBJP majorly talks about branding of Bharat. It is brand irbeku, Bharat brand anta. All the fertilizers need to be sold in a single brand. And which is that brand? That is Bharat. We call it as Bharat. 80% of chemicals and fertilizers should be printed with a tag called as Bharat anta. Should be the printed with Bharat brand. It is BJP andre Bharatiya. It is Jan Urvik Pariyojana anta. Jan Urvik Pariyojana ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವರು BJP ಅಂತ, ಇವರೇ ಇಟ್ಟಿರೋದು. And the next one we call it as PM Pranam. Now what does PM Pranam talks about? You know PM Pranam, it is the migration of farmers from ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲಿಗೆ. It is migration of farmers from the chemicals and fertilizers in the organic fertilizers or biofertilizers. Organic fertilizers or biofertilizers. ಸರ್ ಇದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಸ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕಾಂಪೆನ್ಸೇಷನ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ? ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಸ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಡಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ why will they focus upon this? And ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ under this PM Pranam, the funding is being given to states ಗೆ, not to the farmers. Be cautious, not to the farmers. It is being given to the farmers to migrate from, we call it as chemicals and fertilizers, to the, we call it as organic fertilizers. Organic, the fertilizers states ge compensate ಮಾಡ್ತಿದೀವಿ. We are being compensating the states. And the next one we call it as the nano liquid urea plant and nano DAP plant. All this plant has been established in a, I can say, in a place called as the Kalol. ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಎಸ್ಟಾಬ್ಲಿಷ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಗುಜರಾತ್ ಇನ್ನೂ ಎಷ್ಟು ದೊಡ್ಡದಿದೆ ಅಂತ, ಇನ್ನೂ ಎಷ್ಟು ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ. ನಾನು ಥಿಂಕಿಂಗ್ ಓಕೆ ಆಯ್ತು, ಇಲ್ಲಿಗಾದ್ರೂ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೇ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇನ್ನೂ ಎಷ್ಟಿದೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಕಲೋಲ್, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ಗುಜರಾತ್. ದ ನ್ಯಾನೋ DAP, ನ್ಯಾನೋ ಯೂರಿಯಾ, ನ್ಯಾನೋ DAP as well as nano urea also. Okay na. Next one urea gold andre, it is the sulfur coated urea. The sulfur coated urea, the sulfur coated urea. adadme neem coated urea ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. It is neem ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ ಎಣ್ಣೆ ಕೋಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. Okay, that is neem ಗೊತ್ತಲ್ವಾ? It is, what is neem? It is ಬೇವಿಂದು. Okay, ಏನಕ್ಕೆ it is against neem coated? Why? It releases the nutrients slowly release ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ. Next one, the next one we call it as missionaries ಆಯಿತು, ಅಲ್ಲೇನು ಇಲ್ವೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. Next one, it is KCC. What is this KCC? It is Kisan Credit Card Scheme, which has, why this was in news? Why this was in use? Now recent budget ಅಲ್ಲಿ the KCC loan has increased from 3 lakh in the, it has increased it to the 5 lakh rupees. It has increased it to, we call it as the 5 lakh. Okay now, the 5 lakh. And the next one, the KCC ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ when it has been established or when it has been launched. It has been launched in the year 1998 ಅಲ್ಲಿ. It has been launched in the year 1998. 1998 launch ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ. Now what's the object of this KCC? Already UPSL majority times have asked the question about this KCC. It is majorly, what's the objective? It is working capital, or the capital is being provided to yarge. It is provided to the agricultural sector. Agricultural, the sector 5 lakshಕ್ಕೆ increase ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. That's the major important one. Now is it only agriculture andre? Now it has also been included to the allied sector also. It has also been included to, we call it as allied sector also. It has been increased to the allied sector also. Yes, allied sector kuda. And the next one, next tadoppa next bebene agriculture credit aaytu tadmele it is one, we call it as MSP FRP. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತಾರೆ MRP or FRP ಇವೆಲ್ಲ. ಓಕೆ ನೋಡಿ ಇದೊಂದು ಮಾತ್ರ ನೋಡಿ, MSP and FRP. The MSP and FRP, just a glance. Now MSP, okay, next one we call it as MSP. Now minimum support price. Now minimum support price for how many crops? It is minimum support price for how many? It is 22 crops. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಯಾವುದು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ we call it as one called as the sugar cane. One we call it as the sugar cane. Okay now. The second one, this MSP and FRP is announced by yaru. It is, be cautious here, I'm using a term called as announced by. It is the Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs. The Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs chaired by Prime Minister. And the second major important one, on the recommendation of yardo, on the recommendation of the CACP and the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. Gotirli. Now what MSP, or I can say MSP, is provided on what criteria? It is 1.5 times of A2 plus FL. Okay alva, ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ. A2, it is A2 plus FL followed by C2 ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ ಅಲ್ವೋ? Okay, it is 1.5 times of A2 plus FL method use ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು they are providing what? It is the MSP. ಇದೊಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ, MS the P ಅಂತ. And the next major important one, now after announcement, who procures this ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ it is the Food Corporation of India. The Food Corporation of India. FCA ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕೂಡ ನೋಡಬೇಕಿದ್ರೆ, while discussing about Anna Chakra anta, the recent scheme and the most important scheme this year. Okay, optimization of food anta done. And FRP ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ FRP, it has been announced by the same, followed by, recommended by same, majorly with respect and command sugar ge. Majorly we call it as the sugar. And ಇದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ or SRP ಅಂತ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. It is, we call it as the SRP or SAP ಅಂತ. The State Advisory Prices. The State Advisory Prices, ಇವ್ರು ಕೊಡೋದು ಸಾಲಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾವು ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ. And that we call it as the State Advisory Prices. That is above the prices which has been fixed by yaru? The central government. That has been fixed by central government. Okay na, ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ? Yes, done. This we call it MSP as well as FRP ಅಂತ. ಇನ್ನು ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ನಿಮ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ದಾವೆ. The second topic we call it as, it is Dhan Dhanya Yojane. Now sir, why this was a news? Enikappa news alli? It is why this was a news? Now recent ag nodadadre, in the year 2025 alli they have launched an initiative called as, it is Pradhan Mantri Dhan Dhanya Yojane. Pradhan Mantri Dhan. Now what do you mean by Dhan andre? ನೋಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಇದೆ. ನಾವು ಪ್ರಧಾನ ಮಂತ್ರಿ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. It is Dhan andre, it is we call it as money. We call it as money. Dhanya andre, it is we call it as Dhanya. We call it as the seeds. By providing adequate seeds to the farmers, we will be increasing the productivity. And productivity ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ? Automatically will be generating income. Now which all initiative we already had related to seeds? One we call it as the Beej Gram Yojana, and the second one we call it as certified seeds. Now ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಇದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಇದು ಲಾಂಚ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾರೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ what does it mean? It means the failure of all the schemes. Yes or no? Failure of the initial schemes. Now this scheme has been launched as a part of, we call it as the budget, the guidelines or the budget provisions. And the second major important one we call it as, this will be launched in, we call it as 100 districts only. This will be launched in 100 districts which is showing a lower productivity of agriculture. Are districts which are showing lower productivity ಇರತ್ತಲ್ಲ than the national average and state average. ಆ ಒಂದು 100 ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳನ್ನ ಚೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು we will be providing what? We will be providing all the different, we call it as all the different, the initiatives. Okay ಅಲ್ವಾ? Okay, it is all the different related initiatives. All the different related initiatives will be launching as a part of this. ಇದು ನೋಡಿ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಇದು ಮಾಡೋದು ಯೂಸ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಕಾಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್. Okay. Now we call it as 100 districts will be selecting the lower, we call it as the districts which are having the lower productivity. Our districts na choose ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು and we'll be going for, we call it as the advice guidelines, or we'll be providing a seeds ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ, adequate seeds. And the second one we call it as the farmers ಗೆ advisory ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ. And the third one we call it as the weather monitoring. All these things will be providing as a part of this Dhan Dhanya Yojana, majorly to increase the productivity in 100 districts initial ಆಗಿ. But over a period of time this will be enhanced across India, majorly to achieve our objective called as, we call it as doubling of farmers income by, we call it as in the few years. And that is our major goal ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. Okay ಅಲ್ವಾ? ನಾವು ಸರ್ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಓಕೆ ಸರ್, ಬಟ್ ಫಂಡ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಬಟ್ ಫಂಡ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಕ್ಲಾರಿಫೈಡ್ ಸೇಯಿಂಗ್ ದಟ್ ಫಂಡ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಫಂಡ್ಸೇ ಕೊಡಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, already provided amount to the Ministry of Agriculture, they need to use from that majorly in 100, we call it as districts only. Okay, ಇದು ಕಾಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಬರಬೇಕು, ಕಾಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ನೋಡೋಕ್ಕೆ. ಓಕೆನಾ? ಅದೇ ನನ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಓಕೆನಾ? ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಧನ್ ಧಾನ್ಯ ಯೋಜನೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು. ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಹೈಲಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಒನ್, ದೇ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ಪ್ರೊವೈಡಿಂಗ್, ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ as they are not providing a separate funds. They are not providing the separate funds to this project. Rather the Ministry of Agriculture and the farmers welfare, they need to use it for, or they need to use it from other schemes in this 100 districts ಅಲ್ಲಿ, in this 100 districts. ಓಕೆನಾ? ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ? Yes, okay. The third one we call it as Makana, or we call it as Makana board ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. Makana ಅಂದ್ರೆ it is lotus seed ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. It is, Makana is called as the lotus seed. Now which state is the largest producer of Makana? It is Bihar. Automatically Bihar is the largest idaga. Automatically the Makana board, majorly with respect to exports, it is the National Research Center with respect to Makana. All these are present in where? All these are present in Patna, Bihar. All these are present in Bihar, we call it as Patna. This is our first one. Now first one we call it as ಏನು ಸರ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ನ್ಯೂಸ್. Now news here is Makana will overtake the world's superfood in the future ಅಂತ. Now sir, why this is important ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ first one is this superfoods, and the second one we call it as in our budget we have announced the Makana board in Patna, Bihar, and the third one we call it as Makana has also been given a GI tag, in the year 2022 ನಲ್ಲಿ Makana board has been given a GI tag in the year 2022. ನಾವು ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಓಕೆ ಸರ್, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಓಕೆ, ಬಟ್ ಇನ್ನೂ ಏನು ಓದಬೇಕು ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ವಿ ಶುಡ್ ಟಾಕ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ದ ಕ್ರಾಪ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಕ್ಲೈಮೆಟಿಕ್ ಕಂಡೀಷನ್ಸ್. ವಾಟ್ ಟೈಪ್ ಆಫ್ ಸಾಯಿಲ್ ಬೇಕಾ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ, ವಾಟರ್ ಬೇಕಾ, ಆರ್ ಟೆಂಪರೇಚರ್ ಎಷ್ಟಿರಬೇಕು, ಹ್ಯೂಮಿಡಿಟಿ ಎಷ್ಟಿರಬೇಕು, ಫಾರ್ ಬೈ ರೈನ್ಫಾಲ್, ಆಲ್ ದ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ವಿ ನೀಡ್ ಟು ಸ್ಟಡಿ. ನಾವು ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ ಮಕಾನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ ದ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ಇಯರ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾವು ಮಕಾನಾಗೆ ಟೆಂಪರೇಚರ್ ಎಷ್ಟಿರಬೇಕು, ರೈನ್ಫಾಲ್ ಎಷ್ಟಿರಬೇಕು, ಹೈಯೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇರಬೇಕಾ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ now majorly we call it as Makana requires higher temperature and higher rainfall also. Higher temperature ಬೇಕು, higher rainfall and higher humidity also. ಮತ್ತೆಲ್ಲ ಮಗಪ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಡಿ. But majorly we should talk about this Makana is also called as lotus seed ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ. Now lotus seed ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ it requires water or land. It is water, it's an aquatic plant. And the second major important one, it requires high temperature. It must be more than 20 degrees Celsius. And high we call it as rainfall antandre, it must be having some 100 we call it as the centimeter rainfall ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇರಬೇಕು. And the third one, high humidity ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ it must be more than 60 to 70 ಗಿಂತ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ high humidity. Yes or no? Yes, higher rainfall ಅಂದ್ರೆ automatically we can come to a conclusion saying that higher humidity also. Yes, it requires three important things. One we call it as high temperature, high rainfall, as well as high humidity also. And it is also called as an aquatic plant. It is majorly grown in aquatic. And the largest producer of this Makana we call it as yarappa andre. We call it as Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, all these regions, majorly northern India. Now because of all these things, the government has announced Makana board in Bihar. ಇದೊಂದು ರೀಸನ್ ಆದ್ರೆ. ಅಂಡ್ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಒನ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಬಿಹಾರ್ ಇಸ್ ಅಂಡರ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಡ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್. Now to give more priority to the underdeveloped state, they have also announced the export promotion of Makana also. ನೋಡಿ ಇನ್ನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಬಿಹಾರ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ we call it as ಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಕೂಡ ಎಸ್ಟಾಬ್ಲಿಷ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇನ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಅಂತ ಆರ್ ಡ್ರೈ ಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಇನ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಆರ್ ಡ್ರೈ ಪೋರ್ಟ್. ಸರ್ ನಾವು ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸೇ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಜಮಾನತ್ ಕೇಳಿದೀವಿ, JNPT ಪೋರ್ಟ್ और दीन दयाल पोर्ट, श्याम प्रसाद मुखर्जी पोर्ट. ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ? Now which is the recent port which has been launched in Kerala? Vizhinjam port, which is the largest or the deepest port in India. ಹೆಂಗರು ವಿಶಾಖಪಟ್ಟಣಂ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ? ನೆನ್ನೆ ತಾನೇ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಈಸ್ಟರ್ನ್ ಕೋಸ್ಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾವಿಂಗ್ ಹೈಯರ್ ಕಾಂಟಿನೆಂಟಲ್ ಶೆಲ್ಫ್. ಡೀಪೆಸ್ಟ್ ಹೆಂಗಾಗುತ್ತೆ? ಇಟ್ ಮಸ್ಟ್ ಬಿ ಆನ್ ದ ವೆಸ್ಟ್. JNPT ನ ವದವನ್ನ or Vizhinjam. Okay alva, it is all this Makana. And the next major important one we call it as, this is also called as black diamond. Be cautious here, it is also called as lotus seed. It is commonly called as lotus seed, but official ಆಗಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ it is called as black diamond ಅಂತ. It is black diamond, confuse ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಡಿ ಸರ್, ವೈಟ್ ಇದೆ ಬ್ಲಾಕ್ ಹೆಂಗೆ, ಓಕೆನಾ? It is black diamond. It is also called as lotus seed, and it requires higher temperature, higher rainfall, higher humidity, as well as the Bihar is the largest one, and GI tag in 2022. Yes, all these things you should be clear with respect to Makana. And the next one we call it as National Turmeric Board. The board again. Now with respect to National Turmeric Board ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ, now which country is the largest producer of turmeric? I am asking about country. It is India. And the second one we call it as, which is the largest producer of turmeric country? It is Andhra. It's Andhra. But Adre, be cautious here. Recent agi, it is the government have established, it is National Turmeric Board in Telangana. Nizamabad alli establish ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. Nizamabad alli they have established. Don't get confused. The largest one we call it as Andhra Pradesh is the largest producer of, we call it as the turmeric anta. First thing. And the second thing we call it as, we are talking about National Turmeric Board. Now normal agi board has been established mainly for export. ಹೌದೋ ಇಲ್ವೋ? ನಾವು ಬೋರ್ಡ್ನ ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಎಸ್ಟಾಬ್ಲಿಷ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ? ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ವಿಚ್ ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡ್ಸ್ ಕಾಫಿ ಬೋರ್ಡ್, ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಕಾಟನ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್, ಕೊಕೊನಟ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್, ಫಿಶರೀಸ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್, ಸಿರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್, ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಎಸ್ಟಾಬ್ಲಿಷ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ? ಮೇಜರ್ಲಿ ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್. ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಜೊತೆಲಿ ವಿಲ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಫಾರ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ and supporting our farmers also. But our major focus ಏನಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಮೇಜರ್ಲಿ ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್. ನಾವು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರಮೋಷನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ it comes under which ministry? It is Ministry of Commerce and Industry. This has been established under Ministry of Commerce and Industry. And the second one we call it as, what type of body is this? It is not a statutory body, rather it has been established as a executive body. It has been established as executive body. And India is the largest producer nave, consumer nave, largest producer, the consumer, as well as we call it as exporter also. Now ಇದೇ ರೀತಿ ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಬೇರೆ ವಿಧವ? We are the largest producer, consumer, exporter also. It is milk. The milk ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವೇ, and with respect to oil ನಾವಲ್ಲ, but pulses ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೀವಿ. We are the largest producer, consumer, but importer ನಾವು. You are not exporter, but we are importing more. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ oil ಕೂಡ, though we are the fourth largest producer of oil seeds, we are importing huge amount of oil also. The oil also. Okay na? Done? ಇದೊಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ. And the next one we call it as, it is ಅನ್ನ ಚಕ್ರ. ಸಖತ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನ ಚಕ್ರ. ಅಲ್ಲ ಕಣ, ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ತಾನೇ ಇದು. ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ, ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ? ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ, ವರ್ತ್ ಅನ್ಸ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಬರ್ತಿರೋದು? ಓಕೆ. Okay, next one we call it as Anna Chakra. Now with respect to Anna Chakra ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ, the most important initiative ಈ ವರ್ಷ I am expecting question on this Anna Chakra, but ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. Now with respect to Anna Chakra, or we call it as the food related. Now sir, food related ಬಂದಾಗ which all things we need to discuss here? First is anyways Anna Chakra ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡೋಣ. Anna Chakra ಇದೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಜರ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಫೋಕಸ್ here. And second one, begin. It is the National Food Security Act of 2013. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ we call it as ಪ್ರಧಾನ ಮಂತ್ರಿ ಗರೀಬ್ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣ್ ಅನ್ನ ಯೋಜನಾ. ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಾದ್ರೆ ಅನ್ನಭಾಗ್ಯ, ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅನ್ನಭಾಗ್ಯ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅನ್ನಭಾಗ್ಯ. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಅನ್ನ ಸುವಿಧಾ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಟು ಹೋಮ್, ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ವೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ. ಬಟ್ ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅನ್ನ ಚಕ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ, ಸರ್ ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದಿಸ್ ಅನ್ನ ಚಕ್ರ ಮೇಜರ್ಲಿ ಟಾಕ್ಸ್ ಅಬೌಟ್? ನಾವು ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಫುಡ್ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಬಂದ್ರೆ, ದಿಸ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಲಾಂಚ್ಡ್ ಬೈ ವಿಚ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ವಿಚ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ? ಯಾವ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಯಾವ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು? ನಾರ್ಮಲಿ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಆಫ್ ಕನ್ಸ್ಯೂಮರ್ ಅಫೇರ್ಸ್, ದ ಫುಡ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಹೌದೋ ಇಲ್ವೋ? ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ದ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ ಇಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಬೀನ್ ಲಾಂಚ್ಡ್ ಬೈ ದ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಆಫ್, ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ the consumer affairs, the food and public distribution. ಯಾವ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಫುಡ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಷನ್, the food and public distribution. But this is being supported by the two important organizations, we call it as World Food Program. ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ, World Food Program is located where? Rome ಅಲ್ಲಿ. This has been supported by World Food Program. We call it as the World Food Program. and supported by the second one we call it as IIT. It is IIT Delhi ಅವರು ಸಖತ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಗುರು ಈ ವರ್ಷ. Thus Anna Chakra it is launched by three important things, but a nodal ministry we call it as. But a nodal ministry ಯಾವುದು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, but a nodal ministry we call it as, it is Ministry of Consumer Affairs. Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Department of the Food and Public Distribution. The Food and the Public Distribution anta. Okay now, Food and Public Distribution. Second major important, this initiative has been launched by the ministry adar jotege the World Food Program as well as IIT Delhi. Sir idella okay sir, but objective ಏನು Anna Chakra ಅದು. But objective ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ optimization of food chain. Optimization of the food chain. Now sir, optimization of food chain ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, now taking an example of we call it as now food security underly. The food security underly we need to provide at least 5 kg of I can say food grains to the BPL families. Now ಈ BPL families ಗೆ continuous basis ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು food ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, don't you think I need to track all the different chains? ಹೌದೋ ಇಲ್ವೋ? ನಾವು ಐ ನೀಡ್ ಟ್ರ್ಯಾಕ್, ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಟ್ರ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಟ್ರ್ಯಾಕಿಂಗ್ ನೋಡಿ, MSP is collected and stored at where? FCI. Now FCI ದವರು it is under the National Food Security Act, they will be providing grains to ಯಾರಿಗೆ? State government. Now this state government ಇಂದ they will be providing it to the we call it as fair ration shops, or we call it as ration ಅಂಗಡಿಗಳಿಗೆ they will be transferring it to we call it as transferring the food grains. ಬಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಏನಾಗ್ತಿತ್ತು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ರೈಸ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಿತ್ತು, ಬಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಮಾತ್ರ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ರೈಸ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ the problem was there is huge amount of deviation from ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇಂದ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಲಾರಿಗಳು ಮೂವ್ ಆಗ್ತಿತ್ತು, ಬಟ್ ಫೇರ್ ಶಾಪ್ಗೆ ಬೇರೆನೆ ರೈಸ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಿತ್ತು. nothing but the good quality, the rice is being diverted to the mill owners, and the low grade quality is being diverted to the fair ration shops. Now how to track this? Now sir, track better DBT ಹೋಗೋಣ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, DBT ಗೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ it is I can't provide every person the I can say we call it as the food one, and malnutrition ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. Already malnutrition we are ranked worse with respect to the hunger index ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಬಟ್ ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ಗೊತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದಿನ ಎಣ್ಣೆ ಹೊಡಿ, ರೋಡಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿದ್ದೋಗು, ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಆರಾಮ ಬಾ. And that has been the major cases in India. But I need to give them the food no matter what. But food ಕೊಡಬೇಕು, quality food ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. At the same time, my subsidy should also be lesser on the government, because the food subsidy is the largest subsidy with respect to Indian government. We are spending huge amount of 60,000 on food grains already. 60,000 crore rupees we are going for subsidy only food grain. But how to do this? How to make it effective? Now the thought here is going for Anna Chakra. Nothing but the complete cycle has been tracked. Chakra and cycle alva. Now complete cycle and track ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. Nothing but it is from the FCI to the state to the fair, ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಿಕ್ತಾ back to FCI. Nothing but complete it is a chain is being tracked, and quality is also being assured to the we call it as the consumers. One kade assured food to the consumers, and the second one we call it as the burden on what? The burden on the distribution, the burden on the food subsidies will automatically come down. And that's the main objective of we call it as the Anna Chakra. Okay now. Yes, this we call it as technological integration. IoT is being integrated to track the complete aspects starting from FCI, the state government, up till we call it as the food grains orgo. Adadmele anyways we have integrated it with the Aadhaar also. Aadhaar biometric kodi admele tagoli anta. And in few states we have also gone for we call it as rice bank also. Bhubaneswar rice bank. Nothing but ATM card haku, it is withdraw the we call it as rice and consume it. But problem ಏನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಯಾರ ಹತ್ರ ಇದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ they can go for the we call it rice bank ಅಲ್ವಾ. ATM ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ತರ ಹಾಕು, ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ we can withdraw, and the bogus accounts will also increase. Okay na? And this we call it as Anna Chakra. Okay na? Yes. And ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ FCI ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಬೇಕಾ ಬೇಡವಾ ನೀವು ಪಟ್ಟಂತ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು, ಬೇಡವಾ? Okay, next one. The next one we call it as National Agricultural Code. the code anta. Now what is this National Agriculture Code? Now again it has been launched by the same ministry, that is called as Ministry of, we call it as the Consumer Affairs, the Food and Public Distribution, majorly Ministry of Consumer Affairs. Under this, the implementing arm, we call it as BIS. Under this, the most important one, we call it as BIS. Now what do you mean by this BIS? It is Bureau of Indian Standards. Bureau of Indian Standards, BIS. BIS anta matadte. Now this BIS has launched a code called as Nenpitkolli. National Agriculture Code is not launched by ICAR. Neither it is launched by Ministry of Agriculture, but it is launched by Ministry of Consumer Affairs. Under this Ministry of Consumer Affairs, the implementing arm, we call it as BIS, Bureau of Indian Standards or launch ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಇದೆ ನೋಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಕೋಡ್, ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡೈಸೇಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. Nothing but we need to bring in some safety security standards. Now how can we do this, sir? Hope you're getting it. See, doubling of farmers sumne onde dinalli agbidalla. We need to come up with huge amount of, we call it as the efforts, and huge amount of technology also. And out of that, the major important one, we call it as Eredu Anna Chakra, as well as National Agricultural, we call it as code. Is bit admele, I won't even expect a question, but if the question irutte. Now with respect to agriculture code, sir, BIS ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, the BIS major work here is, now this BIS has been launched under Ministry of Consumer Affairs. Ministry of Consumer Affairs. What the main object of BIS? ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ Bureau of Indian Standards. Now standards for the different consumer products are being provided. Different products are being provided. It has been launched under a BIS Act of 1986. BIS Act of 1986, headquarters New Delhi. Major objective, we call it as the standardization of the consumer products. Standardization of consumer products. Adhe riti, they are also trying to bring in standardization even in agriculture also. Sir, agricultural standardization tarbeku antandre, how can we do it? First, how can we do it? Now easy na it is uniformity as well as the best practices as well as standardization. How can we do it? Now, sir, how can we do it, sir? Anta kelidre, under this agriculture code, there is a codification of all the best practices. Under this code, there is a codification of all the best practices, codification of the rules and regulations related to all the inputs, starting from land, starting from soil, irrigation, chemicals, fertilizers, further marketing, credit, post-harvesting, all this are being codified. Now all the inputs are being codified. All the inputs are being codified. Okay now, all this are being codified, and the second one, we call it as the best practices are being provided to yarge, provided to the producers. Provided to the producers. Majorly producer yarappa illi anta kelidre, the farmers. Majorly we call it as the farmers will be providing the best practices, and that best practices will lead us to the, it is uniformity as well as standardization even in agriculture also. It is uniformity as well as standardization even in agriculture also. For example nodi, ಈಗ ನನಗೆ for example ನಾನು marigold ತಿಂತೀನಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ or jam ತಿಂತೀನಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, now every time there will be same taste alva. But can I give an assurance with respect to agriculture the same taste? Ella sati cauliflower in the same taste, tomato in the same anta. But why are we not able to achieve this? Now to bring in standardization, we have launched a code called as the National Agricultural Code. Now this National Agricultural Code will end in yavaga 2025 end agutte, and after that it is mandatory for all the farmers to bring in some uniformity also. Bring in some uniformity, but if the extent agutte, don't worry, it is because it's not easy to do it. It is not easy to do it also. Okay now, done. The next one, and the last topic from agriculture, we call it as the White Revolution. The White Revolution. Now White Revolution, it's also called as Operation Flood. Okay now, this White Revolution is also called as Operation Flood. Operation Flood. Now this Operation Flood has been launched by, it is Varghese Kurian, the father of Varghese the Kurian, the father of, we call it as the father of the White Revolution or the Operation Flood ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. Major which has been launched by NDDB. NDDB ಅಂದ್ರೆ National Dairy Development Board. National Dairy Development Board. ಇದು ಜಮಾನದ 1970-80s. But now ಇವಾಗ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅಪ್ಡೇಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂತ our Ministry of Cooperation, that is Ministry of Cooperation ಯಾರು? ಅಮಿತ್ ಶಾ. Now Amit Shah has launched the initiative called as, we call it as White Revolution. The White Revolution ಎಷ್ಟನೇದು? It is 2.0. It is 2.0 has been launched. Now ಈ 2.0 ನಲ್ಲಿ ಮೇಜರ್ ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್ಸ್ ಏನು ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, what's the main target here? The main target here is, it is increasing the milk production. Already milk production ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? But ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇದೆ with respect to production, but efficiency ಇಲ್ಲ. But our cows are not efficient and we does not have adequate infrastructure. Infrastructure ಸರಿಗಿಲ್ಲ, cold chain in the rural areas. At the same time we are not empowering the women. And the fourth one we call it as, we should export also. We are importing, we need to export it. And all these four important aspects are being focused under this White Revolution 2.0. White Revolution the 2.0. Now White Revolution 2.0 majorly talks about, it is White Revolution 2.0. Now White Revolution 2.0 majorly talks about, it is, we call it as the doubling of milk. Doubling of the milk. Now ಇದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ we need to establish the 2 lakh. We need to establish the 2 lakh multi-PSCs. It is multi-PSCs ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, primary agricultural cooperatives. We need to establish at least the 2 lakh multi-cooperatives establish ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. The 2 lakh, the multi-cooperatives need to be established. ಇದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಫೋಕಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ they are focusing upon different components. First component ಏನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, it is infrastructure. First component is infrastructure. Second component we call it as women empowerment. The second component we call it as women empowerment. And the third one we call it as exporting. The third one we call it as exporting, as well as increasing our productivity also. Increasing our productivity. The local production should increase anta. The local production should increase. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಓಕೆ. ಬಟ್ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮಿಲ್ಕ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ, now which country is the largest producer of milk? It is, which country is the largest producer ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, it is India is the largest producer of milk, which is contributing to what percentage? The 25% of the total milk production which is happening at the world level. And this is according to the Food and Agricultural Organization. This is related to the Food and Agricultural Organization, FAO. FAO ಅಂತ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. And the second major important one we call it as, at India level ಅಲ್ಲಿ, which state is the largest producer ಅಂದ್ರೆ, wrong. Gujarat is 5th. UP is the largest one. UP is the largest producer. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ Rajasthan, UP, Rajasthan, followed by Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat and AP. Now you 5 states, they are contributing to approximately 50%. Nothing but UP. Second one we call it as Rajasthan. UP is the largest one. What about Karnataka? It is 9th in Ajmanದಲ್ಲಿ. But with respect to Gujarat ಏನು ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, the first cooperative and the largest cooperatives, the milk cooperatives ಅಂದ್ರೆ it is Gujarat. The second milk cooperatives ಯಾವುದು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ it is Karnataka. Second largest milk cooperatives Rajasthan, ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಮಧ್ಯ ಪ್ರದೇಶ್, ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ we call it as Gujarat, ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ Andhra Pradesh. All these 5 they are contributing to more than, we call it as, it is the 53% of the milk production. 53% of the milk the production ಅಂತ. ಓಕೆನಾ? ಎಸ್, ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಇವತ್ತಿಗೆ ಸಾಕು. ಓಕೆನಾ? ಡನ್? ಓಕೆ. Now today at least we have discussed about some 70 slides, at least 70 topics ನೋಡಿದೀವಿ. Slides ಅಂದ್ರೆ at least we have discussed about some 2 to 3 topics extra. Into 2 ಅಂದ್ರೆ some 150 ಅಂತೂ ಪಕ್ಕ ಓದಿದೀವಿ. ಆಯಿತು, ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಆಯಿತು. ಓಕೆ ಓಕೆನಾ, ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ದ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್ ಇನ್ನೂ ಮುಗ್ದಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು at last with respect to some exam tips, one are going for UPSC or different exams, ಏನಿದ್ರು ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, just exam tips in 10 minutes. Now with respect to, we call it as exam tips ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ, now first thing here is, the first and foremost doubt here is, sir, what should be the plan for the last week session, or ಒಂದು ವಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೇನು ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. What do we need to do in the last week? First ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡೋಣ. And the second one, how many number of questions to attempt, how many number of the questions we need to attempt here. And the third major important one, okay ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಆಗಲಿ, ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ we can go for some rapid the fire questions also, some rapid ಆಗಿ ಪಟ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋದು. Okay ಅಲ್ವಾ, the second question is this. And the third question we call it as, what about CSAT? What about the CSAT ಏನಿರಬೇಕು? And the fourth major important one, now do we need to literally revise all the subjects within 1 week only? But if not, how to revise this? Okay alva, idella ನೋಡೋಣ. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ we can go for some rapid fire questions fast ಆಗಿ. Now first thing here is what should be your plan for the last week? Sir, should I need to study the new sources, or should I need to go for it is ಇರೋ sources ರಿವೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾ, or ಏನು ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದ? Now the first one we call it as, ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಒಂದು ವಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ you should go for the researching of PYQs, ಎಲ್ಲಾದ್ನೂ ಎತ್ತಿ ಬಿಸಾಕಿ, and go for previous year questions. Now previous year questions, at least some 5 years of UPSC CSC, as well as ಈ 24-25 ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಂಡಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ UPSC ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಏನೇನು ಕಂಡಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾರೋ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪೇಪರ್ಸ್ನ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಸಾಲ್ವ್. ಕುತ್ಕೊಂಡು 100 ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಡಿ, ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಒಂದು ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ ಓದಿ ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಡೂ ಸಮ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್, ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಬರ್ಕೋತೀರಿ ಪಟ್ಪಟ ಅಂತ. Nothing that if there is a question on economics, now there is a T-bill ಅಂತ ಇದೆ, and second one we call it as green bonds, and a third option called as some deposits, and there is a last option. ನಾವು ಇವೆಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂಡ at least you should know some pointers. Right ಯಾವುದು ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕು, at the same time you should research all the 4 options also, and that will yield you results. ನೀವು ಎಷ್ಟಾದರೂ ಓದಿ ಗುರು, ಆ 2 ಅವರಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ದಬಾಕಕ್ಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ನೀವು ರೀಕಾಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕೆ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಎಷ್ಟು ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಬರೆದ್ರು ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಟ್ರೂತ್. ಎಸ್ ಆರ್ ನೋ? ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ರೀಕಾಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಯಾಕೆ ಗುರು ಅಷ್ಟು ಓದ್ತೀರಾ? ಈಗ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮೀಕಾಂತ್ ಓದಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಈಗ ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಇಫ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ನಾಟ್ ಏಬಲ್ ಟು ರಿಕಾಲ್ ವಿತ್ ಇನ್ 10 minutes ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ದೆನ್ ವೈ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮೀಕಾಂತ್? ಅಂಡ್ ದ ಸೇಮ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ಅಪ್ಲೈಸ್ ಟು ಆಲ್ ದ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ನೀವು ರೀಕಾಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, ಬುಕ್ನ ಮುಚ್ಚಿಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ರೀಕಾಲ್. ಇನ್ ಕೇಸ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ಲೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದಾಗ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಗೋ ಫಾರ್ ರಿವಿಷನ್. ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದಾಗ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಯು ನೀಡ್ ಟು ವಿಸಿಟ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ರೀಕಾಲ್, ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸ್ ಯುವರ್ ಬ್ರೈನ್ ಕೆಪಾಸಿಟಿ, ಅಂಡ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಯು ಶುಡ್ ಡೂ. ಅಂಡ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ದ 5 years ಆಫ್ ದ CSC ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. 24 ಅಂದರೆ 2019 ಇಂದ 2019, 20, 22, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ 23, 24 ವರೆಗೂ. ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಸಮ್ 5 or 6 years ಮ್ಯಾಂಡೇಟರಿ ಆಗಿ ಮಾಡಿ. ಅದರ ಜೊತೆಲಿ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ 24-25 ಅಲ್ಲಿ UPSC ಕಂಡಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪೇಪರ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಒಂದೊಂದು ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ. NDA ಇಂದ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ CDS ಇಂದ, ಆರ್ CRPF, CISF, ಜಿಯೋ ಸೈಂಟಿಸ್ಟ್, ಆರ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರಿಂಗ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ಸ್. ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ 2 ದಿನಕ್ಕೆ 2 ಪೇಪರ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ವಾ? 5 ದಿನ ಇದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ 10 ಪೇಪರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಇಷ್ಟನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ 10 ಪೇಪರ್ ಇಂಟು 100 ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಆಯ್ತಲ್ವಾ? 10 into we call it as 100. ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಎಷ್ಟಾಯ್ತು ಅಂತ. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ 10 papers into 100 questions. 100 ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಯು ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಸಾಲ್ವಿಂಗ್ ಅರೌಂಡ್ ಸಮ್ 1000 questions. 1000 into 4 ಆಪ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ? 4000 ಆಯ್ತು. 4000 ಟಾಪಿಕ್ಸ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಟಿಪ್ಪಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ 10% ಬಂದ್ರು 40 ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಹಿಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಬರ್ತೀರಾ. 10% ಬಂದ್ರು ಸಾಕು. 1% ಬಂದ್ರು 4 ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. Hope you're getting it. Do this. This is the ideal plan. You need to do it, no matter what. ಪೇಪರ್ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಜೆರಾಕ್ಸ್ ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಬರೀ ರೆಡ್ ಪೆನಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೀ. ಇಟ್ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ಬೋಲ್ಡ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಇಟ್ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ವಿಸಿಬಲ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ಸಮ್ ಜೆಲ್ ಆರಾಮಾಗಿ ಫ್ಲೋರ್ಲಿ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡ ಅಂತ. This should be your first plan. And the second plan we call it as, second plan with respect to we call it as number of questions. Now with respect to number of questions ಅಂತ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ there are always three category people. There are three category people. One who have read completely and one who have not at all touched the paper. ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ನೋಡೋಣ ಹೆಂಗಿರುತ್ತೋ ಅಂತ. And in middle ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮೆಜಾರಿಟಿ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಓದಿದ್ರೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಈ ಮೂರು ಕ್ಯಾಟಗರಿ ಪೀಪಲ್ಗೆ how many questions we need to attempt, sir? How many questions we need to attempt? Okay na? See, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಜುಗರ ಪಡೋ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಏನು ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. And you should clear this prelims ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾಲೆಜಬಲ್ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ, ಒನ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ವಿಲ್ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್. ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಅನ್ಸಿ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಏನೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ನೀವು ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದಾಗ OMR ಯಾಕೆ ಗುರು ಖಾಲಿ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬರ್ತೀರಾ? ಮೈ ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ ಇಸ್ ಸಿಂಪಲ್. ಹೌದೋ ಇಲ್ವೋ? ಸಿ, ನೀವು ಖಾಲಿ ಬಿಟ್ಟರು ಕೂಡ OMR ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ನೀವು ಫಿಲ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದೇನೋ ಫೇಲ್ ಆಗೋದನ್ನ ಲಾಜಿಕಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಫೇಲ್ ಆಗಿ, ಹೌದಾ ಇಲ್ವೋ? ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಖಾಲಿ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ಸರ್ ಆಗೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನನ್ನ ಕೈಲಿ ಆಗಲೇ ಇಲ್ಲ, 60ಗೆ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟೆ. ಗುರು, ನೀನು 60ಗೆ ನಿಲ್ಸಿದ್ಯಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ 60ಗೂ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತಾ? ಈಗ ನೀನು ದ ಲಾಜಿಕಲ್ ಒನ್ ಇಯರ್ಸ್ ಇದನ್ನ ಬಿಡಿ, ನಾವೀಗ ಲಾಜಿಕಲ್ ಆಗಿ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಯಾರೋ ಒಬ್ರು ನೀವು ನಿಧಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ. ಸರ್ ನಾನು ಏನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಪರ್ಫೆಕ್ಷನಿಸ್ಟ್ ಸರ್, ನಾನು ಏನೇ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಪರ್ಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಅದು ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಇದು ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇರಬೇಕು, ನಾನು ಹಿಂಗೆ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಓಕೆ, ಬಟ್ ಪರ್ಫೆಕ್ಷನಿಸ್ಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ನೆವರ್ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ದಿಸ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್. ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಟ್ರೂತ್. ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಯು ಶುಡ್ ಟೇಕ್ ಅ ರಿಸ್ಕ್. ಹೌದಾ ಇಲ್ವೋ? ಈಗ ನೀವು ಒಂದು ವರ್ಷ 2 ವರ್ಷ ಇಂಟ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಆರ್ ಏಕೆನ್ಸಿ ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅ ರಿಸ್ಕ್. ಈ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ರಿಸ್ಕ್ ಅಂತ ಇದ್ರೂ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ಯಾಕೆ ಸೇಫ್ಟಿ? ಟೇಕ್ ಅ ರಿಸ್ಕ್. ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಆದರೆ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಆಗಲಿ, ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೂ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ. somehow we need to take a risk. But 60 questions attend ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಬಟ್ ಫೇಲ್ಯೂರ್ ಇಸ್ ಮೋರ್. ದ 60 ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ ನೀವು ನಿಲ್ತ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ನೋ ಮ್ಯಾಟರ್ ವಾಟ್ ಯು ವಿಲ್ ನೆವರ್ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್. ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ನಾವು 60 ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟೇ ಪಂಟಾಗಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ, ಈಗ ನಾನೇ ಹೋದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಮಿನಿಮಮ್ 10 to 15 ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡೇ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಮೈ ಇಂಟರ್ಪ್ರಿಟೇಷನ್ ಮೈಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಬೀನ್ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ ದ್ಯಾನ್ ದ UPSC ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ ಪೇಪರ್ ಸೆಟರ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ರೀಸನಬಲ್ ತೊಗೊಳೋದಾದ್ರೆ 15 ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ ರಾಂಗು. 15 ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ ರಾಂಗ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ 45 ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ ರೈಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಬಾಸ್. 45 ಇಂಟು 2 ಹಬ್ಬ 90 ಬಂತು, ಇನ್ನೂ ನೆಗೆಟಿವ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ. 15ಕ್ಕೆ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ 0.66 ಹೋಯ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ 10 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್ ಡಮರ್. ನಾವು ಯು ಆರ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಬಾರ್ಡರ್. ಈ ವರ್ಷ ನೋಡಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಯು ಆರ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಬಾರ್ಡರ್. ಅನ್ಲೆಸ್ ಅಂಟಿಲ್ ಇಫ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಕ್ಯಾಟಗರಿ ಚಾನ್ಸಸ್ ಆರ್ ದೇರ್, ಅದು ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಇವಾಗ ನೀವು ಆಗದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನೀವೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕೀಗ? ಯಾಕೆ ಗುರು ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀರಾ 60ಕ್ಕೆ, ಇವಾಗ 90ಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗೋಣ ಈಗ, ಅವ್ರು 100 ಮಾಡ್ಬನ್ನಿ. ಐ ಆಮ್ ನಾಟ್ ಜೋಕಿಂಗ್ ಯುವರ್, ನಂಗೆ ಅದು ಬೇಕಾಗೂ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ 95 ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಈಗ 95 ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ ಸೇಮ್ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ನೋಡಿ ಸರ್, ಈಗ 95 ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನೋಡಿ ಕ್ಲಿಯರಿಂಗ್ ಚಾನ್ಸಸ್ ಎಷ್ಟಿರುತ್ತೆ ನೀವೇ ಹೇಳಿ. ಈಗ ನಾನು 95 ಏನು ಹೇಳಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ನಾನು 95 ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ ಅಟೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀನಿ, ಬಟ್ somehow I am using all my common sense, all my logics. ಬಟ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ದೂರ ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ? ಡೋಂಟ್ ಸೇ ಸರ್ 60 ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ. ಬಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲೇ 15 ಅಂದರೆ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಐ ಆ್ಯಡ್ ಸಮ್ 15 ಮೋರ್ 30 ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ಸ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. 30 ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಹೋಯ್ತು ಅಂದರೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೋಗಿ ನಾವು ಸರ್ 30 ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ಸ್ ನಾನು ರಾಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತಂದರೆ 65 ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ಸ್ ರೈಟ್ ಆಯ್ತು ಈಗ. ಆರ್ 60 ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ಸ್ ರೈಟ್ ಆಗಲಿ, ಎಸ್ ಆರ್ ನೋ? ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ 60 ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ಸ್ ರೈಟ್ ಅಂದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ರಾಂಗ್ 35 ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಇಷ್ಟನ್ನೇ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಗುರು ನಾನು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ. ಬಟ್ 60 into 2 120 and it is 30 into 6 ಅಂದ್ರೆ 18 ಪ್ಲಸ್ 2 ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅರೌಂಡ್ 20, 100 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಈಗ ಬೇಡ 90. ಐ ಆಮ್ ಮೋರ್ ದನ್ ದಿಸ್. I am more than this by 20 marks. You have attempted more and you have taken a risk more. I am not saying ಎಲ್ಲ ಟೈಮ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ, ಬಟ್ ವೈಲ್ ಅಪ್ಲೈಯಿಂಗ್ ಆರ್ ವೈಲ್ ಅಟೆಂಡಿಂಗ್ ದ ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ಸ್ ABCD ಅಂತ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ಬರೋದಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಸಮ್ ಲಾಜಿಕ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಸಮ್ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ಸ್, ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಸಮ್ ಎಲಿಮಿನೇಷನ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕ್ಸ್. ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ವರ್ಡಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ ಅಂತ ಇದ್ದೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಅಂಡರ್ಲೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದರಿಂದ ಡಿರೈವ್ ಸಮ್ ಆನ್ಸರ್ಸ್. ಐ ಆಮ್ ನಾಟ್ ಸೇಯಿಂಗ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ಸು ರೈಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ, ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಗೆಟ್ ಸಮ್ 50-50 accuracy. You should take a risk. I'm saying take a risk, and risk ತಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ it will give you fruits. Nothing but ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂಡ 60 to 65 ಗಿಂತ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು. ನೀವು ಎಷ್ಟೇ ಪಂಟ್ರಾಗಿರಿ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಐಡಿಯಲ್ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ಸ್ ಯು ಶುಡ್ ಅಟೆಂಪ್ಟ್ ಯುವರ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ರೈಟ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ 62 ರೈಟ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು ನನಗೆ. ನೀವು ಪಕ್ಕಾ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಟಾಕಿಂಗ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ಎಫೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ನೆಗೆಟಿವ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಿಟ್ಟು 62 ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು. 62 ಅಂದ್ರೆ 124 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್ ಬರ್ಬೇಕು ನಿಮಗೆ. 124ಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರೋ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಅಟೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರೋ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಇಷ್ಟ. 90 ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ, 95 ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಬಟ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಅ ಈಸಿ ಗೇಮ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ಸರ್ 90 ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ ಅನಿಸ್ತಿದೆ, ಬಟ್ ನಂಗೆ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇನಿಷಿಯಲ್ ನೀವು ಆರಾಮಾಗಿ ಉಜ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀರಾ, ಓ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಓಕೆ, ಬಟ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಹೆಂಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬೆಂಕಿ ಇರಬೇಕು ಆ ಬಾಡಿಲಿ, ಈ ಸತಿ ಏನಾದರೂ ಮಾಡಿ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ ಈ ಸತಿ ಅಂತ. And then you will scratch and you should have that intense fire also. ಗುರು ಫೇಲ್ ಆದ್ರೂ ಫೇಲ್, ನೀವು ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟು ಫೇಲ್ ಆಗಿ, ಬಟ್ ಈ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಆಗೇ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನನ್ನ ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ, 2 hours ಸಾಕಾಗೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ವೈ ದಿಸ್? ಎಸ್ ಆರ್ ನೋ? ಇದಂತೂ ಲಾಜಿಕಲ್ ಆಗಿ ನೀವು ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡಲೇಬೇಕು. ಯು ಶುಡ್ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಅಟೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅದನ್ನು ಈ ವಾರದಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಡಿ. ಯಾವ್ದು ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೋ ಗೋ ಫಾರ್ ಇಟ್. ಎಸ್, ಬಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾಟಗರಿ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ ಈ 3 ಕ್ಯಾಟಗರಿ ಯಾರು ಸರ್ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಮೇಜರ್ಲಿ ದೇರ್ ಆರ್ 3 ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾಟಗರೀಸ್. ಒನ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಯಾರಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಒನ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ರೆಡ್ ಆಲ್ ದ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್, ಬಟ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಅಂಡ್ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಕ್ಯಾಟಗರಿ ಏನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟೆಡ್ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಒಂದು 6 months 3 ತಿಂಗಳು ಆಗಿದೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟೆಡ್ ರೀಸೆಂಟ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಬೇಸಿಕ್ಸ್ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಷ್ಟೇ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟೆ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾಟಗರಿ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಇವ್ರು ಟೈಮ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಬಟ್ ಆದರೆ ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕೆ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಟೈಮ್ ತೊಗೊಳುತ್ತೆ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ಆಸ್ ಸಮ್ ಮಿಡಲ್ ಬ್ರ್ಯಾಕೆಟಲ್ಲಿ. ಬಟ್ ಸರ್ ಯಾರು ಸರ್ ತುಂಬ ರಿಸ್ಕ್ ತೊಗೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾರು ರಿಸ್ಕ್ ತೊಗೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇವರು. ಏನಕ್ಕೆ? ಅವ್ನು ಎನಿವೇಸ್ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ಅವ್ನು ರಿಸ್ಕ್ ತೊಗೊಳ್ದೇ ಇದ್ರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಾಕಿ ಬಂದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ರಿಸ್ಕ್ ಯಾರು ತೊಗೋಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಇವರು. ನಾನು ಇವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಮೆಜಾರಿಟಿ ವಿ ಕಮ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡರ್ ದಿಸ್ ಬ್ರಾಕೆಟ್. ವಿ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ಈವನ್ ಸೋ ಮಚ್ ಟ್ಯಾಲೆಂಟೆಡ್ IITians ಅಲ್ಲ ನಾವು. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ವಿ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ಈವನ್ ವಿತ್ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಏನಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಏನೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ, ಬಟ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ರೆಡ್ ಸಮಥಿಂಗ್, ಬಟ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಸಮ್ ನಾಲೆಜ್. ಬಟ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಸಮ್ ಫಿಯರ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೋ ಅಂತ. ನೀವು ಏನು ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೂ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ, ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಡೂ ಸಮಥಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತಿದ್ದೀವಿ. But I'm talking about this category where you need to attempt at least ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಲಾಜಿಕ್ ಏನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಗೋ ಫಾರ್ 90. ಸರ್ 100 ಆಗೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಟೂ ರಿಸ್ಕಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ 10 ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಟೇಕ್ ಅ ರಿಸ್ಕ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ನೋ ಒನ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ನೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಎನಿಥಿಂಗ್. 90ಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ 90ಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ 60 ರೈಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಇದನ್ನ ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡಿ. ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ 60-30. ಐ ಆಮ್ ಟಾಕಿಂಗ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ 1/3 ನಿಮಗೆ ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಕ್ ಚಾನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಗುರು. ಇವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ವಾ? 60 into 2 120. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಇನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಅರೌಂಡ್ 18 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್ ಹೋದ್ರು ಕೂಡ 100 ಪಕ್ಕಾ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಬಟ್ ಯು ಶುಡ್ ಅಟೆಂಪ್ಟ್ ಮೋರ್, ಟೇಕ್ ಅ ರಿಸ್ಕ್ ವಿತ್ ಲಾಜಿಕ್ಸ್, ಟ್ರೈ. ಇವತ್ತಿಂದ ಅದನ್ನೇ UPSC PYQs ನ ಸಾಲ್ವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ ಇದೆ, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮಾ, ದ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮಾ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಚುಯಲ್ಸ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ ಇದೆಯಾ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ ಇದೆಯಾ. ಸೊ ದೇರ್ ಆರ್ ಸಮ್, ಯು ಶುಡ್ ಮೇಕ್ ಅ ಚೀಟ್ ಕೋಡ್ಸ್, ಸಮ್ 10 to 15 ಕೀವರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅದೇ ರಿಪ್ಲಿಕೇಟ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮಲ್ಲೂ, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಬೀನ್ ಸೆಟ್ ಬೈ ಸೇಮ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮಿನರ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಆ ಪೇಪರ್ಸ್ನ ಸಾಲ್ವ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅಕ್ವೆಂಟ್ ಆದರೆ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್ ವಿಲ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಬಿ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡೈಸ್ಡ್ ಇನ್ ಯೋರ್ ಮೈಂಡ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಯು ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಮೋರ್ ಐ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಸೇ ಫಾಸ್ಟರ್ ವಿತ್ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಸಾಲ್ವಿಂಗ್ ದ ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಸಮ್ 10 papers ಬಿಫೋರ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್. ಓಕೆನಾ? ಎಸ್, ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾಡಿ. ನಿಮ್ ಫೇಲ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ದೀರ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾದರೆ ಯು ಶುಡ್ ರೇಸ್ ಯುವರ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ಸ್, ಸೇಯಿಂಗ್ ದಟ್ ಅಟೆಂಪ್ಟ್ ಮೋರ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾದ್ರೆ ಆ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ. ಬಟ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಮಿನಿಟ್ ಇಂದಾನೆ ಯು ಶುಡ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಯುವರ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಪಕ್ಕ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತೀರ ಪಟ್ಬೇಡ ಅಂತ. ನೋ ಮ್ಯಾಟ್ರ್ ವಾಟ್. ನಾನು 1 ನಿಮಿಷದಲ್ಲೇ ಗುರು, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಎವ್ರಿ ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ ಕ್ಯಾರಿ ದ ಸೇಮ್ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ. ನೀವು ಇನಿಷಿಯಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಒಂದು 30 ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ಗೆ ನೀವು 1 hour ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ, ಇನ್ನು 70 ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ಗೆ 1 hour ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ಯಾವ ನ್ಯಾಯ ಗುರು? Yes or no? Because each and every question carries same marks. If that is the thing, I have 100 questions but I have 120 minutes. But 20 minutes na buffer ಆಗಿ ಇಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ 1 ನಿಮಿಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಲ್ವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರಬೇಕು. Yes or no? ಮತ್ತೆ ಪೇಪರ್ನ ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಯು ಶುಡ್ ಸಾಲ್ವ್ 3 to 4 times ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೆಚ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ 100% accuracy, some 20-25. ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ 75% accuracy, and ಥರ್ಡ್ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ 50%, and ಫೋರ್ತ್ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಟೈಮ್ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಅನ್ನೋನ್ ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ಸ್ ವಿತ್ ಲಾಜಿಕ್ಸ್. ಅದನ್ನ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತೀರಿ, ಯಾವ್ದು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ 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 ಮಾರ್ಕ್. ಬಟ್ ಪೆನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಪೇಪರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂಡರ್ಲೈನ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಿರ್ಬೇಕು, ಮತ್ತೆ ಓದಂಗೆ ಇಟ್ಕೋಬಾರ್ದು ನೀವು. ಒಂದು ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ ಓದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅಂಡರ್ಲೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ರೆ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಓದಿದಾಗ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಯು ವಿಲ್ ರೀಡ್ ದಟ್ ಅಂಡರ್ಲೈನ್ ಒನ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. 30 minutes ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಮೈಕ್ರೋ ಪ್ಲಾನಿಂಗ್ 30, 1 hour, 1.5 hour, 1 hour 45 minutes, 2 hours ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಯುವರ್ ಪ್ಲಾನ್, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಈ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ತಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದರೆ ಆಟೋಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕ್ಲಿ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಬಿಕಮ್ಸ್ ಈಸಿಯರ್. ಇದನ್ನೇನು ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ, ನೀವೇನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ತೊಗೋತೀರಾ, ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ನ ಪಟ್ಬಿಡಂಗೆ ಸಾಲ್ವ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ. 1 hour ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ 20 minutes ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ 80 minutesಗೆ ಸಾಲ್ವ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಬಿಸಾಕ್ತೀರಾ. ತುಗಾಲಿ ಇದೇನು, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಪೇಪರ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಪೇಪರ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಲೆಂದಿಯರ್. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಅಕ್ವೈಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ 2 hours ಕೂರಕ್ಕೆ ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್. ಓಕೆನಾ, ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಿ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟು, ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಪಕ್ಕ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಆಗುತ್ತದು. ನಾನು ಹೇಳೋದೇನು ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೂ ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಗುರು, ಇದು ಮಾಡಿ ಮೊದಲು. ಎಸ್ ಆರ್ ನೋ? ಎಸ್, ದಿಸ್ ವಿತ್ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ದ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ನೆಗ್ಲೆಕ್ಟೆಡ್ ಒನ್ ಇಸ್ CSAT. ನಾವು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಪಂಟ್ರು ಅಂತಂದರೆ GSL ಮಾತ್ರ ಪಂಟ್ರಾಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಬಟ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೊಂದು ಕಾಂಪ್ರಿಹೆನ್ಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ, ಕಾಂಪ್ರಿಹೆನ್ಷನ್ ಓದಕ್ಕೆ 10-15 ನಿಮಿಷ ತಗೋತಾರೆ. ಒಂದು ಕಾಂಪ್ರಿಹೆನ್ಷನ್ ನೋಡಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಯು ಶುಡ್ ಗ್ರಾಬ್ ಆಲ್ ದ ಸಮರಿ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ರೀಡ್ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಓದಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಇದೆ, ಏನು ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಏನು ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಅಂತ. ಮೆಜಾರಿಟಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಿಕ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ ನಿಮಗೆ. ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಓದಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಸ್ಕ್ರಾಚ್ ಔಟ್ ದ 2 unknown options which is relevant or which is not at all relevant to the question. ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಿರುತ್ತೆ ವಾಟ್ ದ ಸಮರಿ ಆಫ್ ದಿಸ್ ಪ್ಯಾಸೇಜ್ ಅಂದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ ದಿಸ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು 2 ಆಪ್ಷನ್ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ. ಇನ್ನು ಮಿಕ್ಕಿದ 2 ಆಪ್ಷನ್ನ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಯು ಶುಡ್ ರೀಡ್ ದ ಪ್ಯಾಸೇಜ್ ವಿತಿನ್ ಸಮ್ 1 minutes ಪಟ್. PYQs ಮಾಡಿ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸರಿ, ನಾನು ಹೇಳೋಷ್ಟು ಈಸಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಬಟ್ ಆದರೆ ನೀವು ಮಾಡದೇ ಇರೋಷ್ಟು ಕಷ್ಟನೂ ಅಲ್ಲ. 1 ವಾರ ಸಾಕು ಗುರು, 1 ವಾರ ಒಂಥರ ಬೆಂಕಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೂತಂಗೆ ಫೈರಲ್ಲಿ ಇದು ಮಾಡಿ ಯು ವಿಲ್ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್. ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಯುವರ್ ಟೈಮ್, ಯು ಶುಡ್ ಡೂ ಇಟ್. ಎಸ್, ಓದಿದ್ದು ಇಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷ ಓದಿದ್ರಾ, ಎಷ್ಟು ತಿಂಗಳು ಓದಿದ್ರಾ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಲ್ಲ, ಬಟ್ ಫೈನಲ್ ಆಗಿ 2 hours ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್, 2 hours ಆಫ್ಟರ್ನೂನ್ ವಿಲ್ ಡಿಸೈಡ್ ಯುವರ್ ಫ್ಯೂಚರ್. ಬಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೋ ಬಿಡುತ್ತೋ, ಬಟ್ ಗಿವ್ ಯುವರ್ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್. ಓಕೆನಾ? CSAT ದ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ನೆಗ್ಲೆಕ್ಟೆಡ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ CSAT ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಎಷ್ಟು ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಅಟೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಮಿನಿಮಮ್ 65 ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಗುರು. ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಜನ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, 40ಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಂತೋಗ್ತಾರೆ, ಟೈಮೇ ಸಾಕಾಗಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ. ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಟೈಮ್ ಸಾಲಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಓದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಮ್ಯಾಥ್ಸ್ ಇಟ್ಕೋತಾರೆ. ಮ್ಯಾಥ್ಸ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಡ್ರಗ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದಂಗೆ, ತಗೋತಾ ಇದ್ರೆ ತಗೋತಾನೆ ಇರ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ಸ್ತಿರತ್ತೆ. ಲಿಟ್ರಲಿ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಸೇಯಿಂಗ್ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್. ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ, ನೀವು ಬಿಡಲ್ಲ, ನೀವು ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ ಬಿಡಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಟೈಮ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಿರತ್ತೆ. ಮಿನಿಮಮ್ ನೀವು ಟೈಮ್ ನೋಡ್ತಿದ್ರೆ 5 ನಿಮಿಷ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ, ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಬರ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ನಿಮಗೆ ಟೈಮ್ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ತಲೆಗೆ ಹತ್ಕೋತೀರ ಅದನ್ನ. ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಆಗೋಯ್ತು, ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರ 26ಗೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಆ 2 hours ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅಯ್ಯೋ ನನ್ನ ಗರ್ಲ್ ಫ್ರೆಂಡು, ನಮ್ಮ ಅಪ್ಪ ಅಮ್ಮಂಗೆ ಏನು ಹೇಳಲಿ ನಾನು. ಓಕೆ, ಅದು 4 hour ನಂದು, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಓಕೆ. ನೀವು ಪಾಸ್ ಆಗಿಬಿಟ್ರೆ ನೀವೇನೋ ದೊಡ್ಡ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳಾಗ್ಬಿಡಲ್ಲ. ಓಕೆನಾ? ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹೆಸರು ಪಕ್ಕ ಒಂದು IAS IPS ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ನೀವು ಪಾಸ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಿಫಿಕ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಸಫಿಕ್ಸ್ ಹಂಗೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಬಿ ಟ್ಯಾಲೆಂಟೆಡ್. ನೀವು ಮೊದಲು ನೀವು ಪಂಟ್ರಾದರೆ ಆಟೋಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತ ಇರೋರು ನಿಮ್ಮ ರೆಕಗ್ನೈಸ್ ಮಾಡೇ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ IAS IPS ಆಗಲ್ವಲ್ಲ. ಎಸ್ ಆರ್ ನೋ? ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಟ್ರೂತ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ನೋ ಒನ್ ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ ಯು ದಟ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಮೇಜರ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಒನ್ ಇಸ್ ಯು ಶುಡ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಯುವರ್ ಪ್ಲಾನ್. ಬಟ್ ನಾವು ಓದ್ತೀವಿ ಬಟ್ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ. ಎಸ್ ಆರ್ ನೋ? ದ ಬಿಗ್ಗೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಿಸ್ಟೇಕ್ ವಿ ಡೂ ಇಸ್ ಪ್ಲಾನಿಂಗ್. ಓದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ನೀವು ನೋಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪೇಪರ್ಲು CSAT ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾನೆ, ಈಸಿ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾನೆ, ಒಂದೇ ಲೈನಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುತ್ತದು. ಎಕ್ಸಾಮಿನರ್ ಇಸ್ ಫೋರ್ಸಿಂಗ್ ಯು ಟು ಟೇಕ್ ಅ ರಿಸ್ಕ್ ದ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್. ನೀವು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ರಿಸ್ಕ್ ತಗೊಂಡ್ರಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಗುಂಡಿಗೆ ಬಿದ್ರಿ ಅಂತ. ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ CSAT ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಫಸ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಟ್ಟಬಾರ್ದು. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಯು ಶುಡ್ ಟಚ್ ದ ಕಾಂಪ್ರಿಹೆನ್ಷನ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್. 30 ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, 1 ನಿಮಿಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ 30 ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಆಯ್ತು ಗುರು. ನನಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲಾದ್ರಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ 2.5 marks ಅಲ್ವಾ, ನಾನು ಯಾಕೆ ರಿಸ್ಕ್ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ? ಮೊದಲು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಗೋ ಫಾರ್ ಕಾಂಪ್ರಿಹೆನ್ಷನ್, ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಡೇಟಾ ಇಂಟರ್ಪ್ರಿಟೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಮ್ಯಾಥ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ಮ್ಯಾಥ್ಸ್ ಮುಗಿಸ್ಕೋತೀನಿ. ಲೈಕ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಡಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್, ಟೈಮ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವರ್ಕ್, ದ ಪರ್ಸೆಂಟೇಜಸ್, ದ ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ಬೈ ಕಾಂಪ್ಲೆಕ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಸೇ ದ ಕಾಂಪೌಂಡ್ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್. ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲದೆ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ 2 to the power 5 to the power 6 ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹಾಕ್ತೀನಿ. ಅದನ್ನ ಮೊದಲೇ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ನನಗೆ ಏನು ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದರೆ ನಾನು ಏನೂ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಗುರು, ಟೈಮ್ ಹೋಗಿದೆ, ಬಟ್ ಅದೇ ನೀನು ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಹಾಫ್ ಅನ್ ಅವರಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಾಗ 1.5 hour ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಐ ವುಡ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅಟೆಂಪ್ಟೆಡ್ ಅಟ್ ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಸಮ್ 45 questions 30 ಫ್ರಮ್ CSAT ಪಕ್ಕ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಇದೆ, ನಾನು ರಿಸ್ಕ್ ತೊಗೊಳಂಗೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಡೇಟಾ ಇಂಟರ್ಪ್ರಿಟೇಷನ್ ಕೂಡ ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಇದೆ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಲಾಜಿಕ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಬಟ್ CSAT ಹಂಗಲ್ಲ, ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಇದೆ, ಆನ್ಸರ್ ನಾನು ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಅಂತ. ದಾಟ್ ಯು ಶುಡ್ ಡು ಇಟ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ 45 minutes ಅಲ್ಲಿ, ದಾಟ್ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ 45 or 30 minutes ಇದನ್ನ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನೀವು, ಓಕೆನಾ? Yes, and the last one we call it as revision ಹೆಂಗೆ ಸರ್ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ I've already said revision should be based on your PYQs. Based on your PYQs ಆದಷ್ಟು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ತಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಗ್ಗಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು, ನೀವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ತಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇರಬೇಕು ರಾದರ್ ಇನ್ ಬುಕ್ಸ್. ನಾನು PYQ ಬರಿತೀನಿ ಸರ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಬಿಡಿ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ, ಓದಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನೀವು you should keep it in your mind, and this you should do. And the last one we call it as the rapid, the questions ಮಾಡೋಣ ಹೆಂಗೆ? ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ ದ CSAT. The next one we call it as ಯಾವ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಬೇಕು ಹೇಳಿ ಪಟ್ಟಂತ. In some 5 minutes we'll go for a rapid questions. Okay, environment. Okay, the first and foremost question, the first one we call it as the recent question ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ the COP 30 will be held at where? The COP 30 of UNFCCC ಎಲ್ಲಿ? It is Belém, we call it as Brazil ali, Belém, Brazil. And the second one, the methane emission index is released by RO. It is IEA, it is we call it as International Energy Agency. And the third one we call it as the Kigali Agreement is related to, it is Kigali Agreement ಯಾವ year ಅಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ? 16 related to HFCs. Okay, the fourth major important one, it is the forest related index is released by which organization? It is FAO. Perfect, it is FAO. And when are we celebrating it as? When are we celebrating the food day? It is the food safety day, and it is October 16th, October the 16th. And the seventh major important one, seventh one we call it as the Brundtland Commission is related to, it is SDG or Sustainable Development. Sustainable Development SDG goals report is released by RO. SDG report at world level, it is UN Sustainable Development Network. Sustainable Development Network at India level adre, it is we call it as the Niti Ayog. Okay na, the Niti, the Ayog. Okay na, next one. The next, ಎಷ್ಟನೇ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್? Okay, ninth one. The ninth one we call it as the recent CMS 14 took place at, it is Samarkand, Uzbekistan. Okay, the 10th one we call it as bond challenges related to, it is bond challenges related to land degradation neutrality, that 26 million hectares. ನೋಡಿ ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ನೀವು. And 11th major important one, it is Vienna Convention is related to, it is ozone Nagoya, it is ABS, ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ we call it as Cartagena, it is LMOs, living modified organisms, ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ we call it as the Basel Convention, it is the transboundary hazardous chemicals or hazardous one, or we call it as the dirty dozen recently seen in news is related to which convention? It is Stockholm Conference, the Stockholm, it is the Stockholm, the dirty dozen. Adadmele we call it as inyadu, it is the next one we call it as Aichi targets. Aichi targets, it is IG target majorly talks about biodiversities, it is we call it as UNCBD. Okay ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಡನ್ ಸಾಕು ಇವತ್ತು, ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ at least. Okay, now fast ಆಗಿ you should revise all the questions. UPSC is the best thing to do, ಅದನ್ನ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡಿ. Okay ಅಲ್ವಾ? Yes, we'll stop it here and tomorrow we'll continue with environment. Okay ಅಲ್ವಾ? Yes, thank you, see you all tomorrow. Okay, ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ? Yes, done. Online, thank you, I hope it was good. Okay ಅಲ್ವಾ? The Kunming Montreal ಕೂಡ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕಿದೆ, 30:30. Yes, Online? Yes. Okay, Alva. Thank you. See you all tomorrow. Online, thank you.